Elder Ian God paused. He glanced towards Xianxia, a restless premonition in his heart. Xianxia faintly said, "Your ancient Ian sect still has an elder that wishes to challenge. Then we might as well begin today." As Xianxia spoke, her gaze fell on Lin Ming. For a time, Lin Ming became the focus of attention for every abyssal present. All of them turned towards him. Many of these abyssals recognized Lin Ming and knew that this was the fellow who had a mere Empyrean cultivation and wished to jump ranks to challenge Deep King Road's holy demoness. Then, the abyssals present had entertained expressions as they looked at the complexions of the abyssals from the ancient Ian sect. For such shame to fall upon others, this naturally caused these abyssals to be happy. Deep King Road's holy demoness truly doesn't care for the feelings of others. This battle is clearly bullying, and yet she isn't willing to let it go. True, but this punishment is to serve as a warning for others. In truth, with just the strength that the holy demoness displayed today, there should be no one willing to mention marriage to her in the future. An elder from a small influence said with a gloating tone. At this time, the complexions of the several elders from the ancient Ian sect were incredibly ugly. They all wished they could dig a hole into the ground and hide away. By this point, this battle was no longer humorous to them. Even Ian God already started to regret designing this trap for Lin Ming. Now, not only would Lin Ming be ruined, but their ancient Ian sect would be disgraced and mocked by others. Elder Ian God managed to force out a smile. With his right hand he touched his chest, his long black nails joining together in a common bow of etiquette amongst the abyssals. He said, "Your Highness Holy Demoness indeed loves to joke. Victory and defeat is already clear to all. At the limits of an Empyrean, Your Highness Holy Demoness is already able to defeat a lower true divinity abyssal. This sort of accomplishment is more than enough to be called the #1 elite of the entire Dark Abyss. So what reason is there to do something so unbefitting your status as fighting a young elder from my ancient Ian sect? Moreover, our elder also lacks in cultivation and was only dragged here to make up for numbers. If there was any way that we offended Your Highness Holy Demoness before this, then I personally apologize." Ian God politely said to Xianxia. From between his words, he was clearly implying that if Xianxia were to truly fight Lin Ming, then she would simply be disregarding her status to bully someone far weaker. Ian God thought that with Xianxia's arrogance and pride she would surely make a show and not blame anyone in this matter. Moreover, he had even apologized and admitted defeat. However, he never thought that Xianxia would seem as if she never heard his words at all. She continued to look at Lin Ming, and what left Ian God and the other elders of the ancient Ian sect the most speechless was that Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation where he was, as if everything occurring around him was irrelevant. This caused the ancient Ian sect elders to nearly stumble to the ground. Just what was he still doing here? Ian God sent an impatient sound transmission to Lin Ming. "Brat, have you gone mad? Have you seen the strength of these Deep King Road abyssals? Just give up any thoughts of entering the demon god's tomb with the Book of Ian." He originally placed a trap for Lin Ming because he wanted Lin Ming to suffer a little bit of hardship. And now, all the abyssals present had witnessed Xianxia's strength on their own. As long as Lin Ming wasn't stupid then, he would know that taking the Book of Ian to enter the demon god's tomb was no different than walking into his own death. If Lin Ming were to regret his choice and draw back, although it might be a bit ugly to look at, it was still far better than being beaten senseless by Xianxia. At least the Book of Ian would be safe after this lesson. However, Lin Ming simply ignored Ian God's sound transmission. He slowly rose up, his feet planted down and his toes pushed forwards as he faced Xianxia. Xianxia's lips curved up, her expression seeming to say, "I knew you would accept the challenge. Are you really planning to fight?" Ian Light could see that demon power already surged through Lin Ming's body, and he stared at Lin Ming as if he were looking at a monster. This Lin Ming still wanted to fight Xianxia in such a situation? Had he gone insane? Or was he just far too stupid? Lin Ming opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness Holy Demoness? I should refer to you like this, I suppose. Are you one of the people entering the demon god's tomb on behalf of Deep King Road?" Xianxia was startled. She didn't know why this abyssal elder who wished to challenge her would ask such a question. "Why do you ask?" Mei didn't directly respond. But Lin Ming continued to say, if I'm not wrong, then that should be true. In the abyss, strength is revered above all, and this true divinity-level competition was arranged to assign resources based on strength. If your Highness Holy Demoness was to obtain one of the core spots of those entering the demon god's tomb, then that would be a position truly worthy or your reputation and outstanding talent. As Lin Ming spoke, all of the surrounding abyssals, including Mei, were bewildered. Ian God glared at Lin Ming and sent him a sound transmission. What nonsense are you speaking? Hurry up and draw back? Or are you really so stubborn about dying? Lin Ming disregarded Ian God. He continued to say, according to the rules of this true divinity competition, the division of resources is based upon the respective levels of strength of those that will enter the demon god's tomb. Then, does that mean if I possess strength similar to that of your Highness Holy Demoness, I will also enjoy equivalent treatment? Lin Ming spoke so much before finally saying his goal. Since his battle with Mei was destined to occur, then he might as well win a chance for himself and bring the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb openly and proudly. His words, whether it was from logic or truth, all were impeccable. These were indeed the rules for which the alliance was based upon, in which strength would determine everything. It was fair and just. However, with Lin Ming's current status and the present situation, for him to say such words before he stepped onto the battlefield seemed as if he had gone mad. As a result, the many abyssals watching were all left wide-eyed. What did he just say? If he possesses strength similar to the Holy Demoness, then he can also enjoy equivalent treatment? Because Lin Ming's words were too outrageous, many abyssals weren't able to react for some time. For some reason it seemed as if this ninth elder from the ancient Ian sect hadn't yet realized that he was no opponent of Mei's from the start. Not only was he still dreaming of holding this beauty in his arms, but he also wanted to enjoy similar treatment upon entering the demon god's tomb. Was his mind normal? This arrogant and ignorant fellow. Just how could he stand there and still challenge the Holy Demoness? At this time, the abyssals of Deep King Road felt the entire situation worth a good laugh. I never thought that this elder from the ancient Ian sect would have such a unique personality, a Deep King Road elder said. As an ancient Ian sect elder heard this, his face turned green. Now, all of these ancient Ian sect elders wished they could jump on stage to beat up Lin Ming to prevent him humiliating them any further. Even Mei was startled. She realized that there was something special about Lin Ming, but this was something that purely came from some inexplicable touch of intuition. Still, she never believed that Lin Ming had the qualifications to fight her. Now with Lin Ming saying such words, they had left her surprised. But surprise was only surprise. She still answered Lin Ming's question. If you can truly defeat me, then according to our previous agreement you can hold the grand dual cultivation ceremony with me. From this alone you will be considered half a disciple of Deep King Road, and in addition with the contract of this alliance, you will be able to enjoy the same treatment as me. But, do you think you can defeat me? As Mei finished speaking, her eyes began to glow with a chilling light. Although she thought Lin Ming was special, this didn't mean she desired to dual cultivate with him. In fact, when it came to dual cultivation or marriage, no matter which abyssal had proposed it, Mei would crush them without hesitation. I understand then. The words that your Highness Holy Demoness speak should be considered a promise. Lin Ming was afraid that Mei couldn't take responsibility for such words. His gaze turned towards the Deep King Road elder standing not too far from Mei. At this time, the Deep King Road elder was already at a loss for words. He simply looked at Lin Ming like he was looking at a babbling fool. Just where had this crazy fellow jumped out from? Because all of the Deep King Road elders were stunned. No one replied to Lin Ming. He frowned, asking once more, "Do they or don't they?" These words caused many abyssals to roar out laughing. This was really far too hilarious. As for the elders of the ancient Ian sect, they all wanted to fall to their knees and beg Lin Ming to step down. Why was he insisting on keeping up such a charade at this time? Would it hurt him to say a few less words? Yes, the words of the Holy Demoness can be considered as correct. Deep King Road's elder Deep Epic nodded, beaming with delight. As long as you win, then during this venture into the demon god's tomb, the disciples there will take you as a core figure. Understood. After obtaining the approval of Deep King Road's many elders in public, Lin Ming wasn't afraid that he couldn't bring the Book of Ian in anymore. In the next moment his figure flashed like gods and ghosts as he appeared on the Deep King wheel, directly facing Xianxia. Xianxia came fluttering down onto the ash-gray Deep King wheel like a black butterfly, landing 100 feet away from Lin Ming and gazing at him. A single parting had lasted 12,000 years. After meeting her so suddenly, even Lin Ming didn't understand how he felt towards this woman who had deeply affected his life. At this moment it would be wrong to say that there were no waves of emotion in his heart. But it was just that these waves of emotions were hidden deep within, so that on the surface all that showed was a calmness as still as a placid lake and eyes that were as sharp as swords. Opposite Lin Ming, Xianxia was also quiet. She slowly released her aura so that it covered the entire Deep King wheel. And compared to the battlefield platform with its thick and roiling killing intent, the situation beneath the stage was actually filled with raucous noise and the sound of laughter. For the Abyssals watching, this was a fight that no one could take seriously at all. In this sort of environ, the elders of the ancient Ian sect felt their livers hurt, their stomachs hurt, and their entire bodies ill. At this time, a pair of pitch-black wings unfurled from behind Xianxia, opening like the tail of a black peacock, and then wrapping around her flawless figure. Xianxia's eyes gazed upon Lin Ming, a burst of brilliance flashing from her eyes. As Xianxia displayed her wings, this caused the atmosphere in the audience to calm down a little. Originally everyone thought that this battle would last but a moment, and at most Xianxia would make a single move. However, what happened left them startled. Xianxia released her dark angel wings, which proved that she would at least use her dark angel bloodline. To deal with a mere upper Empyrean abyssal, was this really necessary? And at this time Lin Ming also drew out his own weapon, a black bone spear. In fact, this bone spear was the black dragon spear, but at this moment the black dragon spear was covered in a layer of thick bone. This was demon bone that was divided from Lin Ming's demon avatar. Not only did it completely wrap around the black dragon spear, but it caused the spear to be a great deal thicker, longer, and heavier, giving it an incredibly ferocious and hideous appearance at the same time, as if it were a spine pulled out from some giant. With this giant spear combined with Lin Ming's towering abyssal figure, it seemed just right. Xianxia didn't recognize the concealed black dragon spear, but, as she saw Lin Ming's spear stance, a strange feeling stirred in her heart. At this moment, Lin Ming moved. His entire being was like a divine spear hidden in a wooden chest for countless years, covered in dust. As he left the chest, divine light bloomed, shooting through the entire audience. This was clearly only light produced by energy, but this light passed through the protective force field of the Deep King wheel and cast down a massive pressure on the abyssals present. This is... what? The noisy audience suddenly quieted down. Without enough time for the abyssals watching to think, Lin Ming had already rushed in front of Xianxia. The spear in his hand came crashing down and the thick bone-like shaft bent like a real spine as it whipped towards Xianxia's waist. Because of this spear, a part of the Deep King will force field supported by 12 totem poles was forcefully twisted. Everything happened in a spark of time. Xianxia's pupils contracted. She thought that Lin Ming's strength might not be ordinary, but she didn't expect his first move to be so formidable. This spear strike was simple and without any elegance at all, but as it barbarically twisted the Deep King will force field, it reminded her that this spear strike was in no way inferior to the strike of a lower true divinity level abyssal. This mysterious abyssal had a lower cultivation than she did, and yet he was able to send out such an attack. Whoosh! Black sword light flashed. Xianxia slashed her bone sword down upon the bone spear. But because of the massive weight of the bone spear and the incredible disparity in size between the two weapons, Xianxia was sent flying away. Her figure was like a black bird that was sent floundering in the air. Her feet rapidly moved as she stepped on the edge of the Deep King will force field to release the terrifying momentum behind Lin Ming's strike. Beneath the tremendous impulsion, every step she took on the light barrier caused ripples to spread out, and at this time Lin Ming chased ahead. With his far larger figure, the scene of him rushing towards Xiang Mei was like a hawk chasing a rabbit. Bang! Lin Ming's spear ruthlessly pounded downwards. Xiang Mei avoided the strike and the spear crashed into the light barrier. The deep king force field violently shivered beneath Lin Ming's horrifyingly great strength. Bang! 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 Lin Ming brought his spear pounding down again and again. Every strike was incredibly quick, but Xiang Mei was like a willow leaf fluttering in the wind, barely managing to avoid every dangerous strike. All of these terrifying attacks were withstood by the deep king force field. This deep king force field was strong, but beneath the continuous barrage of attacks, even though each attack was only at a single point, it still trembled more and more as if it would tear apart at any moment. Seeing the light barrier around the deep king will tremble like a soap bubble in the wind, ready to pop at any moment, the abyssals watching were all left staring with wide eyes. At this time their expressions were filled with utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. Their faces were twisted into things that seemed like complex array diagrams. Was this the strength of an Empyrean-level abyssal? No matter who was asked, that Empyrean abyssal, the ninth elder of the ancient Ian sect, was considered an idiot by all. Yet he possessed such brute force. They thought it brute force because many abyssals didn't want to acknowledge Lin Ming's true strength. Thus they subconsciously explained the reason for why the Deep King force field was shaking as being because of Lin Ming's brute force. After all, they had all laughed at Lin Ming and called him an idiot. But if he wasn't the idiot, then it was obvious who the true idiot was instead. No one wanted to admit that they were an idiot. Thus, even with reality placed before them, none of them wanted to acknowledge Lin Ming's strength. But soon after they could no longer find a reason to console themselves. Crash! Howling winds rose up from all over. Xiang Mei's wings flapped and her speed rapidly increased. Her figure turned into a blurry shadow, so fast that most abyssals present weren't able to follow her movements. Xiang Mei was fast and her comprehension of the laws was high. This was recognized by all. Her only deficiency lay in her physical strength. However, none of the abyssals present thought that even in this situation, the ancient Ian sect's ninth elder would be able to keep up with Xiang Mei in speed. His figure also vanished into countless afterimages. Like rising black mist, everyone was covered in layers of darkness. In terms of speed, the two of them were matched. This basically surpassed the standards of the overwhelming majority of lower true divinities. Not only did Lin Ming possess horrifying physical strength, but also terrifying speed. From these two aspects alone, that was more than enough to contend with a lower true divinity abyssal. In the layers of light, brilliance dazzled outwards. Lin Ming and Xiang Mei were like two meteors arching through the heavens, chasing after each other. This scene was gorgeous to the extreme. All of the abyssals watching were left speechless. This ancient Ian sect's ninth elder was no different from a monster. Someone even more abnormal than Xiang Mei. Xiang Mei was at the limits of an Empyrean, but this monster was only around an upper Empyrean. The playful and taunting expressions that covered the faces of the elders of Deep King Road had stiffened a long time ago. As for the other small influences, the abyssals that had been expecting a good play were all left staring blank-eyed, as if they had seen ghosts. And the ones most shocked were the elders of the ancient Ian sect. Just now they had all been restless and uncomfortable no matter how they stood or sat, and the gaze of the countless abyssals around them felt like countless ants crawling over their bodies, causing them to wish to crawl into the ground. But in the blink of an eye all of them were frozen like statues, their eyes staring straight onto the afterimages atop the Deep King wheel. Was that monster really from their ancient Ian sect? Was that really their ancient Ian sect's ninth elder? All of the ancient Ian sect abyssals were filled with disbelief. Before coming to Deep King Road, they had all been in contact with Lin Ming for a long time. But never once had they imagined that Lin Ming would be so abnormal, that he would be an upper Empyrean capable of fighting a true divinity. This sort of talent perhaps couldn't even be found in ancient times 10 billion years ago. But an elder they had randomly picked up from nowhere had actually possessed such terrifying talent. The curtain of light trembled more and more, each attack causing it to resonate. Not only were there Lin Ming's attacks, but also Xiang Mei's. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Lin Ming and Xiang Mei collided in the void. The entire curtain of light blew apart before slowly drawing back. Although the curtain of light didn't shatter, the horrifying spear light and sword light that rushed out caused all abyssals below the true divinity realm to be covered in a cold sweat. That sort of feeling was like someone pointing a weapon between their eyebrows. It was too terrifying. On the Deep King wheel, Lin Ming and Xiang Mei stood 200 feet apart from each other. The two of them motionlessly stared at each other. Only the demon power that burned like blazing flames and icy fires upon their weapons reminded everyone just how intense the battle just now had been. "You! Just what are you?" Xiang Mei's frosty voice reverberated through the audience. She was well aware that it was impossible for a higher abyssal like Lin Ming to appear out of nowhere. However, no matter whether it was this person's abyssal bloodline, aura, techniques, or whatever else, she still couldn't find any clues about him. This abyssal gave off a strange feeling. He only calmly stood there, but he was like a deep pool lying still in a mountain, an eternal proud son of heaven looking down upon the world with disdain, carrying with him an inexplicable and unknown invincible spirit. Lin Ming remained silent. He only raised the black dragon spear, the barrel shaft crackling with bone. At this moment the black dragon spear in his hands seemed to become a snake made of black bone, containing an incomparably powerful strength, as well as a cunning attack trajectory. Lin Ming felt more and more desire for this battle. This enigmatic Xiang Mei was no different from a riddle, and she had entangled herself in his life in countless ways. And she, for the last 10 billion years, was one of the proudest elites, whether it was in the dark abyss or the 33 heavens. She was someone that could step on that supreme road to become a horrifying character like the immortal sovereign. This was a match that was fated to be, and it would begin today. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his dark amber-brown pupils slowly contracting. The power of demons formed a black snake around him that wildly weaved about. At this time Lin Ming's true self was sitting in his demon avatar's inner world. Above his truer self, 9 brilliant stars manifested. This was the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Facing Xiang Mei, Lin Ming couldn't switch out to his true body to fight, nor could he openly use the laws that were well known by Xiang Mei. Otherwise, just relying on the intuitive sense of familiarity that Xiang Mei felt towards Lin Ming, as well the laws that were unique to Lin Ming, how could she not guess his identity? As the 9 stars of the Tao Palace appeared, the strength of Lin Ming's true self rapidly rose. All of this strength was constantly fused into his demon avatar to bolster it. Whoosh! Lin Ming's figure vanished in the void. With overwhelming potential he rushed towards Xiang Mei. His demon body fused with his bone spear, forming a heaven-shattering and earth-sundering divine light. After Lin Ming's demon avatar was fused with the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the intensity of his mortal body could compare with a true divinity spirit treasure. He thrust out his spear towards Xiang Mei, a billowing momentum following it that seemed as if it could pierce through the endless universe. The abyssal laws interwove with the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, spinning together like a river of stars and forming giant black stars that swirled atop the spear shaft. This spear possessed an overwhelming potential and suffocating oppressive force. The surrounding abyssal disciples couldn't help but tremble. They felt that this spear light contained a strength that could devour them whole, and they started to retreat in panic. Even the complexions of many true divinity abyssal elders changed. Facing such a powerful strike, Xiang Mei's eyes burst out with brilliance once more. The dark wings on her back glowed with an icy metallic luster as demon runes bloomed on each one, light stars that floated atop them. Go! Dark wings soared upwards, rapidly folding in to directly welcome Lin Ming's earth-striking blow. Arrogant and filled with incomparable confidence, facing Lin Ming's powerful attack, Xiang Mei only relied on her invincible dark angel wings to meet him. Bang! Dark wings collided with the blinding divine brilliance of Lin Ming's spear light. Like 2 stars crashing together, billions of abyssal runes were annihilated as threads of abyssal laws shattered. This massive impact force caused the Deep King force field to violently rock yet again, as if it would tear apart. As the totem poles that supported the force field had to withstand the pressure, 10,000 demonic spirits seemed to suddenly howl. Demon energy soared to the heavens as shadows rose up, as if a peerless ancient abyssal were reaching through the endless river of time to protect the force field. War drums sounded like thunderbolts, humming in the air. An even more formidable demonic force field strength raged out to stabilize the Deep King force field. However, Lin Ming's attack hadn't yet ended. With a loud shout, Lin Ming activated the power of the Azura blood in his demon avatar's inner world. Thick scales covered his body, and behind his true self, the phantom of an Azura war god emerged. Within this war god phantom's hands, 3 wheels slowly revolved like grinding pans. This was power of the Azura Sutra. Pong! 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 3 wheels shattered, turning into countless runes that fused into Lin Ming's demon avatar's body. All of this occurred within the demon avatar's body, so the many abyssals watching didn't know. At this moment, all these abyssals saw were the muscles of Lin Ming's demon avatar crazily wriggle about. His joints released explosive crackling sounds, and his towering body began to rise once more. The bones and scales on Lin Ming's body became harder and increasingly fierce. A pair of curved horns jutted out from his head. Lin Ming's demon avatar had turned into a ferocious Azura demon. The changes that appeared on his true self were minor, but after manifesting on his demon avatar's body, they became exaggeratedly terrifying. Underneath the pressure of so much strength, many abyssals felt their eyes pop wide open. Higher abyssal body metamorphosis. The abyssal demons were similar to the saints in that certain clans amongst them could undergo body metamorphosis. After metamorphosizing, they would experience a rapid rise in all aspects of strength. The truth was that body metamorphosis wasn't strange, in particular higher abyssals with outstanding levels of talent. This shouldn't have been enough to stir up any interest, but the crux of the issue here was that Lin Ming had already shown far too abnormal a performance just now. An upper Empyrean was able to fight a true divinity-level opponent to equally match with Xianxia. And yet, Lin Ming even used body metamorphosis atop all of that. Heavens! This fellow is simply a monster, an abyssal elder from a small influence said, his voice shaking. The current Lin Ming could no longer be described as being able to defeat a lower true divinity. He might have the strength to fight against a peak lower true divinity. Could he really be able to defeat the holy demoness? The ancient Ian Sect's elder Ian God whispered, his wizened face frozen in place. If one defeated Deep King Road's holy demoness, then they would be able to obtain this number 1 elite of the Dark Abyss, someone that might even control the Abyss in the future. Lin Ming, Xianxia. Both were proud children of heaven, and if they were to dual cultivate, then their cultivation speed would rise to a new level. That time would arrive before long, perhaps even as soon as 100,000 years. At that time, just what heights would they be at? Moreover, if they could pass the abyssal ritual of the demon god's tomb, just what would happen then? Elder Ian God found this hard to imagine. In fact, not only did the abyssals watching the battle atop the platform react with shock, but even Xianxia herself paled. Again! Lin Ming bellowed. He pulled up the black dragon spear, grasping it in both hands and thrusting forwards again. And what this spear stabbed at was Xianxia's pair of dark angel wings. This scene caused Xianxia's abyssal fans to cry out in alarm. The wings of a dark angel were indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful they were, they still had their limits. In other words, Xianxia may not be able to use her wings to block this strike, and if the attack was too great, then her wings might even break. In this critical moment, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with a cold light. She slapped her hands against the void and countless crystalline ice flowers appeared. In that moment she had formed millions of law seals. Each law seal contained the source strength of extreme ice. A freezing atmosphere swept over the world, forming a wall of ice that was thousands of feet high. Deep Ice Domain. After undergoing 9 revolutions of reincarnation, Xianxia's mortal body had reached perfection, and her strength was tens of thousands of times greater than before. She had comprehended the ice laws to the limit, and now she could even freeze and smash apart the great Tao itself. But as Lin Ming's all-shattering spear crashed into the wall, he barraged it with an onslaught of attacks, crushing it apart as if he were breaking down a planet. The bone spear shot out again and again without end. Compared to Xiang Mei, Lin Ming's body was like that of an eagle pouncing on a sparrow. As the ice wall was about to break, Lin Ming grabbed the black dragon spear and thrust forwards one last time. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the ice wall shattered into countless pieces, causing the many abyssals watching to hold their breath. Lin Ming's spear collided against Xiang Mei's black wings. Chi-dash! A grating sound filled the air. Beneath the impact, the bone spear bent like a bow. Xiang Mei used her left arm to prop up her wings, and with her right hand grasped her sword to resist Lin Ming's attack. At this moment, her dark angel wings were now covered in faint rivulets of blood. Heart-shocking blood flowed down from Xiang Mei's black wings, dyeing them with traces of red. Lin Ming's powerful and fierce demon avatar, Xiang Mei's delicate and beautiful figure. The two of them formed a blinding visual contrast. The spear seemed as if it would pierce through Xiang Mei's wings and stab into her body. The many abyssal elders watching this battle were all left dripping with a cold sweat. The black dragon spear had bent into a crescent moon, and Xiang Mei was also forced back to the edge of the light barrier. However, the scene was frozen in this moment. After Lin Ming's strike was weakened by the deep ice domain, less than half of its original strength was left remaining. Finally, it was successfully blocked by Xiang Mei's wings. Its momentum had been ended. Without the impact of energy, it was naturally impossible for the spear to pierce through Xiang Mei's dark angel wings. Lin Ming slightly frowned. In the end, because his true self couldn't appear, then regardless of whether it was the 9 stars of the Dao Palace he used or the Azura blood, if he couldn't display it outwardly and had to funnel the energy through his demon avatar, then there would inevitably be losses. At this moment, a warning signal flared in Lin Ming's mind. He rapidly stepped back in space, hurriedly retreating. Wang! Borrowing the strength of the black dragon spear unbending from its curved form, Lin Ming shot back like an arrow, his speed rapidly reaching the extreme. But during this time, Xiang Mei's bone sword appeared in front of Lin Ming without warning. The bone sword's sword light was even faster than Lin Ming's retreat. Above the sword blade, energy and laws wildly surged. Tens of thousands of rays of light wove together and formed blood-red lotus flowers that seemed to swallow all light. An ordinary and simple sword strike carried with it an unfathomable vastness, a strange power that seemed as if it could pierce through space and crush time. Lin Ming's flesh and skin seemed as if it were already pierced through by this bone sword, making his heart race. And no matter how quickly he drew backwards, the bone sword followed right after like a homing bird. If he slowed even just a bit, then the bone sword would pierce right through his head. Like a sword of judgment that presided over life and death. This came from the life and death laws that Xiang Mei cultivated. A single sword strike, it would not return without severing the soul and life. With a distance of only an inch apart, Lin Ming could feel his protective demon essence pierce through and his forehead already dripping with blood. As this minor wound appeared, Lin Ming could feel his life force slowly fade away, drawn out by the strange bone sword. With the presence of the death laws, all things in existence would wither away, all life would be annihilated. The life force in Lin Ming's body was similarly being swallowed by Xiang Mei's death laws. Her Highness, the Holy Demoness, has used her laws. Many abyssals from Deep King Road began to stir up. Relatively speaking, Xiang Mei's physical strength and abyssal body were weaker. Her speed lay somewhere in the center, and what she excelled in the most were the laws. And for the vast majority of abyssals, their weakest aspects tended to be the laws. In particular for a towering and powerfully built abyssal like Lin Ming. With such a potent bloodline and mighty physical body, it was likely that he had to pay for this with a smaller spiritual C, making it so that perceiving the laws would cost double the effort with half the results. Perhaps from here on out the tides of battle would turn. Many Deep King Road elders were looking forwards to what would happen. In fact, over 95% of the abyssals present hoped that Xiang Mei could win. Xiang Mei had countless legions of fans and they were already accustomed to her awesome talent. As for Lin Ming, the abyssals present only felt envy towards him. Only the ancient Ian sect faintly hoped that Lin Ming would be able to win. If so, Then they could draw closer their relationship with Deep King Road and obtain even more advantages from the demon god's tomb. One running, one chasing. The Deep King Will wasn't large, and because of the confinement of the force field, the space within was small and narrow. However, to Lin Ming and Xiang Mei this wasn't a problem at all, because during the rapid pursuit both of them constantly used the space laws, and thus for them space had already lost all meaning. But no matter how swift or deft Lin Ming was in shuttling through space, Xiang Mei's sword remained locked onto the point between his eyebrows. Holy scripture laws? A bright light sparked in Lin Ming's eyes. Xiang Mei's sword was completely reflected in his deep brown eyes, just like an image in a clear mirror. With a thought, a bloody demonic eye drilled out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, like a rock gushing out of lava. The gaze of this demonic eye carried with it a strange demonic charm, as if it could see through all lies and illusions. Then the gaze of this demonic eye fell upon the bone sword. This demon eye was the fused form of Lin Ming's Davik Eye Dao Palace and 3 live pupils. However, after joining together his true self with his avatar and using the power of demons to transform it, this eye had gained this appearance. Lin Ming already had some understandings into the Holy Scripture laws. Now, beneath the gaze of the demon eye he was able to see everything clearly. The myriad laws atop the bone sword were all perfectly balanced in his vision. Xiang Mei's attainments in the Holy Scripture laws far surpassed Lin Ming's. But that didn't mean Lin Ming couldn't catch up to her. At this moment the technique that Xiang Mei used was completely recorded by Lin Ming's Davik Eye Dao Palace and 3 lives pupils. It branded itself deep into his memory, through his eyes and into his mind. Lin Ming closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, they radiated a blinding divine light that could pierce through all puzzles. By relying on his own understandings as well as the Davik Eye Dao Palace, he could find the most vulnerable point in Xiang Mei's attack. Whoosh! The black dragon spear pierced out once more. The pitch-black spear swelled with roiling flames. Like a roaring bone dragon, it hurtled towards that singular point. The black dragon spear was a divine weapon refined by the Azura Roadmaster. Although it wasn't the weapon used by the Azura Roadmaster's true self, it was still incomparably powerful. This spear drew in the surrounding demon force field, causing thousands of black suns to erupt on the spear point and causing black light to flood through the audience. Zhang! The black dragon spear collided with Xiang Mei's bone sword. Xiang Mei's sword that had recorded the ability to chase after life and death suddenly started to slow down. The Lol runes that lingered upon the blade began to burst apart, instantly shattering into thousands of pieces. Pong! Runes danced in the air, dissipating like night stars fading in the morning skies. Xiang Mei's complexion changed. How was this possible? She never thought that, in this situation, Lin Ming would be able to counterattack and see through her move. She had used the highest laws, so how had he managed to break through them? Was it just a coincidence? Before Xiang Mei could think about what had occurred, Lin Ming's second spear strike came towards her. Zhang! Another collision occurred. This time, Lin Ming didn't choose Xiang Mei's weakest point, but one that was only relatively weak. This was because Xiang Mei's sword potential had already been broken in half in his first spear strike. As for the remaining amount, Lin Ming could calmly deal with it. He didn't need every spear strike to hit her weakest point, because doing so would definitely arouse her suspicions. After all, the Holy Scripture laws weren't easy to see through. Now, Lin Ming didn't want to expose too much of himself, lest Xiang Mei produce too many associations about who he truly was. If Lin Ming couldn't use continuous spear strikes at Xiang Mei's weakest point to break through, then he would use an increasingly wild barrage of attacks instead. Spear after spear. In a moment Lin Ming had already thrust out 100 times. Like flowers in a storm, Xiang Mei felt her arm go numb. She suddenly froze. Pong! More and more runes burst apart in the skies. Xiang Mei's hair wildly danced in the air as her eyebrows pressed tightly together. Lin Ming had taken the initiative against her, and as for her, she actually felt strained. What shocked her the most was that at this point, Lin Ming hadn't used brute force to suppress her, but had used his understandings of the laws. How could this be? Although Lin Ming's following attacks seemed wild and ferocious, the truth was that his attacks avoided the strongest sections of her own. The only difference was that it wasn't as exquisite as his first spear strike. Hum, hum, hum. Crazy and fierce spear strikes stirred up a savage tornado in the middle of the abyssal force field. The wind pressure tore through the air, colliding with the force field and causing it to moan. The hellish pressure released by the two fighters on stage caused some of the weaker abyssal disciples watching to feel pressure. Some of them had no choice but to summon the demon power within them to resist it. Humph! Deep King Rhodes' elder Deep Epic coldly coughed. He raised up his own force field, allowing these weaker abyssal disciples to catch their breath. But at this time, Elder Deep Epic's complexion was considerably ugly. Even being suppressed by the 12 totem poles, this ancient Ian sect's 9th elder was still able to display such might in his attacks. Just where had he come from? If things were to continue like this, then it wouldn't be long before this 9th elder surpassed him in strength. If this 9th elder wished to marry Xianxia, then perhaps that wouldn't be bad at all. The best result would be that Deep King Road would gain yet another top proud elite of heaven. In the future, this 9th elder could stand by Xianxia and the two could dominate the abyss. But the crux of the issue was, could he be of the same mind as Xianxia? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Elder Deep Epic's mind. And at this time atop the stage, Lin Ming had already occupied the winning side. The Black Dragon Spear continued in an unstoppable offensive, an onslaught that flowed forwards like liquid mercury. As for Xianxia, she was forced to retreat again and again, and the life and death laws atop her sword light had already been scattered by Lin Ming. Kacha! Life and death runes shattered, causing a rain of light to fall from the skies. Xianxia had condensed the Holy Scripture laws onto her sword. Now with her sword strike broken by Lin Ming, the Black Dragon Spear continued to push forwards, thrusting straight towards the point between Xianxia's eyebrows. Xianxia had already been forced into a dead end of the Deep King force field without any way to retreat. And the powerful energy that Lin Ming released also locked down the surrounding void so that the space laws couldn't be used. In this moment, Lin Ming suddenly slapped the Black Dragon Spear in his hands, crazily pouring demon energy into it. A bone dragon formed from demon energy formed on the ferocious spear shaft. It wildly roared and hurtled towards Xianxia with unstoppable momentum, wanting to swallow her whole. In this critical moment, many abyssals cried out in alarm. Some even thought that Xianxia might perish beneath the strike, a fragrant jade that would shatter to pieces. After all, the scene occurring on the stage of battle was like a massive demonic flame about to burn away an exquisite feather. Strong against weak, hideous against beautiful. This intense visual impact shocked the mind. This 9th elder of the ancient Ian sect was too terrifying. In front of him, even the invincible Xianxia seemed delicate. Who dash? Who dash? Who dash? Demonic flames rolled upwards. In that instant, Xianxia closed her eyes. She no longer dodged, and nor could she. Between her eyes, the 9-petal lotus flower mark began to spin. A faint source of energy began to appear from within, as if a world was being bred within it. Time came to a standstill. Just as the fierce dragon spear was 3 inches away from the point between Xianxia's eyebrows, a brilliant black demonic light burst out, weaving together into a massive lotus flower pattern. Every flower petal seemed to form its own small world, each one filled with birth and destruction. Xianxia's grand reincarnation art was far more thorough than Lin Ming's. After this lotus flower formed, every flower petal had condensed the power of desire and hope from each one of Xianxia's reincarnations. The 9-revolution lotus flower spinning, this was the same as 9 Xianxias striking out together. Kacha! The Black Dragon Spear thrust into the heart of the 9-revolution red lotus. The spear shaft curved, but it wasn't able to go any further. Then, Xianxia moved. That strange and mysterious bone sword fused into her arms. Xianxia's 5 slender fingers gathered together as she thrust an arm towards Lin Ming's chest. With the bone sword entering her body, sword and man had become one. Xianxia's sword fingers directly shattered the roiling demonic flames that surrounding Lin Ming. That bone dragon gave a screeching howl before it burst apart. Xianxia's fingers were bathed in the light of the 9-revolution red lotus. Lin Ming's heart shook, and he quickly withdrew the demon power he sent out through the demon avatar before storming backwards. However, Xiang Mei's sword fingers were too fast. They instantly pierced through the void and shot past Lin Ming's protective demon essence, soon about to penetrate his body. Even though Lin Ming's demon avatar had an incredibly intense mortal body, it would still suffer heavy losses if pierced through by these sword fingers. This was because Xiang Mei's sword fingers wouldn't simply pierce through him, but the terrifying strength and laws contained within them would also have to be withstood by his body. If that were to occur, victory and defeat would be settled. In that spark of time, Lin Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest, using the bone blades on his elbows to resist Xiang Mei's attack. Kacha! The sword point struck the edge of Lin Ming's elbow bone blades. On Lin Ming's arms, the 3-foot-long bone blades shattered into pieces. The sword fingers continued without stopping, piercing through Lin Ming's scales and passing through his right arm. But relying on this brief resistance, Lin Ming also changed the trajectory of the sword fingers. The sword light finally shot into Lin Ming's left shoulder. Blood shot out. Lin Ming grimaced. The strength contained in these sword fingers wasn't simple at all. It included the life and death laws. The strength of the sword fingers broke into his body and turned into sword energy. This sword energy was able to grow continuously, and it recklessly shredded apart the energy within Lin Ming's body. Even so, this sword energy didn't weaken much. This naturally originated from the laws of life. At the same time, the sword energy was incredibly tyrannical, absorbing Lin Ming's vitality with overbearing might as it exhausted his blood and withered his muscles. The life and death laws were used together. If an ordinary abyssal were to be touched by just a little bit of this strength, they would have likely lost all combat efficiency. Even Lin Ming felt severe pain rack his body. The meridians within his body became disorderly, as if all of them were about to break apart. His body was sent rapidly tumbling backwards 1,000 feet beneath the force of impact. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Ming struck the light barrier of the Deep King force field, causing it to violently tremble. Lin Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Grabbing the Black Dragon Spear, his giant body plummeted onto the Deep King wheel. Gudong! The Deep King wheel wildly shook. Lin Ming lifted his head upwards. He never thought that while Xiang Mei was being pressed backwards so much she would still be capable of using such a move. However, Xiang Mei, who had seemed like an otherworldly fairy, had also paled slightly. It was obvious that it hadn't been easy for her to use the strength of 9 reincarnations just now. Did the grand reincarnation art also have such an effect? To condense the power of will and hope from 9 reincarnations and seal it between the eyebrows, and then have it erupt at the same time, the strength that could be released was several times that of usual. This was an extremely terrifying move. Lin Ming's grand reincarnation art was one that he perceived himself and not the original that was created by the master of the Holy Scripture. Thus, it had extreme differences with Xiang Mei's version. Even so, Lin Ming was well aware that the grand reincarnation art was incredibly difficult. And the 8th and 9th revolution would be even more so. The reason Xiang Mei could transform so much and fight a lower true divinity with her Empyrean limit cultivation, this was likely due to her being able to complete the 9th revolution of the grand reincarnation art. In terms of the Holy Scripture laws, Xiang Mei could be called someone that had reached the pinnacle. But Lin Ming's Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra veered off in opposite directions. One focused on the inner universe and one focused on the outer universe. Compared to Xiang Mei, who strode down a single path, Lin Ming was naturally behind her. Lin Ming didn't know Xiang Mei's exact age, but he could estimate that she was probably tens of thousands of years old. For her to arrive at this step with her age, this meant she had a chance of coming close to the boundary of those like the Immortal Sovereign and Azura Roadmaster in the future. However, as Lin Ming as astonished, so was Xiang Mei. That 9 revolution Red Lotus she used just now was one of her ultimate killing moves. Once she used it, even a lower true divinity abyssal might die. This was not being defeated or wounded, but possibly being killed. Xiang Mei didn't want to reveal such a technique on the stage, but Lin Ming was simply far too formidable. With her not being able to gain an upper hand after using her previous moves, she could only use this one. She didn't think that this move would be able to grievously wound Lin Ming. She only wanted to use it to ensure victory. But the result was that after this strike, nothing seemed to have happened to Lin Ming at all. He immediately stood up. Moreover, Xiang Mei's perception was connected to the sword energy she sent out. She felt that the originally endlessly growing sword energy that should have been able to swallow Lin Ming's vitality was in turn swallowed by him instead. Within Lin Ming's body there seemed to be some black vortex that could tear apart all. It slowly annihilated her strength, and even the highest laws of the Holy Scripture were slowly undone. How had he done this? As she recalled Lin Ming breaking apart her life-reaping sword, Xiang Mei felt increasingly in disbelief of what had occurred. This higher abyssal had actually managed to achieve such a boundary in the perception of laws. Was this because of his talent, or was it perhaps related to that eye between his eyebrows? Xiang Mei couldn't imagine just what sort of bloodline could be heaven-defying to such a degree. Not only was Xiang Mei shocked, but the elders of Deep King Road were also restless. They all knew how potent Xiang Mei's final 9 revolution Red Lotus was. Even Elder Deep Epic would have to be careful facing such a strike. Yet Lin Ming had blocked it. This fellow not only reached the pinnacle in strength and speed, but he even defied all common reasoning in the laws. This was simply incomprehensible. And at this time, something left the abyssals watching even more speechless. From the wounds on Lin Ming's arm and shoulder, the muscles began to wriggle. The demon avatar was beginning to reveal its fearsome defensive and regenerative capabilities. Xiang Mei's sword fingers had contained the power of will and hope of 9 reincarnations. If an ordinary abyssal were to touch just a little of it, they would fall over dead. Yet Lin Ming was actually beginning to slowly restore his body. This was too ridiculous. Xiang Mei's eyes widened and a serious pressure fell over her heart. She had a premonition that this battle would be incomparably difficult, and there was even a chance that she could lose. And if she lost, then didn't that mean she would have to dual cultivate with this monster? Thinking of this, Xiang Mei's stomach tumbled as if she wanted to vomit. Even though she felt something special about Lin Ming, even though there was a strange connection she sensed, she absolutely couldn't accept sharing a bed with this monster. To her, this was as bad as being killed. For a time, the atmosphere on stage turned solemn. All the abyssals had fallen silent. Lin Ming and Xiang Mei stood apart from each other, their gazes steady. Lin Ming's mortal body began to slowly regenerate. The abyssal's presence stared blankly on as Lin Ming's arm wound nearly stitched itself back together, and they couldn't sit still anymore. What is Her Highness the Holy Demoness doing? How come she's not doing anything and is just watching that fellow's body repair itself? What use is there in talking about any sort of martial arts honor? Then again, this was a fair battle to begin with, and that 9th elder was injured by the Holy Demoness, so attacking him while he's down is completely justified. So how come the Holy Demoness hasn't attacked? A young abyssal anxiously asked. Most of the abyssals here were Xiang Mei's supporters, and only a few of them wished that Lin Ming could win. It isn't that Her Highness the Holy Demoness doesn't wish to attack, but that she cannot attack. The Holy Demoness consumed a considerable amount of energy just now. So how could she fight again so soon? An older abyssal said. By this point, the battle had reached a burning hot stage. Lin Ming and Xiang Mei's battle just now had exchanged wound for wound. If they continued to fight, if this battle became any more brutal, then there would be dire combat techniques that came out next, such as someone burning their source soul force or blood essence as the price for greater strength. And in this competition, this sort of behavior was against the rules. After all, this was only a mere comparison of skills to begin with and not a life or death slaughter. Any moves that caused permanent losses or where both sides were forced to perish together were forbidden. Because if one person used such a technique, then everyone else would too, and the gains simply weren't worth the losses. As the older abyssal spoke, everyone looked towards Xiang Mei. At this time, a continuously growing strength rose up within her, slowly supplementing her strength. Just now she had used her 9 revolution Red Lotus, fusing together the power of hope and desire from 9 reincarnations. This was tantamount to 9 Xiang Mei's attack together, and thus the amount of demon power that she consumed was 9 times that of her all-out attack. If an ordinary martial artist or abyssal were to use such an attack, then they would nearly exhaust themselves to nothing. However, Xiang Mei had only slightly paled and her strength was slowly recovering. This was because with the power of life from the Holy Scripture laws, Xiang Mei's blood vitality and physical strength were able to last much longer and restore themselves faster than those of a martial artist of the same level. As this scene fell into the eyes of the abyssals present, they were all numb with amazement. Lin Ming's regenerative abilities were astonishing, but so were Xiang Mei's. Lin Ming and Xiang Mei, they were nothing but two monsters. Not only did they possess terrifying strength, laws, and speed, but their endurance was also at abnormal levels. If one wished to fight against such freaks, then one couldn't have any weakness at all, because these two had no weakness and any weakness one possessed would become the reason for defeat. In the entire dark abyss, just who would dare compete with them? I will not lose here. Xiang Mei glared at Lin Ming, her icy eyes shimmering. Whoever could defeat her at the same boundary could dual cultivate with her. These were words spoken by her own mouth and confirmed by Deep King Road. It was impossible for her to go back on her words. She didn't wish to compromise with Lin Ming, and compromise was likely useless to begin with. She could only put forth everything she had in this battle and use the endlessly growing strength within her body to drain Lin Ming dry of strength. And coincidentally, Lin Ming also had such a plan. Xiang Mei's killing move was the 9 Revolution Red Lotus, and this was something that Lin Ming simply wasn't able to deal with right now. Once they fought, then he would surely be injured. The only positive part of this was that Xiang Mei couldn't utilize this move multiple times because it consumed too much energy. Thus, Lin Ming prepared to use his strength to outlast Xiang Mei and achieve victory in the end. Lin Ming knew that Xiang Mei had the laws of life to rely on. But Lin Ming was even more confident in what he relied on, because he still had his true self within his demon avatar. Lin Ming couldn't use his true self to fight. Thus he couldn't do anything to Xiang Mei right now because he couldn't display his peak strength. However, Lin Ming's true self resided in his demon avatar's inner world and he could continuously transmit strength into his avatar's body. In terms of endurance, who could compete with him? This was the same as two fighting against one. Moreover, the two of them had abnormal levels of endurance. As long as the fight continued at a steady pace, then he would emerge victorious in the end. After an incense stick of time passed, Lin Ming could feel that his wounds had more or less healed. Then he moved. When he moved this time, he didn't even use the black dragon spear, but simply punched out with his fist. His fist was like a meteor, thundering down onto Xiang Mei's chest. Wang! 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 Abyssal laws condensed into a vortex of runes around Lin Ming's fist, forming an all-swallowing black hole. Several blood dragons rushed out from this black hole, roaring and snapping their jaws at Xiang Mei. Each of these blood dragons contained the power of swallowing. In truth, they were similar to famine's tentacles. Swallowing laws? All of the abyssals watching could see this clearly. In the dark abyss, only a small minority of higher abyssals could grasp this tyrannical and overbearing law which allowed one to swallow the strength of others for one's own use, to swallow the flesh and blood of others as one's own nourishment. This was an extremely cruel and evil law, one envied by all abyssals. This brat, how can he understand the swallowing laws? Everything good has been taken by him. At this time, no one doubted Lin Ming's bloodline. For him to possess the swallowing laws was well within reason, because the swallowing laws were one of the signs of a higher abyssal. Facing these blood dragon tentacles, Xiang Mei didn't dodge. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed together and the sword in her hands came slashing down, severing all the tentacles. See, sword light radiated outwards. Blood flew out into the air. Xiang Mei had already planned to engage Lin Ming in a battle of endurance. Thus, she naturally wouldn't let go of any chances to exchange attacks with him. She believed that with her laws supporting her, she would eventually be the one to persist until the end. Lin Ming was truly abnormal, but in this aspect he might not be able to compare with her. Moreover, when comparing endurance, the truth was that it was also a battle of willpower. If one possessed great willpower, this often allowed them to surpass their own limits. Xiang Mei was confident in her own willpower, because no matter what she could not lose this battle. She no longer had an escape path left open to her. She didn't dare to imagine herself being pressed down beneath the gigantic body of this abyssal, and just how disgusting and stomach-wrenching that would be. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The intense collision stirred up raging waves of energy and caused the light barrier of the Deep King force field to violently tremble. In a breath of time, Lin Ming and Xiang Mei exchanged over 100 moves. They fought speed with speed and didn't pause their onslaught against each other. They tried to preserve as much strength even as they tried to use up their opponent's strength. This was a short but furious battle that was extremely taxing on their energy. At this time, both Xiang Mei and Lin Ming naturally discovered each other's plans. They had come up with the same idea to win. Xiang Mei's eyes lit up with blazing fighting intent and the corners of her lips curved up in a smile. And while Lin Ming's eyes remained indifferent, his heart was filled with confidence. They both brimmed with confidence because they both believed in their secret cards that gave them endurance. As the fight heated up, it became increasingly intense and savage. Many abyssals only saw a great storm rise up within the Deep King force field. But as for the exact process of the fight, none of them were able to clearly see what was occurring. They are comparing endurance. It seems that the difference in strength between the two of them is too minor, so neither can do anything to the other. Thus they have decided to use time to settle victory and defeat. An abyssal elder said on the side of Deep King Road. Her Highness the Holy Demoness possesses a horrifying level of endurance. Let alone abyssals at the same level, even true divinity level abyssals might not be able to compare with her. But her opponent is also a monster. From him it seems anything is possible. Her Highness the Holy Demoness might not be able to win, another elder of Deep King Road said. In Deep King Road, the status of the members present was decided by strength. This elder's status was below Xiang Mei's. Thus when he spoke of her he had to use a respectful tone. But at this time Deep Epic chuckled. He said, "The battle has already gone this far, and I'm beginning to see things differently. Perhaps losing might not be a bad thing at all." "Oh? You are meaning?" The ancient Ian sect doesn't know where the ninth elder comes from either. After this battle we will look up more information on him. The truth is that if the Holy Demoness doesn't marry for the rest of her life, that isn't a plan at all. Although she might not care about it, her bloodline is so excellent. If it isn't inherited by her descendants, then wouldn't it just be wasted? We have to find a way to marry her off. And if my Deep King Road's Holy Demoness were to marry, then if we look through the entire Dark Abyss, just who can match up with her? This ninth elder came out of nowhere, and although I might not like him too much, I have to acknowledge that he is the best possible candidate. As Deep Epic spoke, the other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was true. In their eyes Lin Ming was truly an indisputable top choice. The Dark Abyss was a land that revered powerhouses above all. And if a higher abyssal like Lin Ming wished to choose someone to marry, then there would be countless abyssal women who would desperately flock to him. In the abyss, powerful and rugged abyssals, those with towering and thick builds, if they possessed enough strength, then they were far more welcomed than the pretty and handsome male incubuses amongst the succubus demon race. And Lin Ming's strength, his ferocious and bulging muscles, all of that was perfectly aligned with this point. However, they never imagined that Xiang Mei was simply unable to accept the aesthetic sense of the abyssal demons. She absolutely could not. On the Deep King Wheel, Lin Ming and Xiang Mei's battle continued. The two of them maintained their extreme speed. Every time they exchanged moves was like a collision of planets. Xiang Mei's wings stretched out. Howling gales wrapped around her body, her figure drifting in an unpredictably bizarre fashion. Whoosh! The black dragon spear cut through the void, savagely tearing towards Xiang Mei's chest and piercing through. In that moment, the hearts of many abyssals tightened. But in the next moment that Xiang Mei vanished, leaving behind only the black dragon spear. It had been nothing more than an afterimage. The true Xiang Mei had already appeared behind Lin Ming. Her sword came falling down, sword light recklessly gushing out like a black tide, tumbling and roaring. In that instant, from within the inner world of Lin Ming's demon avatar, the heretical god tree appeared. The air filled with demonic energy as a bone tree drilled towards the heavens. Demonic fire and thunder howled out, tainted with the power of demons as it welcomed the turbulent sword light. Bang! The sword light and Lin Ming's demon power exploded and vanished together. Lin Ming didn't even turn his head. The black dragon spear came roaring out behind, the spear point drawing a full moon as he struck out in a circle. Xianxia's body was blown away like a flower petal by this horrific strength. Her protective demon essence violently shook, and she couldn't help but gather her wings together to resist Lin Ming's strike. Whoosh! Beneath the tremendous impact force, Xianxia was sent hurtling away like a meteor. She crashed into the Deep King force field's light barrier. But, before the Abyssals watching could even cry out in alarm, her figure instantly disappeared. And in the next moment the black dragon spear struck the area Xianxia had just vanished from. A terrifying explosion rang out once more. The fierce intensity of this battle left the Abyssals watching dizzy with wonder. Most of the Abyssals present were simply unable to see the fighting process between Xianxia and Lin Ming. Only the constantly shivering Deep King force field and the flashes of shadows all around the light barrier reminded them just how cruel and savage this battle was. Time marched on. 2 hours, 4 hours. This intense fight continued for all this time without a single chance for anyone to catch their breath. Every move was met head-on with equally terrifying resilience. Lin Ming and Xianxia both relied on their potent restorative abilities to continue this battle. As time passed, Xianxia felt more and more alarmed. This battle had indeed gone as she had expected. It beat on with a rhythm of dragging on the battle, with both parties being drained of energy. But although this was the process she expected, it might not be the result she expected. Lin Ming's endurance was simply far too dreadful. If anyone were to consume energy at such a rate, then let alone an Empyrean-level abyssal, even a true divinity might have already been completely exhausted, like a dried-up oil lamp. But Lin Ming was able to continue onwards, even becoming increasingly brutal as the battle raged on. Xianxia's strength, on the other hand, was being weakened. Although the Holy Scripture laws were heaven-defying, the so-called endlessly growing still had its limits. If the battle continued like this, then the first one to fall over might be herself. Xianxia's speed had already slowed down. This scene fell into the eyes of all the Abyssals watching. In terms of endurance, Deep King Road's holy demoness was unexpectedly losing to the ancient Xianxia's ninth elder. Endurance was an important aspect of a martial artist's strength. In truth, from the very start, from feeling alone, Lin Ming consumed more energy than Xianxia did. This was because in terms of his size, the might of his moves, all of it used more strength than Xianxia. Even so, the first one who wouldn't be able to persist was Xianxia. See? Another ray of sword light slashed down towards Lin Ming before being scattered by his strength. The moment the sword light shattered, the black dragon spear in Lin Ming's hands thrust out like a viper, straight towards Xianxia's left rib. This was an extremely tricky attack angle. However, Xianxia didn't dodge. Her left wing suddenly spread out and cut down at the black dragon spear. Kacha! The sound of a fierce collision rang out. From the surface of the black dragon spear, chips of bone scattered out. But Xianxia's left wing had nearly been pierced through by the black dragon spear, and was now dripping with blood. In that moment Lin Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. Xianxia had relied on nearly just the strength of her mortal body to resist this strike, and didn't use her demon power at all. Otherwise her wing wouldn't have been torn by his spear strike. But then, Xianxia stretched out her arm and grabbed hold of the black dragon spear. Her delicate and exquisite jade-white arm wrapped around the thick black dragon spear, clasping the shaft right beneath her arm. Ka-ka-ka-ka. All around Xianxia the void shattered. An ice phoenix howled out and threw itself onto the black dragon spear. For a time, the black dragon spear began to rapidly freeze over, and as for Lin Ming who was gripping it, he suddenly paused. Cold energy recklessly rushed into Lin Ming's body from all directions. Xianxia had released her deep ice force field once more, but this time the force field had been reduced to the smallest area possible. All of it compressed onto Lin Ming's body. Without a doubt, she was risking everything on this move. From between Xianxia's eyebrows, the 9 revolutions red lotus began to shine brilliantly. The void seemed to overlap and shiver. The revolving lotus flower once again manifested into 9 revolutions of worlds. When these worlds were joined together, one could see mountains and rivers within them, plants and beasts and birds, a million, a billion lives being born and destroyed. Within each world sat a cross-legged Xianxia. This was the power of hope and desire of Xianxia's 9 reincarnations. The 9 Xianxias gathered their hands together in prayer, their expressions one of supreme reverence. In that moment, their power of hope and desire gathered together, forming a golden river of stars that crashed down atop Lin Ming. Was this the final move? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Xianxia didn't hesitate to suffer injuries in order to seal away his movement. All of this was in order to keep him at a close distance where she could use the 9 revolutions Red Lotus to engage in a final showdown with him. This was because she had discovered that, in terms of endurance, she might not be able to overcome him. This time, seeing the 9 revolutions of worlds form into sword light that slashed down on him, Lin Ming's heart and mind were as still as water. From his inner world, the blood of Azura began to burn. Even Lin Ming's 3 avatars of essence, energy, and divine poured their strength into the demon avatar without reserve. A blinding radiance burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. In his inner world, the Azura wheel was fused with and covered by the power of demons. Then, the Azura wheel turned into a giant demon wheel that rose up from behind Lin Ming. Wild demon power filled the air. A peerless demon appeared, slowly pushing the wheel forwards. This was the demon phantom formed by the Azura phantom. The wheel contained thousands and millions of great demons roaring within. Inside, there was also the flesh and blood essence of the totem-level abyssal demon, Famine. As this demon wheel revolved, Lin Ming used both his hands and pushed outwards. Lin Ming had poured all of his strength into this demon wheel, and now it welcomed Xianxia's 9 revolutions Red Lotus. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The demon will cut down onto the 9 revolutions Red Lotus. Celestial bodies would be grinded apart by it, and even the river of time seemed to shake. During this fierce collision, the power of hope and desire from 9 reincarnations and the great demon will began to wear away at each other. The strength of all laws, every ray of light, space and time, beneath the impact of these 2 great strengths, everything seemed to stir up, forming visible beams of energy that fell down upon the Deep King Force Field in torrents. The Deep King Force Field's light barrier wildly shook. Because of the extended battle, the energy saved within the 12 totem poles was insufficient. Underneath this final impact, the Deep King Force Field wasn't able to withstand the enormous destructive force, and a tiny gap was ripped open. Pong! 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 From all over the force field, the abyssal phantoms that covered the array formation's light barrier began to explode together. Beams of law lights gathered together, shooting out from Deep King Force Field and recklessly spraying outwards. These light beams were energy blades formed by the collision of Lin Ming and Xianxia. Each one possessed a terrifying penetrating force, destroying wherever it went. "Be careful!" an abyssal cried out in alarm. To some of the weaker abyssals, any one of these light beams could easily pierce through them and take their lives. The younger abyssals quickly retreated, even taking out their weapons to fend off these light beams. But at this time, the true divinity-level elders actually stepped forwards. They summoned protective shields of demon power that blocked all the light beams. They actually drained dry the energy from the totem poles. "This is just defying the heavens." Deep Epic frowned. The Deep King Force Field was the sex-stabilizing array formation of Deep King Road. With Lin Ming and Xianxia's strength, they shouldn't have been able to break through it. However, they had actually managed to forcefully exhaust the energy contained in the array formation. At this time within the array formation, Lin Ming and Xianxia were in the center of the collision, both of them covered in blood. Xianxia's clothes were torn in numerous places. Her battle armor was broken and her long hair fluttered wildly about her. And Lin Ming was in an even more tragic state. His chest was smothered in blood. The 9 revolutions Red Lotus had been broken apart by the demon wheel, but as the 2 halves passed by him it nearly split him in half. Although Lin Ming's wounds were heavier, he actually had more strength remaining. This was because within the inner world of Lin Ming's demon avatar, His true self and his 3 avatars were continuously supplying the demon avatar with energy. This was the source of Lin Ming's trump card. But in comparison, because Xianxia had already consumed a great deal of energy and the 9 revolutions red lotus she used once more, her face was already pale white. She had used up all her strength. Lin Ming roared out and grasped the black dragon spear. From beneath Xianxia's arm, the black dragon spear crazily shook. Kacha! The cold ice that froze over the shaft of the black dragon spear shattered, and even the bone armor atop the spear began to burst apart. Lin Ming violently dragged out the spear, pulling the black dragon spear out from the wreckage of broken ice and bone. Xianxia's delicate eyebrows pressed together and a trace of blood dripped from the corners of her lips. The black dragon spear had been pulled out from beneath her right arm, and because of the shattered bone cutting her as it was pulled out, her right side was covered in blood. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The power of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace boiled over from within him as he suddenly pierced out the spear. The spear point continued to tremble as the power of laws billowed outwards, shooting forth like a river of stars and releasing a terrifying brilliance that submerged Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils shrank. At this moment she could feel death approach. This scene was fixed in the eyes of those watching for eternity. The light of laws that danced in the air was like faded flower petals fluttering downwards. As for Xianxia shrouded in light, she was a black butterfly that had transformed into a fairy maiden. Her long hair danced about her and she barely managed to use her still movable left wing as a shield. Beneath this black wing, Xianxia's peerless looks were as cold and arrogant as a mountain of ice. Her eyes weren't focused on the spear that thrust towards her with cold brilliance, but the approaching Lin Ming's face. In her bright pupils, the image of Lin Ming was clearly reflected. This sight seemed to touch something in Lin Ming's heart. Just as the black dragon spear was about to stab into the point between Xianxia's eyebrows, Lin Ming turned his arm, changing the trajectory of the spear slightly so that it passed Xianxia's cheek and turned out instead. Puff! Lin Ming's spear light stabbed into the Deep King force field's light barrier. The Deep King force field had originally been exhausted of energy and was now no longer capable of resisting Lin Ming's strike. The black dragon spear directly pierced through it. Ka-ka-ka. Atop the barrier of light, cracks began to spread out like a spider web, proliferating at a rapid pace. In a mere moment, the egg-like light barrier burst apart. Energy fell down like rain, sprinkling down onto the world like the endless stars glittering in the skies. And in the inexhaustible rain of light, Lin Ming and Xianxia stood in the void. The black dragon spear's point was only 3 inches away from Xianxia's beautiful face, where it cut off a strand of her black hair. Time came to a standstill. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming, an indescribable look emerging in her eyes. She had been defeated. In a frontal battle, she had actually been defeated by a higher abyssal who had a lower cultivation than she did. This truth was hard for her to accept. At this moment, an inexplicable feeling began to rise up in her heart. This abyssal that held the spear in front of her left her confused and muddled. Although he was close, she couldn't see through him at all. After the Deep King force field exploded and while the rain of light was still silently falling, all around the battlefield the entire audience had fallen silent. The winner and loser of this battle was already clear to all. In that last spear strike, if Lin Ming hadn't held back then Xianxia wouldn't even be able to stand there right now. He won. He really won? The elders and disciples of the ancient Ian sect felt as if they were living a dream. Within the dark abyss, Deep King Road's holy demoness was no different from a living legend. But now that living legend had been beaten by an elder of their ancient Ian sect, and this elder had even jumped ranks to do so. Did this mean that their ancient Ian sect would develop a relationship of marriage with Deep King Road? As the disciples of the ancient Ian sect thought of the numerous rumors concerning Deep King Road's holy demoness, and as they recalled the countless higher abyssals that chased after her, they couldn't help but gulp. While they admired and envied Lin Ming at the same time, they felt that everything that just occurred was too fantastical. But as for the other small influences around the ancient Ian sect, they were so envious that their eyes turned red. However, none of them dared to speak out at this time. In the dark abyss, strength was the ultimate deterrence. Lin Ming had already proven his own strength. As long as he didn't perish then, in the future his accomplishments would even surpass those of Xianxia. Facing such a ruthless person, who dared make snide remarks. In fact, the abyssals that taunted Lin Ming before began to feel weak at heart. They were all afraid that Lin Ming would remember their taunts. Her Highness the Holy Demoness really lost. A Deep King Road elder said with deep emotion, unsure of what feeling was in his heart. There was a bit of loss but also a bit of expectation. Who could say what would happen in the future? What do we do? An elder asked Deep Epic. Deep Epic waved his hand, saying, we do what we have to do, and that is naturally to conduct the grand dual cultivation ceremony. But this matter needs to be reported to the higher-ups. The sovereign is secretive in his movements, a dragon that cannot be seen, so the report shouldn't be for him. Instead, report this matter to the great elder. In Deep King Road, above Deep Epic was an upper true divinity level abyssal elder. Besides Deep, this elder could be called the highest authority of Deep King Road. On the Deep King Wheel, the dense rain of light subsided. From all around, many of the surrounding disciples and elders of the abyssal influences had yet to respond. Then, many abyssals began to quietly discuss amongst themselves. To them, this scene was a dream they never would have imagined. Those from Deep King Road, are you ready to announce the end of the match? At this time the great elder of the ancient Ian sect stood up, drawing the gaze of many nearby abyssals. Without a doubt, the ancient Ian sect had been able to feel proud and overjoyed, and even earned a great deal of face in front of everyone. There were many elders of large influences present who coveted the status of the ancient Ian sect. As they looked at Ian God, their complexions were filled with envy and unwillingness. The Deep King Road elder responsible for overseeing the competition awkwardly coughed. Then, he stepped onto the Deep King Wheel and loudly announced, the battle has ended. The victor is the 9th elder of the ancient Ian sect. The stag remained silent. Many abyssals discovered that even until now, they didn't know what the name of this ancient Ian sect's 9th elder was. Then, concerning marriage, I believe that everyone from Deep King Road will not forget, right? Ian God spoke out once more, looking towards the elders of Deep King Road before glancing over at Xianxia. At this time, the elders of Deep King Road all had various emotions written on their faces, and as for Xianxia, her complexion was paler than normal. In Lin Ming's last strike, because of the laws Lin Ming used, the strangely familiar aura, and finally Lin Ming suddenly holding back, a weird feeling began to surge in her heart. This was something that tickled her mind, yet she wasn't able to place a finger on it. For a time, Xianxia thought she wanted to understand just where this strange feeling originated from. But after hearing Elder Ian God's words, everything she felt towards Lin Ming suddenly disappeared. In her pupils, Lin Ming's demonic incarnation was reflected in them. This fierce black monster had shattered scales all over his body, and the 2 bone blades that jutted out from his elbows had broken off. His entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed that his injured were far more serious than her own. At this time, his dark brown eyes were also gazing back at her. By now, Lin Ming had already undone the Azura body metamorphosis and had returned to a normal size. Of course, this was in comparison to the life forms of the 33 heavens. He was still towering and thickly built, and even though Xianxia was tall herself, she only reached just below Lin Ming's chest. Xianxia simply found this hard to accept, that this monster had defeated her and would soon obtain her. Ha ha ha! At this time, Elder Deep Epic laughed and his foots came hurrying forwards. He appeared atop the Deep King Wheel, right between Lin Ming and Xianxia. What Elder Ian God said is correct. Since your sect's 9th elder has won, then we will naturally fulfill our side of the promise, and allow our Deep King Road's holy demoness to marry your 9th elder in a grand dual cultivation ceremony. Elder Deep Epic readily agreed, causing the elders of smaller influences to be startled. As for the younger abyssals, they were despondent upon hearing this. Even if Xianxia didn't marry Lin Ming, they were clearly aware that it still wouldn't be their turn. But, upon knowing that the most perfect goddess in the entire dark abyss would be ravaged by such a towering and ferocious abyssal demon, they still found this somewhat hard to accept. This sort of feeling was like seeing the most perfect thing in existence being polluted. As for Xianxia, her eyelids jumped up as she heard Elder Deep Epic's words. She looked at Lin Ming but didn't speak. However, the light in her eyes clearly turned much colder. Elder Deep Epic is truly refreshing. Ian God laughed. Then, tomorrow my ancient Ian sect will prepare a dowry gift to settle this marriage. How about it? Haha. Elder Ian God is too courteous. We can discuss this wedding further, after all. This must be a grand occasion for all of us. Elder Deep Epic didn't oppose Lin Ming marrying Xianxia. In his opinion, this would also be something beneficial to Deep King Road. Then, about the date of this marriage ceremony. Elder Ian God continued to say, what he planned was to publicly confirm a marriage date so that they could avoid future nights of headaches. Although Lin Ming had seemingly appeared from nowhere, and his victory of Xianxia had left all the abyssals bewildered, in the end Lin Ming was still an elder of their ancient Ian sect. If the ancient Ian sect could use Lin Ming to climb the big tree that was Deep King Road, then Elder Ian God would absolutely love for this to occur. After all, the ancient Ian sect had suffered crisis after crisis and countless influences were eyeing them, waiting for them to break apart so that they could be replaced. Haha, Elder Ian God is quite impatient. However, there is still some time until the demon god's tomb opens, so if we do hold the dual cultivation ceremony before then, although it may be a bit hastily done, I don't see any reason why we can't. Deep Epic rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Ming. According to any logical reasoning, it would be best for Lin Ming to emerge from the demon god's tomb before the grand dual cultivation ceremony was held, since the demon god's tomb was filled with dangers and anything could happen within. However, in Deep Epic's view, a peerless genius like Lin Ming would likely have a ridiculously tough life. At the very least, nothing should happen to him in the demon god's tomb. If they could hold the grand dual cultivation ceremony ahead of time, then this would be proof that Deep King Road trusted Lin Ming, and this would help them strengthen their relationship with Lin Ming in the future. Deep Epic and Ian God continued to agree with each other, seeming as if they would almost put the marriage on today's agenda. And by this time, Xianxia finally found it hard to remain calm. If she didn't say anything then she feared that within several days, she would have to marry Lin Ming in front of all these abyssals. It just so happened that, because of the demon god's tomb, all of the influences that were connected to Deep King Road had gathered here. All of them had been sent written invitations. She sent a sound transmission to Lin Ming. I must speak with you. What is there to talk about? Lin Ming glanced at Xianxia. Seeing her pale face, a strange feeling stirred in his heart. This was an extremely complex feeling, one that seemed to originate from dark feelings, from the pleasure of taking revenge. But inevitably, it also came from Lin Ming's unclear feelings about Xianxia. Lin Ming's deepest impression of Xianxia had been her cold and callous actions as she took his eternal soul and left. But, when he had lost his strength and was completely dried up, on the verge of death, it was in that moment that he felt the warmth and fullness brought about by Xianxia's source soul force and life essence. If it weren't for those things she left him, then he wouldn't have been able to understand the samsara of life and death before he perished, and he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the grand reincarnation art and slowly restore himself. Xianxia gave Lin Ming a life-saving grace. However, Lin Ming couldn't clearly see through her actions or reasons. This caused Lin Ming to subconsciously be on guard against her, not trusting her, but also caring for her. Because of his actions and the upcoming promise of dual cultivation, Xianxia was unable to maintain the cold arrogance of her heart. Instead, she nervous and panicked due to the upcoming agreement, and Lin Ming couldn't help but take pleasure in this sort of revenge. Even though Lin Ming had experienced so many things in his life, it was still hard for him to rid himself of this part of human nature. Who are you? Where did you come from? What's your name? Xianxia asked Lin Ming. Who I am, where I come from, those aren't things you need to concern yourself with. As for my name, you can call me Ninth Elder. Lin Ming didn't plan to tell Xianxia about his own status. Even if he inwardly wanted to believe in Xianxia, she was still someone that worked from the Soul Emperor and someone who had complicated relations with Deep King Road. There was even a chance that she was an abyssal demon, a mortal enemy to him. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming couldn't guarantee that Xiang Mei wouldn't betray him if she were threatened by someone or tempted by something. For instance, if she were tempted by that peak of martial arts so longed for in her dreams. Moreover, Lin Ming had a faint feeling that, to a certain extent, Xiang Mei was being controlled by the Soul Emperor. At the very least, the Soul Emperor was aware of all her actions. In this case, if Xiang Mei were to know who he truly was, then it would be far too dangerous. After listening to Lin Ming's words, Xiang Mei frowned, clearly unsatisfied with his reply. After all, they would likely have to conduct the grand dual cultivation ceremony soon, and he wouldn't even tell her his name. "I want to make a deal with you," Xiang Mei icily said. She was already disinclined to banter with Lin Ming. The brief spell of goodwill towards him that had magically appeared from nowhere had disappeared. Even Xiang Mei couldn't clearly explain why she would have even the least bit of favorable impression towards this barbaric abyssal demon that was brimming over with an evil aura. What kind of deal? Lin Ming's eyes rose, his attention suddenly stirring. Xiang Mei expressionlessly said, "I can hold the grand dual cultivation ceremony with you, but after our marriage then we will be river water and well water, not interfering with each other. I will not manage your affairs and you will not bother me." Lin Ming couldn't help but feel humored by Xiang Mei's words. He inevitably found himself thinking of a scene where his demon avatar shared a bed with Xiang Mei. With that sort of mental image, no wonder Xiang Mei found it impossible to accept. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. He slowly asked, "Why would I do that?" Lin Ming's words carried with them a slight playful and provocative tone, immediately rousing Xiang Mei's anger. Still, no matter how things were said, the reality was that she had lost to Lin Ming. Moreover, she was the one who had decided the rules. Only the heavens knew why she would encounter such an abnormality today and suffer such a great loss. Thus, even if she was filled with disgust towards Lin Ming, she couldn't help but admit defeat and say in a softened voice, "Your talent defies the will of the heavens. Looking at the entire dark abyss, any beautiful women, succubus demons, goddesses, all of them are within hand's reach. As long as you wish, then countless beauties will be willing to dual cultivate with you. So what do you care if you are lacking one? I will not manage your affairs, and in fact I will even provide all sorts of assistance to you. As long as you do not bother me, then I am even willing to pay a certain price for this." Pay a price? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. When Lin Ming joined this competition, the original reason he did so was to prove his own value and strength, so that he could earn the qualifications to take the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb. The second reason was because he wished to compare his strength with that of Xiang Mei. Upon reaching Lin Ming's level, there were far too martial artists that were able to compete with him on the same boundary. Finding an opponent was far, far too hard. He and Xiang Mei were both born in the same era, like yin and yang. Between the two of them, their battle had already been decided by destiny. As for taking advantage of someone when they were done, well, these were rules that Xiang Mei had laid down herself to begin with. And when it came to forming relations with Xiang Mei, Lin Ming hadn't considered this at all. He and Xiang Mei weren't lovers. Although they had come together once on the Sky Spill planet, that was because he had been forced to due to the situation he had been in. Lin Ming had feelings towards Xiang Mei, but it was impossible for his sentiments to be as deep as what he felt towards Xiao Maxian. And he couldn't take advantage of his past relationship with Xiang Mei to do anything out of the ordinary with her that an abyssal normally wouldn't do. But now, hearing Xiang Mei mention that she would offer certain conditions on her own initiative, Lin Ming was actually quite interested. "First tell me what price you are willing to pay," Lin Ming lazily said as he traced his chin. Although taking advantage of someone in dire straits wasn't the actions of a gentleman, he and Xiang Mei were in opposing factions. Thus he naturally had to do everything to fight for advantages. "You can raise any conditions you wish. I will try to satisfy them as long as they aren't overly excessive." Xiang Mei relaxed as she heard Lin Ming agree to this, and she didn't care if Lin Ming might try to ask for too much. Lin Ming chuckled inwardly. In truth, he already knew what he wanted. Still, he pretended to hesitate for a moment and then said to Xiang Mei, "Demon crystals I have no lack of. Even if it's top-grade demon crystals, I have no interest. As for blood pills, medicines, I have more than enough. Weapons I have too, and you won't necessarily be able to provide me with anything better. It seems that on your entire body, there isn't anything that attracts me. Lin Ming's words were said to establish a psychological superiority. But, as Xiang Mei heard them, they were somewhat grating on the ears. In particular when Lin Ming said that there was nothing on her body that attracted him. If an ordinary woman were to hear this, they would have already become enraged. But Xiang Mei's expression remained unchanged, as if she were some glacier that had existed for 1,000,000 years. She frowned and said, "Stop playing games. Just state your conditions." Good. Lin Ming smiled. "Although I don't want to take advantage of you, you should also know that if I were to dual cultivate with you, regardless of whether it was you or me, it would greatly enhance our strength. The rules were set down by you, but in the end you simply wish to go back on your promise. Then, I should obtain corresponding compensation. Your final 9 revolutions 9 lotus isn't bad, as well as the dual concepts of endlessness and annihilation in your sword. I am very much interested in them. My conditions are that I wish to borrow them to observe and perceive." Lin Ming had long since wanted to look at the whole and complete Holy Scripture. 12,000 years ago, when Lin Ming obtained the Holy Scripture in the Soul World, the truth was that it was only a duplicate of the Golden Pages. As for the Black Book that recorded death within, Lin Ming had never even seen it before. He relied on the source soul force that Xiang Mei left within him to slowly perceive. Joining with it his understands he gained through the samsara of life and death to comprehend it a bit at a time. Although the things he comprehended himself also most suited himself, he was still restrained by time. If it came to might alone, then it was impossible for his version to compare with the complete and original Holy Scripture. Hearing Lin Ming's request, Xiang Mei pressed her eyebrows together. According to all logical reasoning, the Holy Scripture simply wasn't suitable for abyssals to cultivate. But, as she thought about had Lin Ming seemed to understand the Holy Scripture laws to some extent that he was able to break through them, she actually suspected that if she were really to lend him the Holy Scripture then he would be able to perceive many things from it. You shouldn't go too far. The dual laws of life and destruction are the foundations of my cultivation. It is impossible for me to give them to you. Xiang Mei flat out refused. Lin Ming fell into thought, no longer speaking. Xiang Mei felt a bit afraid but didn't speak either. If neither of them could come to an agreement, then she really didn't know what she would do. The truth was that if they didn't share a bed even after marriage, then that would be equal to breaching her promise. If this matter were to spread out, then it would be on the same level as breaking an engagement. I will take a step back. Concerning the laws of life and destruction, I only want the laws of destruction. I have confidence in my own endurance, so I have no need for the power of endlessness. Rather, destruction suits me more. Lin Ming put forth his earliest desire at this critical moment. He had already seen the Golden Pages, so he didn't need them. What he truly wished to see was the Black Book of Death. In fact, when Lin Ming first entered the Dark Abyss, he had found the skeletal remains of the mysterious woman from 10 billion years past who resembled Xiang Mei. Atop these bones were engraved the law runes of the Holy Scripture. However, bone runes were in the end bone runes. They were symbols condensed from the laws after a martial artist's cultivation reached large success, and not the earliest step for cultivation. Lin Ming still had flaws in his understanding of the Holy Scripture, and he wished to make up for these faults with Xiang Mei's assistance. Xiang Mei looked at Lin Ming and bit her lips. 3 days. I will give you only 3 days, and the amount you can comprehend will depend on you. This was Xiang Mei's final concession. 3 days to look at the original text. No matter how high Lin Ming's perception was, the most he could do was crudely memorize the laws, and he might not even be able to finish the entire book. And without the original text, he could only cultivate by himself, and it would also be impossible for him to leak anything outwards. Moreover, without the laws of life, it was impossible for Lin Ming's attainments to reach any high boundary. Of course, these were Xiang Mei's thoughts, but they were exactly what Lin Ming wished for. He smiled. Good. Then it's 3 days. 3 days was more than enough. This was because from Xiang Mei's memories, his own comprehension, and the bone runes of that woman who seemed like the previous life of Xiang Mei, he already had a deep understanding of the death laws. What he wanted now was to use the Black Book to thoroughly fuse his understandings together. "Remember what you said," Xiang Mei warned Lin Ming. As the two were secretly making a deal with sound transmissions, Elder Ian God and Elder Deep Epic were still discussing the date of the marriage. Without Xiang Mei needing to remind him, Lin Ming directly said, "Two elders. I apologize for the disturbance, but I would like to hold the marriage after the trip into the demon god's tomb." Lin Ming's words left Ian God and Deep Epic startled. Time is of the essence. I want to take advantage of the time before the demon god's tomb opens to cultivate as much as I can. I don't wish to distract myself with the dual cultivation ceremony. Lin Ming's words finally caused Xiang Mei's eyes to soften a little. If the dual cultivation ceremony could be delayed a bit longer, then that was naturally a good thing. Deep Epic looked towards Xiang Mei and saw Xiang Mei nod her head in agreement. Deep Epic opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but eventually didn't. As the two parties of the wedding, Lin Ming and Xiang Mei naturally had the authority to decide the date of the wedding. The truth was that Deep Epic wanted to say that if they could hold the grand dual cultivation ceremony before the demon god's tomb opened, then the two could start immediately dual cultivating, and that might even benefit their cultivation more. Deep Epic didn't say much, and Ian God also tactfully remained silent. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly said, "Elder Deep Epic, I remember that before my match with the Holy Demoness, we agreed that if I were able to defeat her, then I would obtain treatment at least on the level of a core disciple like the Holy Demoness." Deep Epic thought that Lin Ming would originally talk about matters concerning the marriage, but he didn't think he would bring this up instead. "Yes, that's right. This is the foundational rules behind the alliance that by Deep King Road established. Whoever with strength will obtain more benefits. Moreover, you are already engaged to my Deep King Road's Holy Demoness, so you are now half a disciple of my Deep King Road. The promise that I made before will naturally be one that I keep." "Great!" Lin Ming gently smiled, and beside Lin Ming, the ancient Ian sect's great elder let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Lin Ming wanted to bring the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb. Lin Ming turned his hand and the Book of Ian appeared in his palm. The mysterious black book carried with it a profound and ancient abyssal strength. As it appeared, Elder Deep Epic's eyes widened and his heart shook. This is the Book of Ian." Lin Ming's voice reverberated through the entire audience. The Book of Ian could not be concealed. As long as someone brought it into the demon god's tomb, then others would discover it. Since that was the case, then he might as well take it out now and reveal it to the public, and then follow the rules established by Deep King Road to decide who would manage it. With Lin Ming's current status, with the strength he just proved in battle, and along with the fact that he was the one who originally found the Book of Ian, then by all reasoning he should be the one to hold it. The Book of Ian's appearance threw the entire audience into an uproar. Many abyssals stood up, staring at the black book in Lin Ming's hand with disbelief. The Book of Ian that had gone missing for billions of years was actually found today? Didn't this mean that the originally declining ancient Ian sect would revitalize the destiny of their sect? And with this Lin Ming who had come from nowhere, the ancient Ian sect would undergo earth-shaking changings overnight. The originally dispirited ancient Ian sect was now filled with infinite hope. "The Book of Ian. You actually have the Book of Ian." Deep Epic swept his eyes over Lin Ming and towards Elder Ian God. At this time, Ian God had a complicated expression on his face, but he clearly wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of the Book of Ian. Then Deep Epic immediately understood what was going on. The truth was that the ancient Ian sect had the Book of Ian all along, and because they wanted the newly promoted ninth elder to struggle for more status, they then had him challenge Xiang Mei for marriage. "Brother Ian God, to think you've been hiding this from me all this time." As Deep Epic spoke, Ian God ruefully smiled. Deep Epic likely thought that he knew Lin Ming was incredibly strong beforehand. Thus he knew his chances of victory were most likely assured and was only pretending to not know. This speculation wronged Ian God. But Ian God didn't make any useless explanations. Rather, he looked at the Book of Ian in Lin Ming's hand with some conflicted feelings. Although Lin Ming was talented, if he were to bring the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb, no one knew what would occur. He naturally hoped Lin Ming could pass the test of the abyssal ritual and become a totem-level abyssal demon. But if Lin Ming were truly to ascend and become Ian, what he would bring to the ancient Ian sect left Elder Ian God somewhat anxious. At that time, Lin Ming would rule over the entire ancient Ian sect and the lives of all the elders would be in his hands. Elder Deep Epic, I plan on bringing the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb. There shouldn't a problem with this, right? Lin Ming asked. Deep Epic fell silent for a moment. At this time, Deep Epic somewhat dreaded Lin Ming's strength. This junior had already arrived at such heights, and if he were to bring the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb and pass the abyssal ritual, then no one could imagine what might happen. There's no problem at all, Elder Deep Epic solemnly said as he took in a deep breath. At this time, Xianxia was also looking at Lin Ming, her gaze turning complicated. So, you had the Book of Ian all along? Yes? Lin Ming glanced at Xianxia and saw her let loose a gentle sigh. This light sigh left Lin Ming a bit puzzled. Just what was she sighing over? Xianxia fell silent for some time, as if she were hesitating in saying some words to Lin Ming. Eventually, she shook her head and said to him with a sound transmission, "Do you know the price you will have to pay for bringing the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb? I will become the target of everyone. I am well aware of that." "And you won't change your mind?" Xianxia asked. Lin Ming smiled. "Aren't you also planning to enter the demon god's tomb with another ceremonial rites book? Since you haven't changed your mind, why must I?" Xianxia sighed once more. "I am different from you. I advise you to give up." "Why?" Lin Ming frowned. He was left confused by Xianxia's words of warning because he felt that Xianxia wasn't doubting his strength or talent, but had other reasons for saying so. "That is as much as I can say. Whether or not you believe me, that is up to you." Xianxia no longer spoke. Her words had left Lin Ming feeling cold in his heart. Perhaps she knew something that he didn't. Oh. The competition between the three great influences ended. And following that was a competition between the smaller influences. And this also included some Empyrean-level abyssals from the three great influences. Those that entered the demon god's tomb weren't all true divinities. There were also Empyreans, and their goals were to go to the shallower, outer layers of the demon god's tomb, and they would remove themselves from competing for the totem-level abyssal inheritance. The ancient Ian sect had brought some such disciples here, and these disciples entered into the battlefield of the smaller influences. Because there were many of them, the battles would continue for a month. And during this period of time, Lin Ming had calmly gone into seclusion. His place of residency was only several dozen feet from Xianxia's own courtyard. In the dark abyss, the atmosphere was relatively barbaric and wild. Compared to the life forms of the 33 heavens, abyssal demons were far more casual and often preferred to indulge in their primal sensual natures. Thus, whether it was the ancient Ian sect or Deep King Road, since Lin Ming and Xianxia were already engaged, living together and dual cultivating during this time period wasn't a problem at all. So, it would be more convenient for their residences to be placed nearby. If Lin Ming and Xianxia could dual cultivate and comprehend something, then it would be highly beneficial to them during this venture into the demon god's tomb. But in the end, regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Lin Ming, they went into their rooms and no longer spoke to each other. Their only meeting was 3 days ago. Lin Ming, under Xianxia's supervision, read a black book from beginning to end, recording all the runes, writings, and laws in his mind. The Black Book of Death was originally profound and esoteric in its knowledge. But to Lin Ming, who deeply understood the laws of death, it wasn't difficult to remember it in its entirety. The opening of the demon god's tomb was coming closer and closer. As Lin Ming perceived the Black Book of Death, he also mulled over Xianxia's advice. During these days, besides perceiving the laws, Lin Ming also looked up information concerning the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb opened at random intervals. Sometimes it would open after 10 million years, sometimes every few 100 million years, or sometimes even every billion years. And the main reason for this was because finding one of the ancient ceremonial rites books wasn't easy at all. But in the past several billions of years, the demon god's tomb had been opened dozens of times. Yet, how many totem-level abyssals had been born from this? This was what Lin Ming cared about the most. If the demon god's tomb contained some hidden dangers that even Xiang Mei would believe would make it too dangerous for him to pass the test of the abyssal ritual, then perhaps in the last several billion years there might not have been any abyssal demons that were truly capable of passing the abyssal ritual and transcending from a true divinity-level abyssal to a totem-level abyssal. However, when he truly searched through the ancient texts, he actually discovered the information concerning abyssals who entered the demon god's tomb in ancient times was pitifully lacking. This wasn't normal at all. It was clear that some information was sealed away so that future generations wouldn't be able to find out. As for things concerning the several totem-level abyssals, that information was shrouded in layers of secrecy. There were those that had gone missing, those that had died, and even those that were alive but were rarely seen, as if they would simply stay hidden until the end of time. For instance, the demon associations, evil. There were some abyssals who believed that evil had died and some abyssals who believed that evil was alive. No one was able to come to an agreement. As for Deep King Road's deep, it was truly living. However, there were some true divinity elders who had never seen deep even in their entire lives. There was also Great Flood Demon Kingdom's ruler, Flood. This was the last of the 6 totem-level abyssals that Lin Ming was aware of. Flood had established the Great Flood Demon Kingdom that occupied an incomparably broad domain. This was a super-divine kingdom, and its strength actually surpassed that of Deep King Road. In fact, Great Flood Demon Kingdom was renowned as the #1 influence of the entire Dark Abyss. With it as the lead, there were 2 other totem-level influences beneath it as well as a number of smaller influences gathered around it. The alliance they formed was the greatest opponent of Deep King Road's alliance. As for this flood, according to the sparse historical records, it had passed the abyssal ritual 2 billion years ago to ascend and become the newest totem-level abyssal from the demon god's tomb. From this alone, it could be seen that the demon god's tomb wasn't an absolute death zone. In the last several billions of years, although there were only an extremely small number of totem-level abyssals born, they still appeared. The existence of Flood left Lin Ming with even more doubts. If totem-level abyssals could emerge from the demon god's tomb, then what was the meaning behind Xiang Mei's warning? Xiang Mei shouldn't know that he was a human. She believed he was an abyssal demon. In other words, if there was danger, then this danger was aimed towards all abyssals. Lin Ming would enter the demon god's tomb as an abyssal, and the dangers he would face would be no different from those of other abyssals. Dangers that were aimed at all would always be relatively better. At the very least, the Dark Abyss wouldn't produce a mystic realm of absolute death where the abyssals would send the strongest and those with the greatest potential to die. Lin Ming couldn't understand, so he continued to investigate information about Flood. Flood was the youngest of all the totem-level abyssals, but it was also incomparably mysterious. It rarely appeared even in the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. It seemed that Deep and Flood were mortal enemies. Legends said that these 2 supreme powerhouses of the abyss fought once in the 16th layer, and the surrounding area for billions of miles had turned into desert and countless lives had been lost. Lin Ming shook his head as he read through this information. The Dark Abyss and the Demon God's Tomb seemed to be hiding some secret. But, no matter what dangers there were lurking about, Lin Ming still had to explore it. He couldn't give up such a chance because he didn't have much time remaining. Lin Ming went into intermittent seclusion, perceiving the laws. Training continued without a sense of time. The day of the opening of the demon god's tomb approached. Deep in the night, Xiang Mei sat cross-legged in her chambers, shrouded in an endless illumination of black light. Thousands of strands of hair fluttered about her, emitting a light and enchanting fragrance. She seemed to be the source of all darkness in the universe. As long as a ray of light neared her, it would be cleanly swallowed away. Xiang Mei was accumulating strength in order to prepare for attacking the true divinity realm in the future. In truth, her current cultivation was incredibly close to true divinity. Like a pool of water at night, although Xiang Mei was sitting in her chambers, she could still clearly feel the flow of energy around her. She faintly felt that somewhere not too far away from her, the circulation of energy began to speed up, as if some storm were brewing. It's him. Xiang Mei opened her eyes, looking at some direction in the dark room. The direction she faced was the room where Lin Ming was. Xiangmei gazed on for a long time and then gently sighed. She was sighing not just for Lin Ming but also for herself. For these past years, she had shouldered far too many things. Things that no one knew of. From the outside, she seemed to be living an infinitely glorious and wonderful life. But at the same time, she endured a fate of samsara that was beyond understanding. At this time, the abyssal laws suddenly began to stir up in the dark room. The laws and energy coalesced together, forking a small vortex, and within this small vortex was a simple bronze mirror. Shwa! With a loud sound, a black spatial gate appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror. The spatial gate revolved, emitting a misty black light. It seemed like the maw of an ancient vicious beast, ferocious and cruel. Seeing this, Xiangmei frowned. She took back her wistful expression and returned to her heartless indifference. Junior apprentice sister. A sound echoed out from the spatial gate, thick and masculine, magnetic to the senses, one that was delightful to listen to. With it, an abyssal demon wearing purple battle armor stepped out from the spatial gate. As this abyssal appeared, the surrounding world seemed to resonate with him, beating in rhythm with the man's steps as if true meanings of the abyssal Tao were appearing. This abyssal was one of those that Deep King Road sent out to join the expedition into the demon god's tomb, this time, Deep Child. When the three great influences of Deep King Road, the ancient Ian sect, and Nine Nether Palace held their competition of true divinity masters, Deep King Road had sent out 6 true divinity-level masters, among which Xiangmei was included. Of these 6 abyssals, only one of them had a middle true divinity-level cultivation, Deep Child. Because of Deep Child's high cultivation, neither the ancient Ian sect nor Nine Nether Palace had any elders dare to challenge him. Instead, many of those elders chose the one that seemed the weakest, Xiangmei. But to their dismay, they finally discovered that Xiangmei was actually an incredibly ruthless individual, and all 4 abyssal elders who thought to challenge her had been defeated. Junior apprentice sister's strength is becoming increasingly fierce, soon to break into the true divinity realm at any time. I fear that once junior apprentice sister becomes a true divinity, even I will not be a match for you. Deep Child chuckled, his tone gentle. This voice didn't seem like that of an abyssal demon at all. A tall and robust abyssal like Deep Child usually had a loud and resonant voice, one that rang like a bell, low and deep, a voice that caused the ears to hum. But Deep Child spoke like a modest gentleman from one of the races of the 33 heavens, with a voice that sounded like a cool spring breeze. However, as Xiangmei listened to him, a deep loathing and disgust flickered in the depths of her eyes. She said without expression, "The reason you came today is not to say this. It isn't." As Deep Child spoke, he took out a black jade slip and flipped it around in his fingers a few times. "There is a little more than a month until the demon god's tomb opens. These are your orders, and the division of duty between us all is explicitly clear. However, I also hope that junior apprentice sister will cooperate with me." Deep Child tossed the jade slip into Xiangmei's hands, a playful expression on his face. Xiangmei took the jade slip and swept through it. It only took her a breath of time to completely look through it. Without any reaction, Xiangmei crumbled the jade slip in her hands. "I understand." Very good," Deep Child said, his face full of smiles. Looking at the present Xiangmei, he couldn't help but twitch his nose several times and say with satisfaction, "Junior apprentice sister's cultivation is rising higher and higher, and with your grand reincarnation art having reached perfection, your aura is becoming that much more mesmerizing." "Ha ha," Deep Child frivolously commented. Xiangmei didn't respond. Instead, her icy cold eyes remained locked on Deep Child. "Che, too heartless," Deep Child said, a bit bored. He continued, "That ancient Ian sect's 9th elder has a bit of skill. To think that he nearly managed to obtain you. But what a pity, he has missed his chance. In the future I fear he won't have another opportunity." Xiangmei couldn't be bothered to care about Deep Child's nonsense. She said, "I know you've been investigating the 9th elder's status for these past days. Have you found anything?" "I haven't." Deep Child shook his head, a suspicious color in his eyes. His talent is at a higher level than yours, and that itself is inconceivable. But there will always be surprises in this world, just like how he managed to somehow find the Book of Ian that had been missing for so long. It should be when he found the Book of Ian that he stumbled onto his fortuitous encounter. However, that doesn't matter, because no matter what he encountered, it is the same to us. Deepchild said with confidence. Xianxia remained silent. Not only had Deepchild not managed to find any information concerning the ancient Ian sect's ninth elder, but Xianxia discovered that not only was she not disappointed, but faint threads of hope and joy were inexplicably appearing in her heart instead. She was originally worried that this mysterious ninth elder might have some troubling identity. If Deepchild had really found anything, he would have already taken action ahead of time. As for that strange hope in her heart, even she couldn't explain where it came from. However, Xianxia felt that when the end of the world was arriving, there would always be unanticipated and extraordinary outliers that would appear. And these outliers would always make others feel as if a favorable turnaround was possible. I asked you before about the situation in the 33 heavens. Have you investigated it? The dark abyss was isolated from the 33 heavens. Even transmitting information just once wasn't easy at all. Xianxia wasn't an abyssal demon to begin with, so she could leave the dark abyss if she desired. However, her freedom was limited, so she hadn't left the dark abyss for a long time. If she wanted to find out anything concerning the 33 heavens, she would have to ask Deepchild. Deepchild also couldn't leave the dark abyss. But he had some unique methods with which he could obtain information about the 33 heavens. Deepchild chuckled. The 33 heavens? It's the same old story. Nothing has changed. Hearing Deepchild's words, Xianxia fell silent for a moment. The war between the saints and humanity, is it still continuing? It is. There hasn't been some favorable turn? Just what favorable turn can there be? Humanity is still hiding away in the wild universe. If it weren't for the good fortune Saint Sovereign having gone into seclusion, then humanity would have long since perished. But their extinction is likely rapidly approaching. Deepchild's words were somewhat grating as they fell on Xianxia's ears. She deeply looked at Deepchild as if she wanted to find something from his eyes or expression. However, Deepchild's brown eyes only held mockery and ridicule. Xianxia didn't want to believe Deepchild's words, but she knew that what Deepchild said was the most reasonable and also most likely situation. If there was some reversal in the war, then that would be a miracle. Xianxia shook her head, no longer thinking about it. Seeing Xianxia's reaction, Deepchild smugly smiled. He said, "Is Junior Apprentice Sister worrying about someone in the 33 heavens? Or perhaps some matter there?" Xianxia didn't reply. Instead, she closed her eyes and returned to her meditation. "You may leave." Xianxia's voice resounded in the air. But Deepchild continued to say, "Ha ha ha, Junior Apprentice Sister. There is no need for you to continue daydreaming. All you need to do is be obedient and complete the orders you were given. You should know that regardless of what happens in the 33 heavens, none of that matters because there is no significance to any of it at all. Everything that occurs is nothing but a farce playing out before the end of the world arrives. In the future, we will become legends, we will become eternal, and the entire 33 heavens will belong to us. The lives of some ants or even many ants are meaningless to us. When a mountain floods, the ants will all drown, and even the strongest ants are no exception," Deepchild said, his words seeming to contain other meanings. However, Xianxia seemed to not hear him at all as she continued to sit calmly in meditation. Deepchild sneered, a wild and greedy light in his eye as he stared at Xianxia, but at this time his expression froze. He could feel that the demon power in his surroundings had become chaotic. Deepchild spread out his sense in all directions. Then he was somewhat alarmed. Someone was making a breakthrough at this moment. At this time, within Deepchild's sensory field, demon power began to wildly gather in the world, forming a massive black vortex in the skies. It seemed as if countless demons were howling from within this vortex, emitting a heart-shaking aura. More and more energy flowed towards this vortex. As the energy condensed into thick strands, they were like chains that blocked out the skies. Deep Child's complexion darkened. He knew that although this vortex was above his head, the true center was in a room not too far away. In other words, the room of the ancient Xianxia's ninth elder. At this time he had made a breakthrough in his boundary. This brat. Deep Child knew that the ancient Xianxia's ninth elder was a long distance away from the boundary of true divinity. This breakthrough was only one that was within the Empyrean realm. But, for a breakthrough of a small boundary to galvanize such a tremendous phenomenon, this left Deep Child feeling uneasy in his heart. At this time, in the surrounding residences, the abyssals of other small influences also noticed the changes occurring in the skies. Upper Empyrean level abyssals were in a much more fortunate situation. As for lower Empyreans and World King level abyssals, they felt an enormous pressure as they faced the demonic clouds in the skies, a horrifying feeling that left them frozen in place. As for Holy Lord level abyssals, it was already difficult for them to stay close. They couldn't help but draw back again and again, otherwise this massive pressure would have crushed them to the ground and forced them to crawl. What is going on? An abyssal disciple asked. Some young disciples couldn't figure out where this pressure came from or what it meant. A higher abyssal is making a breakthrough. An elder from a small influence replied. A higher abyssal? Is it one of the true divinity level elders from the three great influences? In the eyes of the low-level abyssals, if there was such pressure from a breakthrough phenomenon, then it was likely that a lower true divinity elder was rising to a middle true divinity elder. If one of the younger true divinity elders of the three large influences was able to break into the middle true divinity realm before entering the demon god's tomb, then they had really hit the jackpot. This meant they would have a higher chance of surviving in the demon god's tomb, and it also meant that they would be able to struggle for more advantages. It isn't. It is the ancient Xianxia's ninth elder. An elder of a small influence said, his face thick with envy. He had determined the epicenter of this vortex and knew that the location of the breakthrough was where Lin Ming was. This Lin Ming was incredibly strong to begin with, and if he were to make another breakthrough, then it was unknown what heights he would reach. The ancient Xianxia's ninth elder. So it was him. Many low-level abyssals had an extremely deep impression of Lin Ming. To them, not only was he the #1 proud son of heaven, but he even married Xianxia, the most perfect goddess to exist in the dark abyss. Thinking of this, many abyssals looked at the giant demonic vortex in the skies and their faces turned sour. This ninth elder, at the Empyrean boundary, was able to stand on par with a true divinity, whether it was strength, comprehension of laws, or phenomena that would appear during a breakthrough. In fact, he even surpassed a number of true divinities. With such an existence amongst them, how could other true divinity abyssals compare? If an Empyrean could match up to the standards of a true divinity, then their greatest advantage would be in their potential. For other true divinities, reaching the upper true divinity boundary was the end of their road. But once Lin Ming broke into the true divinity realm, he would reach the top standards of the true divinity realm. In the future, he could even cultivate and step beyond divinity. This was a boundary that countless abyssals couldn't hope to compete with. The demonic vortex in the skies didn't last for long. From the vortex, a giant funnel began to form and extend downwards. Billowing waves of demon energy flowed down from this funnel in surging waves, as if there was a waterspout appearing in Lin Ming's courtyard. This small courtyard was extremely tranquil and Lin Ming didn't show up either. This formed a sharp contrast to the grand scene occurring all over the surroundings. The scene of this energy reversing downwards continued onwards and became increasingly wild with time. From afar, it was like a massive tornado was dangling down from the clouds above. As the energy flowed downwards, that overwhelming pressure also began to weaken. Like a water basin with all the water drawn out, all of that demon power was sucked dry by the courtyard Lin Ming was in. The moment all that demon power was absorbed, a black light burst out from Lin Ming's courtyard. Some abyssals with weaker cultivations started to subconsciously retreat, as if they couldn't withstand the sharpness of the black light. As this light shined onto them, it was like someone pointed towards their heads with sword fingers. Before they could steady themselves, they saw a giant Azura demon phantom within this black light rush out towards the clouds. It stood 10,000 feet high, towering above Lin Ming's residence like a mountain. This Azura demon phantom had curved horns jutting out from its head, and its entire body was covered in ferocious plates of bone armor and thick chains, its muscles bulging outwards like dragons. It had 6 arms, and each of its 6 elbows had long and vicious bone spikes that extended for 2,000 to 3,000 feet. Behind it, a giant pair of demon wings unfolded, blocking out the heavens. This was the supreme phantom within Lin Ming's inner world. However, with him using his demon avatar to make an avatar, this supreme phantom had taken on the image of a demon. As it fused with a wisp of the Azura war god's aura, it caused an astonishing aura to develop, as if a demon god were being born. This grand and immense pressure was nearly unbearable for the surrounding abyssals. Even great world king-level abyssals felt their blood freeze in their veins and their hearts nearly stop beating. This was a horrifying feeling, as if that giant demon phantom only needed to glance at them to cause them to disintegrate into ashes. No one liked this feeling where it seemed as if their destiny was no longer in their control. But fortunately, this situation didn't last much longer. After several breaths of time, that giant demon phantom rapidly shrank before it finally disappeared into Lin Ming's courtyard, vanishing from sight. Many abyssals finally let out a long breath of relief. Some of those with weaker cultivations fell to their knees as this pressure vanished and started to heave in great gulping breaths. Before this, although they knew that Lin Ming was strong, what they felt towards him had been envy. It wasn't until now that they became deeply aware just how great the disparity in strength was between them. Just the demon phantom that appeared during a breakthrough of his boundary produced enough pressure to kill them all. This giant gap made them understand how laughable their envy had been. This was the same as ants envying humanity. Although they lived in the same world, there was simply no comparison between them. Thus envy was meaningless. To put it bluntly, they didn't possess the qualifications. After the giant demon phantom vanished, the skies returned to calmness. Even in the distance, there were several clouds fluttering about, as if nothing had ever occurred. He broke through. Upper Empyrean. A true divinity-level elder looked towards Lin Ming's courtyard from afar. As he felt the aura emitting from the small house Lin Ming was in, a complex light lit up his features. It seems that he wasn't an Upper Empyrean before, but only a Middle Empyrean, one that was infinitely close to becoming an Upper Empyrean. As the elder spoke, many young abyssals were left speechless. So it turned out that when he defeated Xianxia, he had only been a Middle Empyrean. So if he were to cultivate to the limits of an Empyrean, what then? At this time, in Xianxia's training chambers, Deep Child was looking towards the house Lin Ming was in, his gaze seeming to pierce through the layers of barriers. This fellow. His origin is too inexplicable. Deep Child's face darkened. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Beside him, Xianxia remained silent. The information that Deep Child had told her about the 33 heavens left her feeling a bit disheartened. Although she didn't think it was possible, she always held onto a faint hope for all these years that the seeds of hope she had taken a risk to leave behind in the past might bring about a miracle. As for this ancient Ian sect elder that appeared out of nowhere, Xianxia only felt some concern and regret for him because of the strange intuition that tickled at her mind. Yet she didn't think too much of him. Although she hoped that Lin Ming would become stronger, and perhaps become a destabilizing factor in the end of the world, she also understood that no matter how strong he became, it would be impossible for him to change anything. Because the true master manipulating things behind the scenes was a nearly invincible existence. Deep Child remained silent for a long time. Then he turned and looked at Xianxia. Junior apprentice sister, remember the orders given to you. You should know the price of disobedience. Xianxia remained silent as before. Deep Child smiled and turned into a dim ray of light that vanished from the room. In the darkness, only the laws danced in the air, with nothing left behind. After Lin Ming broke through to the Upper Empyrean realm, events quieted down. He stayed in his seclusion chamber all day and focused on studying the Black Book of Death. Because he now possessed the systemic cultivation method of the Black Book of Death, all of his comprehensions of the death laws and other accumulations suddenly experienced a dramatic explosion in a short few months. Lin Ming's Holy Scripture laws progressed at an unbelievable pace, and with it, world-shaking changes occurred in his body. The inner universe of his body became increasingly perfect, and the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace also became much more concise and profound. Now, because Lin Ming had experienced 7,000 years of suffering and reincarnation, in just the understandings of the Holy Scripture laws, he even surpassed Xiang Mei. It was only because of cultivation time that he was far inferior to Xiang Mei when it came to cultivating the Holy Scripture laws to a deeper realm and also being able to apply them in actual use with ease. Like this, the Dark Abyss finally welcomed the day upon which the Demon God's tomb opened. The Demon God's tomb was located within the 18th layer of the Dark Abyss. Although it was called a tomb, the truth was that it was an amazingly broad world with complex environments and countless dangers. Lin Ming rode Deep King Road's bone boat on the path leading to the Demon God's tomb. Along the way, Deep King Road distributed jade slips concerning the Demon God's tomb, which introduced detailed rules, approximate travel routes, and even information on the situation about the Abyssal Shrine. All of this was valuable information. Lin Ming had obtained a great deal of information about the Demon God's tomb from the memories of the Demon Association Elder and was mentally prepared for anything. But as he read through this jade slip, he was inexplicably shocked. This was because the jade slip contained information on not only the Demon God's tomb but also secrets of the Dark Abyss, including even some historical recordings of the universe that extended past 100 billion years. According to this jade slip, the Demon God's tomb was the most ancient mystic realm in existence, whether it was in the Dark Abyss or the 33 heavens. It had existed for time immemorial. For other mystic realms it was already extraordinary if they had existed 10 billion years ago. In fact, they could even be called the oldest mystic realms of the 33 heavens. But the period of time of which the Demon God's tomb existed was actually measured in 100 billion years. There was even a possibility that it existed 150 billion years ago, or even 200 billion years ago. The Demon God's tomb was a world left behind from the previous universe. Lin Ming was aware that in the vast cosmos, everything, whether it was flowers and birds, beasts and insects, celestial bodies or even great worlds, everything had life. But even the vast universe of the 33 heavens had a lifespan, and there would come a day when it eventually collapsed and was destroyed. This was called the shattering. After the shattering occurred, the era of a new universe would arrive. Within this new universe, new things would evolve out of it, new lives, new races, a new martial arts civilization. This was the samsara of a universe. It was now believed that the current vast universe of the 33 heavens had been born 100 billion years ago. And it was only tens of billions of years ago that the ancient races were slowly born. Their martial arts civilization developed rapidly and reached a golden age of prosperity. Gradually, they spread through the entire 33 heavens, and that time was the zenith of all life in the 33 heavens. But according to this jade slip, before the universe of the 33 heavens was born, there was another vast universe, and this universe had 18 layers. The original residents of this universe called themselves the demons, and their universe was also called the Demon Universe. They were bloodthirsty and loved slaughter. They recklessly engaged in war, and they also flourished and had their own mighty martial arts civilization. But they were also well aware that there would come a day when their universe would collapse upon itself and be destroyed. When the 18 layers of the Demon Universe were destroyed, there wouldn't be a single demon lucky enough to survive. This sense of approaching death was like a sharp sword that hung above their heads. But 150 billion years ago, or perhaps even longer ago, a peerless powerhouse was born within the demon race. This character was far too powerful. According to the records of the Jade Slip, there was no one that could compare to him in the past, and he remained unprecedented in the future. He was the most powerful existence to ever exist, and even the Azura Road Master couldn't compare with him. He was the god of the demon race. He created an independent universe that could exist side by side with the 18-layer demon universe. This independent universe contained transcendent laws and was equally as stable as the 18-layer demon universe. Not just that, But he had taken 18 lesser world seeds and used them to recklessly absorb the strength of the universe from the 18-layered demon universe. He wanted to use the demon god's tomb as the foundation to create a copy of the 18-layered demon universe. This god of the demons was called the demon god. The universe he established was called the demon god universe. The demon god's original intention when he formed the demon god universe was to create a refuge against the shattering. But even the demon god and the great world he created were unable to resist the laws of annihilation of the shattering. Thus, at the demon god's request, all the super powerhouses of the demon race would have to enter the demon god universe before they died and leave their bodies within, evolving into something else. After they died, the energy within their bodies would fuse into the boundaries and space of the demon god universe, constantly reinforcing it. The laws that dissipated from their bodies would also be incorporated into the laws of the demon god universe, making them constantly stronger and more perfect in order to resist the impact of laws that would arrive with the destruction of the 18-layered demon universe. Like this, through billions upon billions of years, more and more super demons died in the demon god universe. That was a true graveyard of countless demons. In addition to its creator being called the demon god universe was eventually called the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb could be called a cornerstone forged from the flesh and blood and souls of countless ancient demons. It was the foundation upon which its world stood. The demon god's tomb grew increasingly strong and stable. And then the shattering descended. In the final 100 years, in order to have the demon god's tomb achieve the peak of strength, the demon race began to uphold a rule of sacrifice. Throughout the entire 18-layered demon universe, vast batches of low-level demons were killed and their blood was used to water the world. As for the remaining higher demons, they entered the demon god's tomb. And in their final moments, they used their strength and joined forces with the demon god's tomb to resist the shattering. They succeeded. In the final moments of the shattering, over 90% of the higher demons were unable to withstand the impact of the laws of the heavens and earth and died. The demon strength and demon laws in their bodies were also gathered into the demon god's tomb where they became a part of it. As for the remaining higher demons, those that were fortunate enough to survive were able to rest and restore their strength in the demo god's tomb. The 18 secondary world seeds were also bred by them one at a time, finally forming the 18-layered dark abyss. The surviving members of the demon race continued onward and became the abyssal demons. The demons could be called a single race, but in truth, after experiencing an incomparably long period of evolution, the countless branches that extended outwards made them hundreds and thousands of times more complicated and diverse than the ancient races. There were low-level abyssals, higher abyssals, unintelligent abyssals, wise abyssals, all these different subraces numbered in the tens of thousands. Because they came from the previous universal era, they already had the accumulations of a martial arts universe. Thus, the strength of the dark abyss was incomparably formidable. Due to this, they certainly weren't willing to resign themselves to being frogs that resided in the well of the dark abyss. The truth was that, in the past, when the demon god created the demon god's tomb, he had already thought of this. The demon race, after passing the great shattering, could rule the new universe. All they had to do was exterminate the indigenous inhabitants of the new universe, thus taking control of it. However, after the great shattering occurred, although the demon god's tomb was able to maintain itself, it was still sent flying away like weeds in the wind by the raging energy. In the boundless chaos that came from the destruction of the universe, they became lost. The dark abyss was like a super battleship of the demon race. They struggled to push this battleship forwards, traversing through the boundless chaos until they finally found the newly born universe of the 33 heavens. They broke past the God-lamenting wall of the 33 heavens. This also set the stage for the Great War 10 billion years when the Dark Abyss fought against the ancient races of the 33 heavens. The process of this war was not recorded in the Jade Slip. However, Lin Ming could approximate that this war was likely the most brutal and frigid war that the 33 heavens had ever experienced. It was unknown how many ancient proud elites of heaven died in battle, how many ancient god-kings perished. The participants of this war included the Azura Roadmaster, Immortal Sovereign, the one that seemed like Xiang Mei's previous life, and all sorts of unknown and confusing characters that Lin Ming didn't know of. They had died on the battlefield, or perhaps they had gone missing, or perhaps no one knew what happened to them. In the end, the intelligent beings of the 33 heavens won. The price paid was the demise of the ancient races as well as the downfall of their glorious martial arts civilization. Over half of the 33 heavens was destroyed, becoming death zones and wilderness. The giant bone boat continued to break through the void like a lightning bolt. In the 18 layers of the dark abyss, the laws, the energies, everything was flooded with the wild aura of ancient times. This was true ancient times, a time that surpassed 10 billion years and even 100 billion years. Lin Ming stood at the bow of the bone boat, looking down at the wild earth below him. Those that lived in the 33 heavens were enemies of the abyssal demons. This was destiny. The abyssal's ancient demon god had used a heaven-defying method to find a road for the demon race whose destiny had been exhausted, and whose fate should have been to perish in the great shattering that ended their universe. Now, after the birth of the new universe, they were doomed to fight a life-and-death war with each other. For the 33 heavens, abyssals were intruders and destroyers. But to the abyssals, the 33 heavens were trapped in a cage with a wild beast, and for a beast to eat the meat in front of them was perfectly natural and justified. To discuss the rights and wrongs of this war was no longer meaningful. The only meaning to this war was to completely annihilate the opponent. As the bone boat flew through the 18th layer for 10 days, he finally saw vast wild plains appear at the end of his field of vision. And on one side of the plains was a giant cliff that seemed as if it had been cut out by the great axe of a divine god. Beyond this cliff was nothing but the endless starry skies. This was the entrance to the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb was located in the center of the abyss 18th layer, and its entrance was this massive maw that led deeper into the world. Beneath the earth lay the starry space. And at this time, Lin Ming could see dark purple fortresses floating above the distant plains. These fortresses resembled giant jellyfish. They floated hundreds of thousands of feet above the ground, with hundreds of tentacles that fell down to the earth. Those are the flying fortresses of the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. It looks like those fellows arrived earlier than we did. The one who spoke was Deep King Road's elder Deep Epic. As he gazed outwards, there was a thoughtful light in his eyes. Great Flood Demon Kingdom. Lin Ming muttered to himself. The abyss had 6 great influences, and these influences had split into 2 groups of 3 that then joined with smaller influences to form an alliance. These 2 alliances respectively took Deep King Road and the Great Flood Demon Kingdom as their heads. Each was opposed to the other. If this were the abyss 17th layer, then they could give face to each other and live peacefully alongside one another, occasionally even cooperating on the surface. But in the demon god's tomb, if these 2 hostile forces met, then there would only be a single outcome: kill. Because the demon god's tomb contained many lucky chances and advantages. One of the most desired aspects of the demon god's tomb was a type of unique energy that existed there. The essence of this energy was spread down from the previous universe, and was the purified energy of demons that had existed 100 billion years ago. This demon energy had once been in the bodies of peerless demon kings that existed 100 billion years ago. This energy had been carefully refined and purified by these demon kings, and they even fused in their own lifetime's worth of knowledge and the essence of the endless laws they understood. These energies had been accumulated over billions upon billions of years, constantly fusing and brewing in the demon god's tomb. In terms of quality, it reached inconceivable heights, and in the outside world just a single wisp would be considered a supreme treasure. The abyssals called it the power of demon gods. When an abyssal entered the demon god's tomb, their most important task was to refine this power of demon gods. The power of demon gods had a spiritual intelligence of its own. When enough gathered, it would temporarily manifest on the surface of an abyssal in the form of a tattoo. Every abyssal would develop different tattoos, but the images they formed were all shared a similar design, the pattern of a fierce demon. This design was called a totem by the abyssal demons. Nether, evil, deep, Aeon, flood, famine. The reason these 6 super abyssals were called totem-level abyssals was because of the totem of the power of demon gods. In the dark abyss, This sort of totem was considered the symbol of a powerhouse at the limit of true divinity, or even one that had stepped beyond divinity. When an abyssal entered the demon god's tomb, having a greater number of totems appear on their body represented that they absorbed more of the power of demon gods, and thus their cultivation had also risen higher. After this abyssal left the demon god's tomb, these totems would slowly fuse into their body and vanish from sight. The totems would subtly transform into true strength, giving them astonishing benefits. All abyssals that entered the demon god's tomb hoped to obtain more power of demon gods from within. Because there was a limit to the speed at which abyssals could absorb the power of demon gods, and because they wanted to obtain more, they chose another method. That was to kill other abyssals and steal away the power of demon gods that they had already absorbed. This was a kind of shortcut. This also meant that after entering the demon god's tomb, there was doomed to be a great slaughterfest. But besides the power of demon gods, there were also many inheritances and treasures left behind in the demon god's tomb by ancient peerless demon kings. To the abyssals, all of these things were a tremendous fortune and lucky chance. Not just that, but because the demon god's tomb was nourished by the incomparably pure power of demon gods, all kinds of miraculous medicines would be bred, as well as strange and precious beasts, heavenly materials, and all sorts of lucky chances. If one managed to somehow pick up a world-shocking treasure, it wouldn't be strange at all. Treasures, the power of demon gods, inheritances, and even the final qualifications for the test of the abyssal ritual, all of this combined together meant that there was inevitably a fight to the death. You're about to go down shortly. After entering the demon god's tomb, there is no need to show mercy to any abyssal from the Flood Alliance that you see. Just kill them off. Elder Deep Epic coldly said. The Flood Alliance he referred to was the alliance organized by the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. As for the abyssals in our Deep Alliance, if you encounter each other then do not kill the other party, otherwise you will have to pay a corresponding price. As Elder Deep Epic spoke these second words, warning flashed in his eyes. The Deep Alliance didn't exist in just name and word alone. When the numerous abyssals left for the demon god's tomb they had already formed a vow through a Deep King contract. If those in the same alliance slaughtered each other then they would be punished by the Deep King contract. However, this so-called Deep King contract in truth couldn't be considered too well devised, and the punishments were also bearable to an extent. Thus, if one truly came across world-shocking lucky chances, then even abyssals in the same alliance could rely on each other. One had to consider whether or not those lucky chances were worth paying the cost of the penalty. Thus, all members of the Deep Alliance that entered the demon god's tomb this time had varying thoughts in mind. All of them knew the unspoken rules of the alliance. If they encountered the hostile alliance then they would first work together to eliminate the forces of this hostile alliance. Then, they would consider how the benefits would be distributed internally. If they could come to a peaceful resolution then that would be for the best. Otherwise, everything would be decided by force. At this time, the giant bone boat slowly descended. The Deep Alliance's station was separated from the Flood Alliance's station by 100 miles. Each side looked at the other as they swung about in the air. Several hours later, both sides sent out their leading elders as well as the numerous higher abyssals that would enter the demon god's tomb. They arrived at the cliff in the wilderness and the endless starry skies located deep underground. Within the crowd of people, Lin Ming silently judged the abyssals from the Flood Alliance. If Lin Ming didn't consider himself, then the Flood Alliance had brought 12 true divinity abyssals here, the same number that the Deep Alliance had brought. These 12 abyssals were clearly the elite forces of the Flood Alliance. At the front of these 12 abyssals stood a towering abyssal in purple armor. He had a human face and could even be considered extremely handsome. However, his entire body was covered in lizard scales and he had a thick tail extending from behind. This human-faced abyssal was the current crown prince of the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. Middle true divinity level. Lin Ming instantly thought as he looked at this Great Flood crown prince. However, he felt that there actually wasn't any good reference value for knowing this crown prince's cultivation level. He could feel a dangerous aura from this Great Flood crown prince's body. It was clear that this person's strength was far more horrifying than what he estimated. Hee. Ninth Elder is quite perceptive. A light voice suddenly sounded out near Lin Ming's ears. He turned and saw that the one speaking was Deep Child. Lin Ming felt his heart turn cold. His minor mental thoughts hadn't appeared on his face and yet had been realized by this Deep Child. Lin Ming remained quiet. He had always been wary of this Deep Child. In these past days he often saw Deep Child together with Xianxia, and he could also feel a dangerous aura coming from Deep Child. In fact, this aura was even somewhat heavier than the great Flood Crown Prince's. "Rest easy," Deep Child chuckled. He turned his head, no longer looking at Lin Ming. "If you are compared against this great Flood Crown Prince, then I think the current you should try to avoid him as much as possible." Deep Child passed out this advice and then smiled as he walked towards the great Flood Crown Prince. "Crown Prince Flood, I haven't seen you in such a long time." Deep Child's rich and magnetic voice echoed through the air. Deep Child and the great Flood Crown Prince were old acquaintances. After they met, they exchanged some polite greetings and small talk, although everyone knew they were just spouting empty wind. Whether it was Deep Child or the great Flood Crown Prince, their performance was perfectly on point, as if they truly were good friends. At this time, more and more abyssals began to gather at the entrance of the demon god's tomb. Besides the two great alliances, there were also many small influences trying to survive in the seams who also caught up. Deep King Road and the Great Flood Demon Kingdom had especially left behind a small portion of the spots for these influences and didn't completely eliminate them from entering. To share some of the benefits, this was how a true ruler survived. And at this time the demon god's tomb finally began to open. From all around the quiet wilderness, energy began to stir, turning chaotic. Icy storms of energy emerged from the void, sweeping through the world. The groups of elders sent by the large sects stood around like towering mountain peaks, their eyes electric as they looked at the void. When the storm was at its zenith, they lifted their hands up together and summoned 6 thick totem poles. These totem poles were engraved with images of demons. The totem poles were passed down from ancient times and were the easiest and most convenient method to open the demon god's tomb. In fact, these 6 totem poles were the keys required to open the demon god's tomb. The 6 totem poles flew into the dark starry space, forming a hexagonal star design. With this star design, the starry space began to ripple like waves in a stormy sea, distorting. Gradually from within the swirl of stars, a tear split open and dazzling black light gushed outwards. This black light seemed like the source of all darkness. Profound and ancient, it fell down like a roiling black sea, shrouding the numerous powerhouses of the wilderness within. For a time, Lin Ming felt his spatial ring violently shake, as if something were about to howl out. He knew that this was the response of the Book of Ian. When the demon god's tomb was about to open, the strength of the Book of Ian connected with the power of the world, nearly breaking Lin Ming's spatial ring to pieces. This was why it was impossible to hide the ceremonial rites book, and why when everyone entered the demon god's tomb it would be perfectly clear how many books there were and whose hands they were in. In order to prevent his spatial ring exploding, Lin Ming took out the Book of Ian. Whoosh! A forlorn energy shot out from the Book of Ian, blasting towards the dark and raging skies, shooting into the vortex of energy and fusing together with it. And at this time, from not too far away from Lin Ming, 2 more divine lights shot into the skies. These 2 divine lights naturally came from 2 other ceremonial rites books. Lin Ming already knew that these 2 books were the Book of Nether and the Book of Evil. The Book of Evil was in Xianxia's hands, and Evil was the ruler of the Demon Association. Lin Ming once heard some rumors that Evil was still alive somewhere in the world, but it was only afterwards that he learned that these rumors were purposefully spread out by the Demon Association. Evil had truly died, but he didn't die in the Great War 10 billion years ago when the Dark Abyss fought with the 33 heavens. However, after that, Evil had been injured and its life essence slowly faded away until it perished. The Demon Association intentionally hid this information behind a screen of rumors and fog in order to consolidate their own status. The Book of Evil was in Xianxia's hands, but the Book of Nether was in the hands of the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. From this, one could see the feud between the 6 totem-level influences. They each took the books of other sects to enter the demon god's tomb. The 6 ceremonial rites books had a mysterious connection with the world within the demon god's tomb. Abyssals that held a book of ceremonial rites would obtain an advantage. That was that the person who held one could absorb the power of demon gods at twice the effectiveness and half the effort. This was also a reason why abyssals who held onto a book of ceremonial rites would be hated and targeted by all. Without grasping true strength, to hold a ceremonial rites book was no different from seeking death. Thus, when the Book of Ian in Lin Ming's hand began to bloom with divine light, all of the abyssals in the Flood Alliance looked towards Lin Ming. They had long since become aware that Xiang Mei had the Book of Evil. Thus they didn't find it strange at all. But Lin Ming's Book of Ian was information that had only been recently spread out. Although everyone knew that another ceremonial rites book appeared in the Deep Alliance, they thought that this newly appeared book should be in the hands of Deep Child. But it was in Lin Ming's hands. The great Flood Crown Prince looked at Deep Child, a smile touching on his face. "Brother Deep Child, you're more humble than you appear. You actually gave 2 ceremonial rites books to your junior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister. What, are you lacking the courage to take a ceremonial rites book into the demon god's tomb? Or could it be said that this is only a smokescreen that you sent out, and after you enter the demon god's tomb the book of ceremonial rites will be handed to you and this fellow will only be made into your shield?" The great Flood Crown Prince pointed at Lin Ming, a glint of ridicule in his eyes. Deep Child laughed with confidence. "Treasures are for those who are able to hold on to them. Although my cultivation is a bit higher, it is only because I have been training for longer, so my talent can only be considered decent at most. I actually cannot compare to my Deep King Road's Holy Demoness, nor can I compare to the ancient Ian sect's 9th Elder. Since my talent is inferior to others, it isn't strange if I give way to them." Deep Child's words were all naturally spoken and caused the surrounding abyssals to be bewildered. They all knew about Deep Child's talent, and it was rumored that he had incredible hidden depths. His true strength was terrifying. The Holy Demoness was understandable. She had been famous for a long time, but Deep Child actually spoke honestly and said that he was inferior to this obscure 9th Elder of the ancient Ian sect. Thinking like this, many abyssals secretly paid attention to Lin Ming, all of them with different thoughts in mind. Some of them believed Deep Child's words and were wary of him, but some of them saw Lin Ming's upper Empyrean cultivation and killing intent started to flash in their eyes. Lin Ming openly greeted all the gazes cast towards him. Deep Child's words had pushed him directly onto the crest of the wind and waves. However, Lin Ming knew that even if he didn't say anything, he would still end up here because the Book of Ian was in his hands. Compared to Xiang Mei, who had accumulated fame and renown over all these years, it was far easier for Lin Ming to become the target of others. And at this time in the endless starry skies of the wilderness, after the 6 totem poles absorbed the strength from the 3 ceremonial rites books, they began to hum and shake. This shaking became increasingly fierce, until even the wild plains that everyone stood on began to tremble. Large chunks of rock cracked open from the plains, rolling upwards as they were sucked into the endless starry skies. More and more black light rose up all around the totem poles, filled with infinite mystical meanings. Trillions of Lo runes floated within. With a loud cracking sound, space collapsed and a profound and infinite world slowly presented itself in the eyes of the abyssals present. This world was the mysterious and ancient demon god's tomb. In order to open the demon god's tomb, one first had to have the qualifications to enter it. In the past, when the demon race overcame the great shattering and established the dark abyss, the demon god's tomb became the smelting trial for the peerless children of heaven amongst the abyssals. This mystical land could be called the reason for which countless powerhouses were born amongst the abyssals during all these years, the reason they were able to stand above the 33 heavens in strength. For all these years, at least 90% of the true divinity level abyssals that were born in the dark abyss had entered the demon god's tomb when they were at the Empyrean level. During a trip into the demon god's tomb, many Empyrean level abyssals would perish, but those that survived would soar into the skies. Sometimes the demon god's tomb wouldn't open for 600 to 700 million years, and this would cause the number of true divinities in the dark abyss to rapidly drop. From this alone, one could see the heaven-defying cultivation effects of the demon god's tomb. This valuable pressure naturally couldn't be wasted on the bodies of mediocre trash. Thus, before entering the demon god's tomb, these rippling black lights were the first test that those who entered faced. The black light contained a pure demon energy. Only those with extraordinary talent, a solid foundation, and a tremendous amount of demonic energy within their bodies could cause this demon energy to resonate with them and finally enter. As for those abyssals with lower levels of talent, they would be flushed out by the impact of this demon energy. The surging demon energy was like a massive tide of the heavens and earth that swelled outwards. The wilderness shook, and for a time the entire underground starry skies were obscured. Many Empyrean-level abyssals stood in front of this tide and profoundly felt just how small they were. Compared to the countless ancient demon kings buried with the demon god's tomb, they were insignificant. "Let's enter." Deep Child's voice spread over the Deep Alliance. Many abyssals from the Deep Alliance grit their teeth, their bodies turning into beams of light that flew towards those horrifying waves of energy. Wang! 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 Energy vibrated. The abyssals that flew into the tide weren't devoured or torn apart by the terrifying energy. Rather, they resonated with the demon energy. The black light flowed into their bodies and flowed back out, forming natural channels around them. The abyssals passed through these channels and into the demon god's tomb. Then more and more abyssals flew into the energy tide. The more solid one's foundation, the more demon energy an abyssal possessed, the more the power of the demon god's tomb would resonate with them. Lin Ming also flew into the tide of energy. The appearance of his figure immediately drew the attention of many abyssals. Lin Ming wasn't particularly fast, but when he submerged into the crazily surging demon energy, the power of demons all around him was drawn towards him as if he were a true demon king, and the power of demons all over was groveling at his feet, utterly subservient to him. Seeing this scene, many abyssals were startled. This was a natural reaction brought about by one's strength without a need to think about it. Whoosh! Lin Ming vanished into the tide of energy. He only felt an irresistible suction force released from the black light before him, pulling him forwards at an ever-accelerating pace. All sorts of chaotic and disorderly images flashed through Lin Ming's mind, as if a torrent of time was rapidly flowing all around him. It seemed as if a mere flash of time passed, and also seemed as if thousands upon thousands of years passed. Then, the chaos in Lin Ming's mind suddenly vanished, and he arrived in a strange and incredibly vast space. "This is the demon god's tomb?" Lin Ming muttered as he looked at his surroundings. In his life, Lin Ming had entered far too many extraordinary mystic realms. But none of these mystic realms could compare with the demon god's tomb in terms of rank. Even the Azura Road was far worse than the demon god's tomb. After all, the Azura Road was something that was only created by the Azura Roadmaster. As for the demon god's tomb, there were countless ancient demons buried here, and with their flesh and blood they had forged this world together. The demon god's tomb space was broad and ancient. Looking up, one could still ephemeral and gorgeous stars suspended high overhead, tens of thousands of miles away. Every star emitted tremendous waves of demon power, as if true demonic gods were slumbering within. The pressure was suffocating, like being pressed down and caged to the floor, deep enough to shake the heart with fear. These stars. Lin Ming suddenly discovered something unusual about this land. In truth, when Lin Ming was in the wilderness, he found it weird that the starry space was buried beneath the ground, and this starry space also contained a massive number of stars. It seemed extremely out of place. It was only when Lin Ming entered the demon god's tomb himself that he discovered the truth. These incredibly gorgeous and multicolored stars were in truth demon relics. When peerless demon kings died, they would leave behind their own demon relics, just like the demon relic that Lin Ming had obtained in the Azura Road's final trial. The countless demon relics in the skies were left behind by the super demons of ancient times. They had existed for over 100 billion years and still sparkled brightly in the vault of the heavens. As they connected together in mysterious ways, they actually formed a terrifying array formation. This array formation wrapped around the entirety of the demon god's tomb. It was hard to imagine just what degree of formidability it had reached. By this time, It wasn't just Lin Ming, but the other abyssal who entered the demon god's tomb also discovered these demon relics that had turned into stars in the skies. Each and every demon relic contained the inexhaustible essence and strength of laws from before the death of the super demons that formed them. They were unsurpassed supreme treasures. This caused some abyssals to be unable to help flying towards these stars. Although they didn't have any hopes of obtaining these demon relics, observing them from a distance and perceiving the laws that were concentrated inside was also good. However, before they approached, a terrifying pressure fell down upon them like a torrential waterfall, causing those abyssals to crash down from the skies. These abyssals weren't injured, but, because of the sudden impact of pressure, their blood vitality tumbled in their bodies, causing their faces to whiten. How fierce! These ancient demon kings have been dead for countless years already and still have such pressure and presence. If they were alive, I simply cannot imagine what degree of strength they would reach. An abyssal sighed deeply. With those other abyssals teaching them a lesson, these abyssals didn't try probing those demon relics anymore. Hey, isn't that fellow the one from the Deep Alliance that has the Book of Ian? Some abyssals saw Lin Ming and their eyes lit up. It's him. Those that spoke all had Empyrean-level cultivations. They looked at Lin Ming with some dread, but couldn't hide the avarice in their eyes. They weren't part of the Deep Alliance but were from the Flood Alliance. They were Empyreans from small influences. Lin Ming's strength was a secret that only the abyssals of the Deep Alliance knew of. The flow of information had been blocked by Deep King Road, and as for the small number of rumors that spread out, it was impossible for others to tell if they were true or fake. After all, seeing with one's own eyes was always better than believing random hearsay. These small influence Empyreans simply didn't know what boundaries Lin Ming had reached. However, Deep Child had said that Lin Ming's talent surpassed his own. Even if Deep Child was lying, at the very least Lin Ming wouldn't be weaker than they were. We shouldn't be able to deal with him. Should we contact Elder Senior Apprentice Brother and have him join forces with us to kill him? An Empyrean abyssal said in a hushed voice. The Elder Senior Apprentice Brother they spoke of was a true divinity-level abyssal. It's too early. Everyone has just arrived at the demon god's tomb, and no one has had time to gather the power of demon gods, nor have they been able to pick up any lucky chances. As for the Book of Ian, I don't dare to take it, otherwise we will just draw a fatal disaster upon our own heads. Let us wait for now and fatten up this fellow. When the timing is right, we will contact Elder Senior Apprentice Brother and attack him. There should be many good things on this fellow. Several Empyreans discussed with sound transmissions. But at this time, their eyes widened and all their hairs stood up. A towering black abyssal had appeared in the middle of them like gods and ghosts. This abyssal was Lin Ming, and as he looked at the three surrounding Empyrean-level abyssals, a fierce smile lit up his face. He hadn't heard the sound transmissions of these three abyssals, but with his keen sense, how could he not sense their hostility and killing intent? Even if they were weaklings, as long as they were hostile to him, Lin Ming didn't plan to let them off, regardless of whether the demon god's tomb had just opened and regardless of whether there were any advantages to doing so. He would strangle all dangers while they were in the crib. In the 7 profound valleys, this was the most important lesson that Ouyang Boyan had taught him. You! The abyssal that just started speaking felt his heart skip a beat. He could feel that as Lin Ming appeared, an invisible force field had locked down the area around them so that they couldn't even move. Even his thoughts had slowed down to a standstill. Before he could distinguish what had occurred, he saw a black light flash towards them and his protective demon energy tear apart like paper. Like this, 3 heads flew into the skies. Blood spray upwards like a fountain. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and drew a killing circle, instantly cutting down the 3 Empyrean-level abyssals. The cold spear point wasn't even tainted with a drop of blood. Lin Ming put away the black dragon spear. These 3 dead Empyrean abyssals all had a cultivation that wasn't even as high as Lin Ming's, and the resulting massive difference in strength led to this overwhelming ending. The abyssal demons were natural mortal enemies of the life forms of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming had no intention of holding back or showing mercy, much less to these abyssals that had revealed killing intent towards him. This venture into the demon god's tomb would inevitably become a grand feast of slaughter. Pong! 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 3 headless corpses plopped to the ground and their blood splashed onto the ancient wild earth. Then, a startling scene occurred. This fresh blood was like water falling into a sea, quickly absorbed by the wild land. Even the energies within the bodies of these 3 Empyreans was slowly being drawn out and submerged into the void, fusing together with the surrounding world. Lin Ming even felt that these 3 corpses were slowly decaying. Originally, the corpses of Empyrean-level abyssals shouldn't decay even after several 100,000 years. But now they were rotting away at a speed faster than a mortal's corpse would. For this sort of situation to occur, it could only be because their powerful blood vitality was being continuously sucked out. After losing the power of one's blood vitality, the mortal body became nothing more than a rotten bag of skin. So things actually happen like this? Lin Ming faintly frowned. The abyssals that died in the demon god's tomb would have their strength rapidly sucked out. This caused Lin Ming to feel that there was an evil nature to the surrounding space. The demon god's tomb was like the maw of a giant wild beast. Out of all the abyssals that came here, over half would die. And the fates of those that died would be to have their bodies slowly absorbed by the world itself. Such an ending left one's back shivering with cold. The terrain within the demon god's tomb was extremely dangerous and cruel. Some mountain peaks pierced into the skies, like great swords thrusting into the heavens. Some places had cracked land, revealing fathomless black abysses. In some other places one could see bones scattered all over the ground. These shattered bones were small and large and glittered like cracked black crystals. Upon approaching these bones, one could feel a faint force field. In truth, these bones had already been exhausted of their energies, and yet they still maintained a light force field that continued onwards, leaving one sighing with emotion. Without a doubt, after the owners of these skeletons died, the energies in their bodies were similar to those Empyrean abyssals that had died, and had been absorbed by this world. All that was left over were their broken bones and a light force field that lingered upon them. They would forever be buried here. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt something unusual. Every time the demon god's tomb opened, countless proud abyssal elites would converge towards this land. These abyssal elites could absorb the unimaginably pure energy that had been refined over 100 billion years in the demon god's tomb. But at the same time, over 80% of the abyssal elites would perish here. The demon energy in their bodies and the strength of their blood vitality would be cleanly absorbed by this world. Like this energy went in and out, forming a particular balance that sent a chill down one's spine. This meant that the abyssals took the eliminated dead as fertilizer so that powerhouses could soar to even greater heights. Thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed. The brutality and laws of the jungle that existed in the dark abyss weren't as simple as that. Rather, they were the true laws of the jungle, laws where the strong ate the weak. At this time, an amazing demon aura swiftly passed in front of him. A black ray of light flashed through the world, the intensity of the impact causing the earth to shake in waves. From where the vibrations appeared in the void, the vague phantom of a fierce demon appeared in the black light. It slowly condensed, its demon energy gushing out into the world. The demon roared, its voice echoing through the heavens and earth. The power of demon gods. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. According to the Jade Slip, the power of demon gods had wandered about the demon god's tomb for over 100 billion years, slowly forming a spiritual wisdom of its own. If one could smash these energies apart, they could obtain their essence. The power of demon gods was one of the most important lucky chances of the demon god's tomb. Many proud abyssal elites entered the demon god's tomb specifically for this reason. Lin Ming stepped forwards and his body vanished in the sky. Facing this flying demon, he punched out with his fist. Pong! With a loud shattering sound, the demon cried out in misery before disintegrating into smoke and dust. It turned into a stream of black energy that began to dissipate into the world. Lin Ming reached out a hand and slowly gathered this energy. It really is pure. Lin Ming was shocked. In fact, describing this power of demon gods with the word pure really wasn't enough. Lin Ming had seen all sorts of lucky chances in his life, but solely in terms of the quality of energy found in mystic realms. Nothing could compare with this power of demon gods in front of him. This was because out of all the mystic realms that Lin Ming had seen in his life, even the one that existed the longest wasn't even a tenth of the age of the demon god's tomb. The energy within the demon god's tomb had been purified and refined for all this time, like wine brewed from heavenly materials. After being fermented for 100 billion years, it had become a peerless vintage. Every abyssal that entered the demon god's tomb was a lover of such a wine, and the taste of it was difficult to put into words. Lin Ming used his soul force to control the wisps of demon energy that gathered in his palm. He formed it into the phantom of a small demon, and this demon phantom seemed incredibly lifelike, as if it were alive. Lin Ming clenched his fist tightly and directly absorbed this demon phantom. In the next moment, a blurry mark appeared on his arm. This mark was a faint demon tattoo. This was the so-called totem. For every abyssal that entered the demon god's tomb, there would be a limit to the number of totems they could form from the power of demon gods. Some could form 8, some could form 10, some could form 15. But once they surpassed their limits, this number wouldn't increase anymore. The limiting number of totem tattoos that formed would depend on an individual's own martial talent and potential. Of course, the more totem tattoos that one could form, the better it would be. However, in truth, because the demon god's tomb was a land filled with frigid slaughter, the more totems one formed, the more one became a delicious plump sheep in the eyes of others. For the weaker and smaller abyssals that entered this mystic realm, they were already thanking the heavens and earth if they could form 3 or 4 totems and survive to leave. To them, the totem limit wasn't too meaningful. By this time, Lin Ming could see that at the ends of the horizon there seemed to be abyssal demons already beginning a scrambling massacre due to the struggle for the power of demon gods. But this was only a small fight. Once more and more treasures appeared, then the slaughter would escalate until the entire demon god's tomb turned into a bloody hell. Lin Ming didn't pause here for long. According to the jade slip he reviewed, the number of lucky chances was much smaller on the edges of the demon god's tomb, and the quality and density of the power of demon gods was also lower. The truly precious treasures were located deep in the demon god's tomb. Of course, there were more dangers there too. Lin Ming flew towards the depths of the demon god's tomb. Its space had an extremely great difference from that of the outside. The demon god's tomb was a mysterious great world built to resist the great shattering of the past universe. Here, the intensity of space had been tempered for 100 billion years and flooded with the flesh and blood of countless demon kings, and had now reached a nearly indestructible state. Even with Lin Ming's absolute strength and his comprehension of the space laws, he still couldn't freely utilize the power of space, nor could he distort space. And he definitely couldn't break through space and hasten his pace with great void shifts. Thus, whether one was a true divinity or Empyrean, they would have to honestly and simply fly. And because of the omnipresent force field, the speed of all abyssals was suppressed. But although Lin Ming was only flying along and didn't pause much, the power of demon gods that he condensed was actually no less than that of other abyssals. Lin Ming seemed to possess appeal to these demonic things. Many abyssals would search in all directions for the power of demon gods, spending several hours before finding a little. As for absorbing it, there might even be conflict in doing that, because if other abyssals were there, then there would be a battle to decide ownership of the power of demon gods. However, Lin Ming only flew forwards, and yet demonic spirits formed the power of demon gods and approached him on their own initiative. In fact, they were not actually looking for Lin Ming, but for the Book of Ian that he carried with him. This mysterious and ancient demon book possessed a strange aura and special energy fluctuations. In the demon god's tomb, the Book of Ian was like a bright light that attracted moths, or a fresh dewy flower that attracted honeybees, constantly drawing in demonic spirits condensed from the power of demon gods. These demonic spirits weren't too strong. Lin Ming easily struck them down, and soon, over time, Lin Ming's first totem on his arm was already a third completed. In forming totems, the further one went, the more difficult it became. But Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. This opening of the demon god's tomb would continue for a long period of time. At the shortest, it would be 7 or 8 years, and it might even go on for dozens or hundreds of years. In the history of the Dark Abyss, there were times when the demon god's tomb opened for 1 or 2,000 years. The longer the demon god's tomb was open, then the more time the abyssals that entered would have to seek out lucky chances and the power of demon gods. Thus, when they emerged, they could also have large benefits. But at the same time, there would be a longer period of slaughter, so fewer abyssals would be able to walk out alive. Lin Ming didn't look for trouble, but that didn't mean trouble wouldn't come knocking on his door. 2 days later, Lin Ming felt threads of light killing intent waft over his back like a cool spring breeze. His thoughts stirred. An abyssal had targeted him. His pace didn't slow down in the least, but he did release his sense in all directions. However, what was amazing was that he didn't find who it was that was following him. This surprised him. It meant that this person who was hiding was at a level that surpassed his expectations. It shouldn't be the great Flood Crown Prince. This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind, and he calmed his mood. He began to fuse the soul force of his true self into his sense. Lin Ming's true self contained the eternal soul, and the strength of his soul force wasn't something that common abyssals could compare with. And after investigating the situation, his thoughts stirred once more. It seemed things were different from what he had thought. He fell into thought for a moment and then slowly changed directions, flying towards a far-off direction of the demon god's tomb. The ash-gray wilderness of the demon god's tomb was filled with the pressure of a ubiquitous force field. And the further in one went, the more powerful this pressure became. The ground here had reached an unimaginably hard degree. The higher the level of a plane, the more stable the structure of the world was. If the dark abyss were compared to the 33 heavens, the world structure was already at a step higher. But if compared to the demon god's tomb, then the demon god's tomb simply dwarfed all others. In the middle of it, every rock, every inch of land, could be compared with divine iron. Upon entering the demon god's tomb, even if a martial artist didn't encounter any lucky chances, just digging out some, or would be enough to forge divine weapons. Lin Ming crossed over a mountain as sharp as a sword. Across the mountain peak was a vast and deep canyon, an untamed land that seemed to have never seen strangers. Through the passage of countless years, a considerable amount of the power of demon gods had converged in this canyon. The more power of demon gods there was, the more powerful a force field would be created. Lin Ming only needed to take a step in to feel this force field linger over his body, causing his breath to quicken and his movements to slow down a great deal. Lin Ming could see a skeleton sitting in place on the canyon floor. This skeleton still maintained its complete shape, and its empty eye sockets seemed to be staring at him. Lin Ming and this skeleton looked at each other. Then, a smile lit up Lin Ming's face. At this time, a purple-black demonic spirit suddenly flew out from the skeleton. This demonic spirit was incredibly fast, and it flew straight towards Lin Ming's forehead. From its stance, it seemed as if it wanted to break into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. However, Lin Ming had already been prepared. He punched out his fist. Pong! A loud explosion filled the air. Lin Ming's fist contained the intricate principles of strength training's flow like silk, and trillions of threads of the power of demons was condensed in it. The fierce vibrations sent the dark purple demonic spirit tumbling away. The demonic spirit howled in pain. It seemed to discover that it wasn't Lin Ming's match and began to turn around to flee. It didn't die. Lin Ming was a little surprised. It seemed that this was an extremely high-quality demonic spirit, and the power of demon gods within its body was also much purer. Lin Ming took a step forwards and his speed exploded. He appeared in front of the demonic spirit as if he had teleported there and then slapped out with his palm. Pong! Energy recklessly blasted forward, shattering the demonic spirit into pieces. Lin Ming reached out a hand and grasped all of the energy that was roiling through the air. Then, he gathered it and absorbed it into his body. For a time, Lin Ming felt every pore over his body relax and open to swallow the power of the heavens and earth. This was an abnormally pleasant feeling, like a dehydrated wanderer who hadn't drunk anything for several days, finally finding a clear spring and taking big mouthfuls of fresh water. This power of demon gods is truly wonderful. If I cultivate for 100 years in here, then that will be the same as cultivating for thousands of years outside. Once I accumulate enough energy, it won't be a problem for me to break into the true divinity realm. In order to break into true divinity, one first needed to accumulate enough energy and also solidify their foundation. But in the world of the demon god's tomb, the energy was simply far too pure. After absorbing this energy, it was far too easy to integrate into one's limbs and bones, acupoints and meridians. There just wasn't a need to refine it. Like this, there wouldn't be any problems with stabilizing one's foundation. If one had to find a reason, then it was because this world had already refined this energy for 100 billion years. If a martial artist could absorb the energy here, it would vastly decrease the amount of cultivation time they needed. This was a shortcut to raise one's cultivation. Of course, the premise behind such a shortcut was that one's comprehension of laws could follow correspondingly. Otherwise, if one's cultivation rose but the laws couldn't follow the pace, then there wasn't any meaning in doing so. But in terms of the comprehension of laws, Lin Ming had cultivated two of the highest laws and also cultivated essence, energy, and divine. These sort of accomplishments couldn't be simply described as just the standard of a true divinity. Lin Ming glanced at the totem on his arm. With the energy he absorbed just now, the totem on his arm went from being a third complete to half complete. From this, one could see how high quality this energy was. Then at this time, Lin Ming's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Friends that have been following me from behind. You've followed me for so long. I think it's about time that you come out. As he spoke, he calmly turned around, his eyes locking onto a part of the void. In that originally empty void, an energy force field slowly revealed itself. Within this force field was a large bronze bell. Clang! Clang! The great bell thundered and grew larger. Two figures, one black and one white, flew out from it. From appearances, these two figures seemed like ghosts. You actually discovered us? The black figure said with surprise. His voice was ethereal and sharp, making one shudder. These two abyssal demons had extremely strange appearances. They were short, even shorter than the average height of a human male. Their bodies were thin and emaciated, and they were wrapped in billowing robes. One wore black robes and the other wore white robes. These two abyssals were covered in a dim mist, just like the white and black impermanence of mortal tales. Deities responsible for rewarding the good and punishing the bad. You two are the Demon Association's Yin-Yang twin ghosts? One of Lin Ming's eyebrows arched upwards. When he killed the Demon Association's elder and read his memories, he had familiarized himself with the high-level figures of the Demon Association. These Yin-Yang twin ghosts were high-level elders of the Demon Association. They were two brothers and their cultivations were at the lower true divinity level. If they were alone, then their strength wouldn't be considered much. But together, they could display a terrifying combat strength. You actually recognize us, hehe. Hand over the Book of Ian and the power of demon gods you absorbed, and we will leave you be. The white-robed abyssal cackled. Lin Ming chuckled. Are you still spouting nonsense at a time like this? Just make your move already. Lin Ming directly drew out the black dragon spear, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant fighting spirit. With the Book of Ian in his possession, he was sure to draw the hatred of others. And these Yin-Yang twin ghosts were the best indicator with which to test his current strength. He had intentionally looked for a remote area to face his opponents, all in order to test just what level his strength had reached after opening the 7th palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and also breaking into the Upper Empyrean realm. You are courting death, the Yin-Yang twin ghosts sinisterly sneered. With a loud humming sound, the great bronze bell in front of them suddenly shivered and floated above their heads. It released a continuous force field that locked in the surrounding space. And after this, the bell came falling down. Lin Ming glanced around and shot his sense onto this bell. He hesitated for a moment, actually not trying to dodge the bell. Clang! With a loud rumble, the bell completely covered Lin Ming and the Yin-Yang twin ghost within. The space inside the bell was a circle 200 feet in diameter. To a true divinity realm martial artist, 200 feet couldn't even be considered a distance at all. With Lin Ming and the Yin-Yang twin ghosts in such a tightly confined space, it was no different from hand-to-hand close-body combat. Seeing Lin Ming not trying to avoid from start to finish, The yin-yang twin ghosts were stunned. They originally believed that Lin Ming might be a true divinity-level master. Otherwise, Deep Child wouldn't have given him such exaggerated praise, and the Deep Alliance wouldn't have allowed him to take the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb. Against a true divinity-level master, while defeating them was easy, killing them was difficult. After all, if this other party discovered their presence and exhausted their skills to escape, it would take a good period of time to overtake them, not to mention that Lin Ming also had companions with him in the demon god's tomb. If other abyssals of the Deep Alliance were drawn here, then their plans to hunt down Lin Ming would fail. Thus, they wanted to use the large bronze bell to trap Lin Ming within. If they sealed off their opponent's escape routes, then it would make it much easier to kill him. They originally thought that Lin Ming would struggle and wouldn't let them cover him in the bell so easily. But when they easily managed to achieve their goal, they actually felt something strange in their hearts. And at this time, within the sealed space of the large bronze bell, Lin Ming was checking his surroundings, utterly composed. This bronze bell was a high-quality true divinity spirit treasure. And with the force field covering the area, wanting to break out from within wouldn't be easy at all. As for the ground beneath his feet, it was the land of the demon god's tomb, land as hard as divine iron. In other words, once the bell fell down and sealed off the surrounding space, then not only would it be difficult for those inside to leave, but it would also be difficult for those outside to enter. Moreover, it would be impossible to find out what was occurring within. This was a completely sealed-off battlefield. Thinking of this, Lin Ming smiled. For himself, this was a surpassingly good opportunity. What are you smiling about? The yin-yang twin ghosts frowned. Lin Ming lazily shook his head. Nothing. It's just that I haven't come out for exercise for a long time, so I'm a bit out of sorts. And you too just gave me this perfect opportunity. Lin Ming's words left the yin-yang twin ghosts perplexed. Just what did he mean by not coming out to exercise in a long time? Just who and what was this person before them? Before the yin-yang twin ghosts could react, a heavy mist suddenly erupted from Lin Ming's body. This mist carried with it a deep and powerful strength that proliferated through the air all around. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. The Grand Mist spread within the ancient bronze bell, completely sealing up the already sealed battlefield. Immediately, the yin-yang twin ghosts raised their guards. An upper Empyrean was surrounded by two true divinities in a sealed space. But not only did he not panic, but he even laid down a force field to block off the area. It seemed he wanted to fight some sort of final battle. If such a person wasn't an idiot or crazy, then they were someone who had more than enough confidence in their own strength. And, when recalling the fact that Deep King Road allowed Lin Ming to carry the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb, the chances of Lin Ming being an idiot were near zero. How interesting. We are going to kill you, but it looks like you want to eat us up instead. Are you afraid that we are going to run away? A mere upper Empyrean actually wants to contend with us two brothers. The yin-yang twin ghosts cackled, their voices gloomy and evil. They spread out, standing on both sides of Lin Ming. And at this time Lin Ming was continuing to bolster his Grand Mist force field, blocking out the space. Lin Ming's eyes swept over the arms beneath the voluminous robes of the yin-yang twin ghosts. On each of their arms was a totem mark. The yin-yang twin ghosts' totem marks were actually not much dimmer than Lin Ming's was. Lin Ming possessed the Book of Ian, so his speed in absorbing the power of demon gods should have been amongst the fastest of all. Yet he wasn't able to surpass the yin-yang twin ghosts. This meant that the yin-yang twin ghosts had killed a great number of abyssals from the Deep Alliance before this. Only by killing other abyssals and plundering their totems could one rapidly accumulate the power of demon gods. After killing them, my first totem mark should be able to reach perfection, and it might even go a little beyond that. Unfortunately, the Book of Ian draws the hate of others too easily, so now I must fight true divinities. If I were able to delay this for a few days and allow them to gather more power of demon gods before I killed them, then my harvests would have been even greater. As Lin Ming was thinking this, the yin-yang twin ghosts had already begun to rush towards him. They were skilled in coordinating their attacks. The moment they moved, they had already blocked out all of Lin Ming's angles of avoidance. Facing Lin Ming, neither of them held back. Lin Ming's actions of sealing away the battlefield once more had caused them to become wary of him. The black and white light of abyssals flooded the battlefield. The yin-yang twin ghosts struck out with an extremely cunning attack trajectory and also attacked from two sides at once. For a normal abyssal, this would have been difficult to fend off. However, facing such an attack, Lin Ming only sneered. In this instant, Lin Ming's inner world opened and a raging and boundless energy wildly gushed out. This sort of energy was drastically different from the demon energies within the dark abyss. That demonic abyssal energy was fierce and cold, filled with thick killing intent. But this sort of energy was vast and broad, yet it didn't lose its sharp edge. This was the power of divinity from the 33 heavens, and also the strength from unifying true essence, spirit essence, and astral essence. Ho dash! Like a dragon roaring out into the horizon. An incredible hum rang through the ancient bronze bell, wildly reverberating all around. Lin Ming's true self rushed out from his demon avatar's inner world, like a treasure sword being unsheathed from 1,000 years of dust. Divine light recklessly shot out, nearly piercing through the ancient bronze bell. What? The yin-yang twin ghosts were panic-stricken. In an instant, Lin Ming had become two. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that this Lin Ming no longer had the appearance of an abyssal, but rather had the appearance of someone of the ancient races, or even someone from the Dark Angel race. From looks alone, it was impossible for them to determine whether Lin Ming's true self was an abyssal demon or not. But the vast power of divinity exuding from Lin Ming's true self allowed them to instantly confirm that this person who suddenly appeared was neither an abyssal nor someone from the ancient races. Rather, he came from the 33 heavens. Thinking of this possibility, the hearts of the yin-yang twin ghosts quaked. Someone from the 33 heavens. How could they appear in the dark abyss? Could this be some sort of great plot? Before they could respond, Lin Ming's true self suddenly attacked. Lin Ming raised his spear and thrust outwards. Spear light howled, seeming as if it could overturn the universe as it pierced towards the white-robed abyssal. And at the same time, Lin Ming's demon avatar also attacked. He grabbed a thick-boned spear and pounded down at the black-robed abyssal, without a need to hide his strength any longer, without a need to hide his laws. In this moment, 7 great stars from the 9 stars of the Tao Palace suddenly appeared above Lin Ming's head. Endless starlight poured into the bodies of Lin Ming's true self and his demon avatar, causing their strength to rise to a new limit. Bang! The yin-yang twin ghosts simply weren't able to resist the raging impact at all. The two of them miserably coughed as they were sent tumbling away. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud rings, the yin-yang twin ghosts smashed into the ancient bronze bell, causing it to thunder out loud. What is going on? The yin-yang twin ghosts were bewildered. From this short glance, they faintly released that this person from the 33 heavens who suddenly appeared had a cultivation inferior to that of a true divinity. But how could someone who hadn't reached true divinity possess such a freakish level of strength? One abyssal, one life form from the 33 heavens. Could they have been one body to begin with? Take away the bell! The black-robed abyssal shouted out loud. The situation had undergone heaven-shaking changes. They had already lost all control of what was occurring. This life form from the 33 heavens had mixed itself into the dark abyss. And not just that, but their strength was incredible and they obviously had dark intentions. This sort of important discovery needed to be reported. You want to escape? Keep on dreaming. Lin Ming's true self sneered. At this time, the inner world of Lin Ming's true self also opened. Shua! 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 3 more figures flew out. These were Lin Ming's avatars of essence, energy, and divine. Now that Lin Ming didn't need to hide his strength any longer, he could finally go all out. Roar! The cry of a dragon echoed from Lin Ming's inner world. The little black dragon that had been hiding in Lin Ming's inner world throughout his entire time in the dark abyss finally joined the fray. Little Black had long since reached the limits of an Empyrean. Although its strength still fell short of that of a true divinity, it could rely on its powerful vitality and potent body to act as a deterrent in battle. Within the ancient bronze bell, Even though Little Black had shrunk its body to an infinitesimally small portion of its original size, it still took up nearly half of the available space. It immediately became crowded inside. Little Black was like a giant wall of meat. When combined with the Grand Mist space, it blocked the ancient bronze bell from opening. Thick killing intent flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He had planned from the very start to reveal all cards in his hands, because he could not allow a single one of these abyssals to leave. He had to cut down the yin-yang twin ghosts here, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. When Lin Ming was at the Middle Empyrean realm and hadn't yet opened the twofold Dao Palace, he had used all means and had managed to slay a lower true divinity. Now, in this sealed space with his strength greatly enhanced, it wouldn't be difficult for him to eliminate these two lower true divinities. The power of yin and yang. Lin Ming's true self and his demon avatar moved together. Their four hands moved as one, drawing a primal chaos diagram with their hands. Endless power of divinity and demons rushed out from Lin Ming's true self and his demon avatar, fusing together to form a yin-yang wheel. This giant will slice down onto the black-robed abyssal. The black-robed abyssal was panic-stricken. At the same time, the white-robed abyssal was diverted by Little Black and the three avatars, completely unable to help. The reason that the yin-yang twin ghosts were known to be powerful was because the two brothers could coordinate without the slightest gap. But once they were split apart, their combat strength would drop precipitously. When they faced Lin Ming, it had been 2 against 1, but now it had become 2 against 6. The sudden change in disparity could be imagined. The black-robed abyssal's complexion rapidly changed. He opened his lips and a small green fork came spinning out. Countless evil spirits lingered atop this small fork. They emitted pained hisses and wails, causing the small fork to seem extremely fierce. Facing this small fork, Lin Ming's true self and demon avatar simply disregarded it. They savagely pressed down the yin-yang wheel. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the small green fork was sent flying away. The yin-yang wheel flew down without slowing. At the same time, the faint phantom of a black phantom appeared behind the wheel. In this crucial life or death moment, the black-robed abyssal wildly roared. He summoned all the demon power in his body and smashed out his fist onto the yin-yang wheel. In the next moment, a wild vortex of energy swirled through the entire sealed space. Beneath Lin Ming's suppression, the explosive energy didn't sweep outwards, so that the ancient bronze bell wouldn't break. Rather, these energies all swept towards the black-robed abyssal. The black-robed abyssal spat out a mouthful of black blood as he was sent flying away. Pong! The black-robed abyssal smashed the walls of the ancient bronze bell. The ancient bronze bell had already started to deform and the white-robed abyssal wanted to take it back. However, because of the heavy Grand Mist force field pressing against the ancient bell, and with Lin Ming's 3 avatars diverting the white-robed abyssal, the white-robed abyssal was finding this impossibly difficult to do. Seeing the black-robed abyssal about to die, the white-robed abyssal emitted a shrill, ear-piercing scream. This scream was like the cry of a demented ghost. As the white-robed abyssal cried, blood-red marks began to appear on his face. These marks burned like flames and grew like weeds, rapidly spreading all over the white-robed abyssal's body. In that moment, the white-robed abyssal had burned his blood essence. And at the same time, the black-robed abyssal was also pushed to the edge by Lin Ming. His entire body shook and blood-red marks began to spread on his face too. He was also trying to burn his blood essence. 2 true divinity-level abyssals were burning their blood essence together. When added to their joint attacks, their combat strength would rise to yet another level. Wang, the white-robed abyssal summoned forth a bone pagoda. This bone pagoda was only an inch tall, but when it appeared it began to wildly absorb the massive amount of blood vitality from the white-robed abyssal's blood marks and then recklessly grew. As for the black-robed abyssal, he brought out a ghost streamer. This ghost streamer whipped against the wind as trillions of malicious spirits rushed out from it. These spirits emitted wails that stung the ears as they sank into the bone pagoda. The bone pagoda rapidly grew. With a loud rumbling sound, it rose higher and higher until it smashed into the top of the ancient bronze bell, like a pillar that supported it from within. And even then, the bone pagoda continued to grow, as if it would lift up the bronze bell at any moment. Pong! 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 The ground beneath the bone pagoda started to crack apart. As for Lin Ming's Grand Mist force field, as it was impacted by this tremendous strength, it began to wobble. The overlapped layers of Grand Mist energy weren't stable to begin with, and now it seemed as if the entire force field would collapse. Seeing this, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. His demon avatar rushed out and smashed a fist against the bone pagoda. Kacha! The bone pagoda had a hole smashed in it by Lin Ming's demon avatar. The demon avatar thrust an arm into it like a viper, all the way into the bone pagoda. Laws of famine swallowing. For a time, the arm of Lin Ming's demon avatar turned into that image of famine's blood tentacles. The power of swallowing wildly poured into the bone pagoda, and the devouring vortex that was created covered many of these malicious spirits, swallowing them up as they screamed in misery. After breaking into the twofold Dao Palace, the swallowing laws were able to harmonize with Lin Ming's demon avatar even better, and he was able to bring out more of its strength. Hum-dash! The bone pagoda violently trembled as if it were about to disintegrate. As for the ancient bell that lifted a little, it started to fall back down. You! As the black-robed abyssal saw Lin Ming suck in all of the spirits he had refined with so much effort, he felt as if he would vomit blood from anger. He grasped the ghost streamer and a howling gale rose up. Layers upon layers of demon energy gathered together, forming into a giant demon claw in the air that grasped down at Lin Ming's demon avatar. The black-robed abyssal wanted to force away Lin Ming's demon avatar, but at this time a blinding spear light flashed out, smashing into the giant demon claw. Pong! With a loud explosion, the demon claw burst apart into a miasma of fog and black light. Lin Ming's true self had attacked. You! Seeing Lin Ming's true self attack, the white-robed abyssal's eyes turned blood red. Lin Ming was simply too hard for them to deal with. Not only was he fighting one against two, but he could even divert both of them at the same time. Although they stimulated their blood marks, this sort of secret technique couldn't last too long. Once this secret technique faded away, their defeat would only arrive faster. After breaking apart the demon claw, Lin Ming coldly sneered. Crackling sounds burst out from within his body and scales began to grow over his true self. At the same time, the Azura war god Phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. His true self had activated his Azura blood. Not just that, but by using the Gate of Life's ability to restore blood essence, Lin Ming even conveniently burnt some blood essence from his true self. At this time, the superiority that the Yin-Yang twin ghosts gained from burning their blood essence had disappeared. Power of the 9 stars. Lin Ming punched out a fist. 7 stars floated up behind him, the power of infinite starlight pouring into Lin Ming's body, condensing onto his fists. The white-robed abyssal raised up a demon claw to block this fist. Support me! The white-robed abyssal roared at the black-robed abyssal. At this time, neither of them could bother with the bone pagoda. However, before the white-robed abyssal's voice fell, his complexion changed. Lin Ming's fist contained an all-annihilating corrosive strength. The white-robed abyssal's demon claw was rapidly melted away by this fist, and even his blood vitality and life force started to quickly dissipate. This was one of the moves that Lin Ming had come up with after obtaining Xiang Mei's Black Book of Death and unifying it with his comprehensions of the samsara of life and death. Such an attack was already extremely close to Xiang Mei's attack. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed abyssal's arms turned deathly gray, as if they had lost all life. The black-robed abyssal was panic-stricken. He grabbed a small green fork in his hand and hurried to help the white-robed abyssal. But in this moment, Lin Ming's demon avatar temporarily gave up on swallowing the bone pagoda and grasped a bone spear as it smashed down at the black-robed abyssal. Bang! The demon god's tomb's hard earth was blown apart by the spear strike of Lin Ming's demon avatar. The black-robed abyssal was forced away. At the same time, Lin Ming's 3 avatars of essence, energy, and divine began to gather around the edges of the white-robed abyssal. They held Azura wheels in their hands as they rushed towards the white-robed abyssal and ruthlessly cut down. Ah! The white-robed abyssal's face twisted as he fiercely struggled. After burning his blood essence, he was like an enraged wild beast on the verge of death. He forcefully broke apart the Azura wheels of Lin Ming's essence avatar and energy avatar. But in the end, he was cut through the neck by Lin Ming's divine avatar. Puff! Blood flew out. Horror and unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the white-robed abyssal. And at this time, Lin Ming's true self also punched out. Pong! This fist solidly smashed into the white-robed abyssal's chest. The powerful impact force tore the white-robed abyssal's clothes to shreds. The white-robed abyssal spat out a mouthful of blood as the light began to fade away from his eyes. Lin Ming's fist contained the dual laws of life and death. The endlessly growing power of divinity and demons broke into the white-robed abyssal's body, even as the laws of death rapidly wasted away his vitality. The two continuous attacks had caused the white-robed abyssal to lose nearly all his combat strength. And in a battle where a great disparity existed to begin with, to lose so much combat strength meant that the end result was already decided. The white-robed abyssal forced himself to create a demon claw, wanting to counterattack Lin Ming one final time. However, his body suddenly shook. A ferocious bone spear pierced through his back and out of his chest. Bone spikes twisted and grew and tore apart the abyssal's body, causing his blood to rain down to the floor. The white-robed abyssal struggled to turn his head to see Lin Ming's demon avatar standing behind him, holding a thick bone spear in his hands. The white-robed abyssal had already lost all strength to resist. Second brother. Seeing the white-robed abyssal die, the black-robed abyssal felt his heart fade away like dying embers. He realized that with his own strength, it was impossible for him to stop this monster from hunting him down. He roared out loud and threw the small green fork in his hands at Lin Ming with all his strength. Then, the demon power in his body rose to the limit and his skinny body began to inflate. You want to self-implode? A cold light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. His true self and demon avatar attacked at the same time, and his three avatars blocked out the void. Bang! The small green fork was sent flying away by a strike from the demon Lin Ming's spear. And at the same time, the fist of Lin Ming's true self crashed into the black-robed abyssal's chest. The power of life and death savagely burst into the black-robed abyssal's body. The demon power that the black-robed abyssal gathered and wanted to use to explode was suddenly neutralized by the power of death. Like cold water splashing onto heated iron, the black-robed abyssal began to rapidly lose strength. It was no longer possible for him to blow himself up. It's over. Beneath the suppression of absolute strength, the black-robed abyssal wasn't able to display his greatest heaven-destroying strength. Together with the white-robed abyssal, the two of them died with deep grievances, only able to nurse their hatred in the afterlife as Lin Ming killed them in their own ancient bronze bell. After the yin-yang twin ghosts sided, the totem marks on their arms faded away, turning into pure power of demon gods that slowly fluttered towards Lin Ming. To kill others and wrest away their power of demon gods, this would forever be the fastest method. The demon god's tomb had only opened several days ago, so the yin-yang twin ghosts had accumulated a limited amount of the power of demon gods. Even so, after killing them, Lin Ming's first totem mark directly reached perfection. Not just that, but the second totem mark also started to slowly appear. Lin Ming could feel that even though this second totem mark appeared slightly different from the first one, if he wanted to completely manifest it, then it would require much more power of demon gods. The demon god's tomb would remain open for a long time. Lin Ming absolutely had the option of slowly gathering the power of demon gods and didn't need to be hurried. However, he was worried that if he stayed in the demon god's tomb for too long, then he might find that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already left seclusion. At that time, humanity would once more fall into dire peril. As for contending with the good fortune Saint Sovereign, it would all depend on Divine Dream's leadership. But no matter what happened, it was sure to be a difficult and blood-filled battle. All of these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He shook his head, placing these worries in the back of his mind. These were inevitable matters to begin with, and all Lin Ming could do now was do everything he could to increase his own strength. There were far too many enemies he had to face. the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the unfathomably deep soul Emperor, and even the entire dark abyss. Each one of these enemies was stronger than the last. They pressed down on Lin Ming's shoulders, but with his current strength he wasn't able to shake any one of them. Still, Lin Ming didn't give in. This pressure on him was also his great lucky chance. And if he wanted to reach the peak of martial arts, he needed such a lucky chance. Since ancient times, peerless powerhouses often required more than just heaven-defying talent and destiny. They also needed the momentum of the world to be pushing them towards greater accomplishments. 10 billion years ago, the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign had been in such a situation when they faced the invasion of the abyssal demons. 100 billion years ago, the demon god also experienced such a situation facing the great shattering of the demon universe. This is what others meant when they said situations made the hero. The current Lin Ming also stood atop this wave that swept over the world. He was pushed to his current position, and if he could stand proudly where he was then, he would become a legend that would be passed down for over 100 billion years. Oh! The earth was boundless and barren. In the world of the demon god's tomb, besides demonic spirits, there was no other life. The only lives that stood out were the other abyssal trial challengers. But they were enemies that could kill you at any moment. This was a world of deathly stillness, but also a world where dangers pervaded every corner. To stay in such a world for dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of years and withstand endless loneliness, infinite slaughter, and desolate cultivation, even someone with powerful nerves and tenacious willpower would find it hard to bear. Pong! Amongst the midst of scattered demon bones, a brilliant light suddenly burst out like fireworks in the night sky, dissipating between the heavens and earth. With it, a miserable cry echoed out. An abyssal demon tumbled onto the ground in distress, his body covered with blood. Lin Ming grasped a bone spear and quietly followed him from behind, like a devil emerging from the depths of hell. "Stretch out your arm." Lin Ming's voice was cold and brooked no resistance. The abyssal he struck down from the air came from the Flood Alliance and only had an Empyrean-level cultivation. Facing Lin Ming's pressure, this abyssal nearly suffocated. It was impossible for the abyssal to resist Lin Ming's aura. He obediently stretched out his arm, and then Lin Ming reached out sharp claws to wrap around this arm. With a bit of strength in his fingers, 5 sharp nails pierced into the abyssal's body. Laws of famine swallowing. Lin Ming revolved the swallowing laws, savagely sucking out the pure power of demon gods within this abyssal's body. A moment later, the abyssal lay splayed out on the ground like a dead dog, his entire body soaked in a cold sweat. In that instant just now he had felt as if his entire bloodline had been sucked out by Lin Ming. However, he didn't die and Lin Ming didn't seem to have any intention of killing him. Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "You can screw off." Hearing these words, the abyssal was dazed, in disbelief that he could survive this. "Are you not leaving?" A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes and the abyssal quickly scurried away. Lin Ming took a deep breath, drawing in every wisp of the power of demon gods into his body, so that he didn't waste even the tiniest bit. He opened his eyes, slowly turning towards a position somewhere in the void and faintly said, "Since you've come, you might as well come out." From the silent void, loud laughter suddenly echoed out. "Ha ha ha! Ninth Elder's senses are truly sharp." With this voice, a hand suddenly appeared and ripped open the barrier of a concealing array formation. An abyssal walked out. This was Deep Child. After being in the demon god's tomb for a long time, this was the first time Lin Ming encountered Deep Child. Lin Ming didn't know how much power of demon god's demon child had absorbed. Facing Deep Child, Lin Ming was deeply wary of him. He could feel that this Deep Child was like a cold and ruthless wild beast, hiding his fangs until the moment came to reveal them. "Interesting, you actually let that Flood Alliance abyssal go," Deep Child said, a thoughtful light in his eyes as he stared at the fleeing abyssal from the Flood Alliance. "But you shouldn't be some kind of blindly benevolent fool." As Deep Child spoke, he looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't reply, instead glaring back at Deep Child and coldly asking, "Just what are you looking for me for?" He was already prepared for a fight. Although those in the Deep Alliance had made an oath, such an oath likely wouldn't have any binding force on Deepchild. Deepchild chuckled. "This is just a chance encounter. Since you don't wish to talk to me much, then let us meet once again in the deepest depths of the demon god's tomb." As Deepchild said this, he turned and left. From start to finish, he never attacked Lin Ming and didn't even reveal a bit of killing intent. Lin Ming frowned and watched as Deepchild slowly disappeared from sight. He didn't know what tricks Deepchild was playing at. Deepchild clearly possessed formidable strength, and yet he restrained himself this entire time. Deepchild didn't try to take his ceremonial rites book, nor did he seek out the great Flood Crown Prince for some sort of final showdown. In these past months, the Deep Alliance and Flood Alliance had come into conflict numerous times, but there had yet to be a great battle with deep losses yet. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His time in the demon god's tomb was extremely precious. He needed to grasp every moment he could to raise his strength. As for whatever traps or secrets were in the demon god's tomb, or whatever plots Deepchild was planning against him, only when he had sufficient strength could he deal with these things. Lin Ming's figure flickered and he flew away. He searched for his next target, whether it was a demonic spirit or more abyssal prey. This was already Lin Ming's 10th month in the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb was extremely broad. In these 10 months, Lin Ming traveled, spending the majority of his time in quiet cultivation. Slaughter and cultivation, this was the entirety of the demon god's tomb. Lin Ming didn't want to involve himself in the great war between the Flood Alliance and Deep Alliance. But, as long as he met someone from the Flood Alliance, he would attack them without hesitation. They were his prey. This venture into the demon god's tomb was meant to be a grand slaughterfest to begin with. Since Lin Ming joined in, he naturally would make use of these rules. As for things like mercy or morality, to talk about such things now was foolishness. During these 10 months, Lin Ming's name also spread out. There was no longer an abyssal stupid enough to consider Lin Ming as a mere upper Empyrean abyssal. Because no one knew Lin Ming's true name and only knew of him as the 9th Elder, slowly, the abyssals of the Flood Alliance gave Lin Ming a new name, the 9th War Demon. These days, in particular the Empyrean-level abyssals of the Flood Alliance, they all shivered upon hearing the name of the 9th War Demon. But no matter how infamous Lin Ming's exploits, he didn't kill every Flood Alliance abyssal that he saw. He discovered that by using famine-swallowing laws, he could easily draw out the power of demon gods from the bodies of other abyssals. Thus, as long as some abyssals were willing to offer him their power of demon gods, he would mostly let them live. This was no some act of mercy, but because Lin Ming had his own plan. He did this because he wanted to raise his cultivation speed up as fast as possible. Lin Ming had his own ambitions. He wanted to accumulate his totem tattoos to the limit in the shortest time possible. According to the Jade Slip, the more power of demon gods that a trial challenger possessed, the greater their chances of withstanding the inheritance of totem abyssals and passing the abyssal ritual. Moreover, once he succeeded in receiving this inheritance, then this power of demon gods would also be perfectly absorbed by the trial challenger during the process, sublimating into a part of their strength. Within the demon god's tomb, the slaughter continued grinding on. Perhaps it was abyssals slaughtering demonic spirits to absorb their power of demon gods, or perhaps it was abyssals slaughtering abyssals to steal their achievements. And like this, 3 years passed. In a black swamp within the demon god's tomb, Lin Ming was slowly absorbing a wisp of pure power of demon gods. He glanced at the totem marks on his arm. Currently, he had already condensed his 6th totem. In these past 3 years, Lin Ming's cultivation speed was equivalent to the results of training for dozens of years outside. He had fully stabilized his upper Empyrean boundary, and his cultivation was rapidly progressing at 10,000 miles a day as he approached the limits of an Empyrean. Seeing the 6th totem mark about to be completed, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. He radiated his sense outwards. Then his lips slowly curved up. In an area not too far away, he saw that it was time to harvest some of the previous arrangements he made. He slowly rose upwards, turning into a beam of light that shot towards the direction his sense told him to go in. He was extremely fast, like a coursing lightning bolt. In a quarter-hour of time, he had already flown to his destination. Here there was a canyon, and deep in the canyon was a concealing array formation. This was an Empyrean-level array formation, but to Lin Ming it simply existed in name only. Lin Ming raised his right fist and demon power shivered as it stirred in his body. Kacha! A fist punched out, smashing into this concealing array formation. What happened? After the concealing array formation exploded, several abyssals rose up, bewildered. They had established a momentary resting spot here some time ago. Even for an Empyrean, if they were to participate in endless days of cultivation and slaughter, they would still feel mentally worn out and need to rest. They would normally gather here, and there were abyssals that were specifically charged with being on lookout and guardian array formations. But today, all of these precautions had failed. It was only when someone came knocking at their door and the array formation exploded apart did they respond. If someone could quietly approach and then easily smash apart their hidden array formation, such an opponent was likely at the true divinity level. A true divinity level opponent wasn't someone they could deal with. However, as they rushed out and saw this intruder, their complexions suddenly turned incredibly ugly. The ninth war demon. Why you? It's you again. Those that gathered in his canyon were Empyrean-level abyssals of the Flood Alliance. In the demon god's tomb they were considered weaklings, and it was always easier for weaklings to survive if they joined forces. In these past days, they had relied on their teamwork to accumulate a great deal of the power of demon gods. They had always been careful in their actions lest they become prey for true divinity abyssals of the Deep Alliance. However, what was incomparably sad was that in these past 3 years, they had already bumped into this dark star known as Lin Ming twice. The first time was 2.5 years ago. Not too long after they entered the demon god's tomb, they fought with the Empyrean-level abyssals of the Deep Alliance until they finally encountered Lin Ming. Because of the massive disparity in strength, they were beaten to the ground. But what was strange was that Lin Ming actually didn't kill them and instead let them go. They originally rejoiced in such merciful actions, and at the same time they also laughed at Lin Ming for being stupid. But after 1.5 years passed, they actually encountered Lin Ming in this dangerous mystic realm once more. Lin Ming still didn't kill them. He didn't even take the cultivation methods or heavenly materials that they found so far, but only took away all the power of demon gods they had gathered. This made them so depressed they nearly vomited blood. But at least they passed through this danger with their lives intact and also had some minor harvests. As long as there was life, there was hope, and they started from the beginning all over again. Now this was the 3rd time they encountered Lin Ming. For a time, the faces of these abyssals turned blue. You should all not want to die, right? Hand over your power of demon gods. Obediently follow my orders and I will not kill you, otherwise, none of you will escape here alive. You should all know that I possess the ability to make sure none of you will be able to escape. Lin Ming's words were overbearingly tyrannical. The lungs of these Flood Alliance abyssals nearly burst open with rage. They had gathered their power of demon gods after so much time and effort, and yet Lin Ming wanted to savagely steal it all away. Did you use some secret technique to follow us? An abyssal suddenly sucked in a deep breath. To be found once by Lin Ming was normal. To be found twice could be called a coincidence. But to be found a 3rd time, how could this be possible? Even if they had bad luck, it shouldn't be this bad. Upon hearing this abyssal's question, a cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and the surrounding temperature suddenly and precipitously dropped. These abyssals felt as if they had all been caught by the scruffs of their neck and none of them dared to speak. They were already sure that Lin Ming had some unknown methods to follow them. Moreover, when Lin Ming initially didn't kill them but let them go, this wasn't some random act of benevolent mercy, but because he wanted to fatten them up before harvesting them. Thinking of this, the complexions of these abyssals turned darkly ugly. Those that were able to enter the demon god's tomb were all proud children of heaven, and yet they were being raised as if they were farm animals. This demon, he is too evil. How could a tracking mark have been placed on us? Before this we gathered with His Highness the Crown Prince, but His Highness didn't tell us we were being tracked. The Crown Prince that these Flood Alliance abyssals spoke of was naturally the Great Flood Crown Prince. The great Flood Crown Prince was formidable, but the tracking mark that Lin Ming left on these abyssals was formed from his battle spirit. To an abyssal, a battle spirit was a strange and relatively unknown thing. Perhaps a battle spirit might not be able to play any role in a battle between true divinity-level martial artists, but to use it to track someone was quite easy. A battle spirit mark would nearly never wear away. Moreover, because abyssals were unfamiliar with battle spirits, they were extremely hard to detect. With a battle spirit mark, Lin Ming knew the locations of these abyssals from start to finish. At a fixed interval of time, he would harvest them. Otherwise, if too long of a time passed, these abyssals might die somewhere and his arrangements would all be made useless. Hand over your power of demon gods or die, Lin Ming icily and decisively said. At the same time, his grand mist force field spread out and covered this canyon. With just a hint of killing intent, these 8 Empyrean-level abyssals would never leave this place alive. Let's attack together. I don't believe that with so many of us working together we cannot deal with a single one, an enraged abyssal said, not believing in this situation. Lin Ming's methods had touched his bottom line. Abyssals were born with violence and bloodthirst in their bones. In their lives they had only bullied others. Just when had they been bullied like this? Just as this abyssal finished shouting, before his voice fell, a blinding spear light flashed through the void and caused a giant explosion to light up the world. This abyssal cried out miserably and was sent soaring backwards. He smashed into the mountain rocks, his large body causing a sizable area of the divine iron-hard mountain walls to collapse. Bang! The rocks burst apart. This abyssal was drenched in blood, and a bloody hole the size of a baby's arm was pierced through his chest. He hadn't died. But in the demon god's tomb, such a heavy wound would mean that even if he didn't die now, his future days would be a struggle indeed. The complexions of the other abyssals changed. To hear rumors was one thing, but seeing was believing. An upper Empyrean abyssal had been easily and instantly felled by Lin Ming, and now they were filled with dread towards Lin Ming's strength. Because of what they saw, all these abyssals meekly handed over their power of demon gods. Lin Ming used the swallowing laws to absorb all of this power. In a short incense stick of time, the 6th totem mark completely formed. Everything was connected. To the current Lin Ming, whether it was the power of divinity, the power of demons, or anything else, he could transform it into a part of his strength. He could already feel that he was making great strides towards the limits of an Empyrean. After absorbing the power of demon gods from all these abyssals, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The strength of the magic cube spread out from his inner world, forming a giant vortex that covered the surrounding area. These abyssals were panic-stricken. They thought that Lin Ming had lied to them and was about to kill them. But in the next moment, they lost their minds in the spiritual black hole created by the magic cube. The abyssals all slumped over, one at a time. Looking at these abyssals that fainted, Lin Ming unhurriedly used the magic cube to take away all memories of their power of demon gods being taken away today. He used the magic cube's illusionary abilities to create entirely new memories for these abyssals to explain why their power of demon gods had vanished. Like this, although they would fall into extreme despair, they would still diligently continue to collect the power of demon gods to support Lin Ming's cultivation efforts in the future. Otherwise, anyone that knew they were being tracked by others and even raised like farm animals would develop thoughts of resistance. At this time, only an idiot would continue to gather the power of demon gods just to give it away to others. Even a normal person wouldn't do this. They would rather not cultivate than vainly benefit someone else. But if they forgot all of this, then none of it would be a problem. This also meant that Lin Ming could use this move multiple times. It could be said that with the battle spirit tracking mark and magic cube, Lin Ming had found a cultivation shortcut in the demon god's tomb. After pillaging this squad of abyssals from the Flood Alliance, Lin Ming continued in this set pattern. For half a year he continued to strike out repeatedly, recklessly stealing the power of demon gods from abyssals as he carried out this large-scale farming. And after every harvest, Lin Ming wiped away the memories of these abyssals. There was never a moment that he would fear he would be discovered by others. Not to mention that the abyssals of the Flood Alliance wouldn't necessarily realize what happened to them. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In this demon god's tomb, Lin Ming's strength already stood at the highest tier. Besides the great flood-crowned prince and the mysterious deep child, Lin Ming was confident that there wouldn't be anyone else who was his match. Like this, the power of demon gods in his body rose rapidly in a short period of time. This strength was incredibly pure, able to perfectly fuse with Lin Ming's meridians and body without creating a single problem from different types of energies mixing together. Time passed. Into the 5th year of the demon god's tomb, Lin Ming had already formed 12 totem marks on his hand. Lin Ming didn't know what the limit of totem marks was, but he knew that according to the jade slip of the demon god's tomb, some ordinary abyssal elites would have a limit of totem marks in the dozen or so, and some would have even fewer. Lin Ming had used a mere 5 years to reach this point. If this were to be known by other abyssals, they would be completely dumbfounded. Lin Ming looked at his arm. The 13th totem mark was clearly in its rudimentary state. He was planning to completely manifest this totem mark in the next 10 months. Then, in this demon god's tomb, he would break through to the limits of an Empyrean and perhaps even touch upon the threshold of true divinity. But at this time in the distant horizon, the earth began to shake and rumble. Great plumes of black fog rose up, gathering in the skies. This black fog contained a horrifying aura. It transformed in the skies, twisting and struggling, like a demon that was growling at the world. Looking at this black fog, Lin Ming felt his mind shake. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying pressure from this far-off black fog, as if he were gasping for breath. This caused Lin Ming to be even more wary. He already possessed a true divinity level of strength, yet this energy was able to leave him suppressed to the point of gasping. This was too dreadful. But at this time, the earth began to crack apart, rupturing open. The demon god's tomb was an extremely stable world, and the strength required to tear apart the earth like this was simply unimaginable. There were abyssals who weren't too far away that were also attracted by these strange and wondrous images. For such a world phenomenon to occur, that likely meant that something extraordinary was being born. Lin Ming's thoughts moved. He used his sense to probe for a moment, and then he flew towards the area where the phenomena appeared at an unhurried pace. And at this time, there was a loud explosive sound like the eruption of a volcano. Waves of magma swelled forth from the cracked earth, soaring into the heavens. A team of abyssals was caught in this torrential wave and were sucked in like a tiny boat in raging seas, immediately disappearing. This sudden change caused the abyssals rushing here to pause for a moment. For a time, no abyssals dared to move forwards. There were perils and risks littered throughout the demon god's tomb, and many places where even true divinities had a high chance of dying. Without a doubt, there were lucky chances in these places, but to an Empyrean abyssal, maintaining their life was the most important point of all. Without their life, they had nothing. After Lin Ming saw this team of Empyrean abyssals being swallowed up, he also moved with even more caution. His pace also slowed by a great deal. At the same time, he radiated his sense outwards to investigate the situation around the phenomenon. Soon he found someone familiar. In the midst of howling winds, within waves of energy surging in the skies, a beautiful figure stood against the gales, her long dress flapping around her. This woman was Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia held a bone sword in her hands, her long hair fluttering in the wind. And not too far away from Xianxia, there was also a true divinity abyssal from Deep King Road in full battle mode, ready to fight. Lin Ming had some impressions towards this true divinity level abyssal. This abyssal had also appeared in the intra-alliance competition, but it was only that he hadn't fought. Lin Ming wasn't sure what his true strength was. But if Deep King Road was willing to send him out here, then his strength likely wasn't too bad. And what Xianxia and this Deep King Road abyssal elder faced were 3 true divinity-level abyssals from the Flood Alliance. The one leading these 3 abyssals was the great Flood Crown Prince. Ha ha ha! Your Highness Holy Demoness, if seems if fate wishes it, we will meet after all. The demon god's tomb is so broad, and I have been here for so long, and yet this is the first time I have run into your Highness. I surely must thank this world phenomenon for this. The great Flood Crown Prince smiled, his fake words a veneer of civility. And at this time, The two true divinity-level abyssal behind him moved forwards, encircling Xianxia and the Deep King Road Elder. The great Flood-Crown Prince's strength was clearly above Xianxia's. And with the two true divinities from the Flood Alliance added on, it was clear which side was weaker. Xianxia furrowed her eyebrows. She looked at the tumbling black fog behind the great Flood-Crown Prince, as well as the phantasmal forms that faintly condensed in the fog, and she formed speculations in her heart. The energy that was dissipating from this mystic realm faintly resonated with the power of demon gods that she had absorbed, as if it were the source of the power of demon gods. In addition, the energy contained a terrifying pressure that even caused true divinities to quiver. Xianxia suspected that this mystic realm was likely related to the demon god from 100 billion years ago. Just what sort of existence was the demon god? He could be called the founder of the entire dark abyss, and if it were a lucky chance that he left behind, just what sort of lucky chance would that be like? It was unknown just what trigger had activated this mystic realm, but for it to suddenly appear from nowhere, it was clearly a great stroke of good fortune for the high-level abyssals that entered the demon god's tomb. Such good fortune, who wouldn't want to have sole possession of it? The great Flood-Crown Prince had clearly also approximately guessed this. Thus, he gathered up two other true divinities from the Flood Alliance to prepare to fight Xianxia. He wished to severely beat up Xianxia or at least force her to draw back. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light as she rapidly analyzed the current situation. The demon god's tomb was far too broad and the space laws here were too stable. Even a true divinity-level abyssal couldn't step through the void and could only fly, without any tricks. Now, for this mystic realm to suddenly appear here, although the aura of the energy was incredibly vast, it was simply too far away. Many true divinity-level abyssals had yet to discover it, but they would soon enough. Presently, Xianxia was clearly unable to contend against these three true divinity-level abyssals from the Flood Alliance. But if she could delay for time and wait for more true divinity-level abyssals to catch up, then perhaps a favorable turn might appear. Wang! Layers of the power of demon gods erupted from Xianxia's body, completely covering her. Beside her, the Deep King Road Elder also moved. His joints and body released explosive crackling sounds as layers of scales appeared on his body. He had utilized a body metamorphosis unique to the abyssal cultivation system. Seeing this, the great Flood-Crown Prince diabolically grinned. You want to delay for time and wait for reinforcements? Do you think you can last that long? Clang! The great Flood-Crown Prince flipped his hand and drew out a saber engraved with the image of a ghost head. He pointed the saber straight at Xianxia. Force this battle to a quick conclusion. The great Flood-Crown Prince ordered the two other abyssal elders. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused, frowning. He turned and saw that several miles away, an abyssal wearing black battle armor and holding a thick bone spear was flying towards them like a ghost. This abyssal was Lin Ming. This boy! The great Flood-Crown Prince scowled. In these past years, it was clear to everyone just how strong Lin Ming was. Now, the great Flood-Crown Prince fully believed Deepchild's words that Lin Ming's talent surpassed his own. He synthesized all sorts of information together to estimate that Lin Ming had the strength of a peak lower true divinity. He wouldn't have worried about this level of strength to begin with, but now, if Lin Ming were added together with Xianxia and that Deep King Road Elder, this battle would be 3 against 3. Although he still maintained the advantage as before, wanting to end the fight in a short period of time would be far too difficult. And if this battle dragged on, then more and more true divinity-level abyssals would arrive. At that time, the battle to enter the mystic realm would become even more ruthless and bloody, and getting the opportunity to swallow this lucky chance by himself would be less likely. In particular, the great Flood-Crown Prince felt a deep sense of dread towards Deepchild. If he were to catch up, then the consequences would be dire. You are courting death. The great Flood-Crown Prince glared at Lin Ming like a beast eyeing its prey. He completely unleashed his killing intent. Lin Ming flew forwards without changing direction. He seemed slow, but he flew several miles in a mere moment. Silently, he appeared next to Xianxia like a spirit, facing the great Flood-Crown Prince and the two other true divinity elders of the Flood Alliance beside her. It's you! Xianxia never thought that Lin Ming would appear at this time. As she looked at him, A complex light appeared in her eyes. In a sense, this black abyssal standing beside her was her fiancé. Although Xianxia couldn't accept him, she still had to acknowledge that she held some sort of peculiar and special feeling towards this fierce-looking abyssal. Strong winds howled. At this time, Lin Ming stood a bit ahead of Xianxia. From Xianxia's angle, she could see the towering back of Lin Ming as well as the gloomy and uncertain face of the Great Flood Crown Prince. Currently, the Great Flood Crown Prince was estimating whether or not he could severely wound Xianxia and Lin Ming in an incense stick of time if he attacked now. But at this time, the ruptured earth below began to shiver and whine once more. The edges of the cracked earth started to close in, as if the opening were about to seal itself away. That massive tide of demonic energy spouted out from the depths of that abyss, like the terrifying aura of a demon god being born into this world once more. But now it drew back, closing in, like a great maw that had opened and was now biting back down. From everyone's positions, they could see an infinite abyss exposed beneath that massive crack. It was clear that this terrifying and world-shaking aura was being transmitted from this underground abyss. The entrance to this underground abyss was this massive crack. But now the entrance was soon to be sealed up. The several abyssal masters present were stunned. If they didn't enter now and waited until the crack closed back up, then it would be impossible for them to find another chance. To forcefully open up the ground in such a powerful mystic realm required abilities that no one here possessed. "Go down!" the Great Flood Crown Prince ordered after seeing the mystic realm about to close up in a dozen or so breaths of time. At this moment, he and the others couldn't bother with Lin Ming anymore. "We're going also," Xianxia cried out. Without hesitation, her body plunged downwards like an arrow. Lin Ming followed behind her. With the true divinity elder from Deep King Road, 3 figures plummeted like meteors, instantly crossing the 100,000-foot distance. During this rapid flight, the Great Flood Crown Prince looked at Lin Ming and the others. After a moment of thought, he decided not to attack. The crack was far too large. It would be impossible for him to stop them from entering. Even if he managed to force Xianxia and the others back, they would eventually enter from another direction. If they entangled themselves in some melee, then if things didn't go well, even he wouldn't be able to enter. On the contrary, if they entered this underground space together, then he could rely on his absolute strength to control the absolute initiative. Whoosh! After Lin Ming and Xianxia flew down, other abyssal Empyreans unafraid of death followed them. Even though they were aware of how perilous this mystic realm was, with such a lucky chance before them, there would always be a chance for them to leap to the heavens in a single bound. In the face of such opportunity, there would always be desperados willing to recklessly risk their own lives. The figures of numerous abyssals sank into that endless abyss. From left and right, the endless rock walls slowly squeezed in. It was unknown how deep these rock walls extended. If they didn't manage to enter the mystic realm before these rock walls closed up and were pushed between them, then that would truly be a pitiful fate. With how hard the earth was in the demon god's tomb, even a true divinity-level abyssal would have to spend a considerable amount of time and effort if they wanted to somehow force their way out. As for an Empyrean-level abyssal, they weren't too strong to begin with. If they were buried underground, then they might not be able to crawl out for dozens or hundreds of years. It was even possible they would perish underground. The true divinity abyssals and those with similar strengths like Lin Ming and Xianxia were calm. But the Empyrean-level abyssals all had foreheads dropping with cold sweat. They continued to accelerate downwards, in fear that they would be caught in the pressure of the rock walls. Whoosh! 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 Abyssal after abyssal flew free from the underground crack. Then, infinite darkness flashed before them. In the next moment, their field of vision suddenly widened and they saw that they arrived in a broad underground world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Above their heads, the earth began to close up. The entrance had been blocked. During their hasty flight just then, after a brief estimation, everyone realized that this place was at least 1,000 miles underground. To suddenly be sealed in a mystic realm over 1,000 miles below ground, many Empyrean abyssals felt their hearts racing. Such a mystic realm, it shouldn't be inescapable, right? If it were, then that would truly be tragic. Lin Ming looked at this underground world. He could not see where the end was, and it wasn't pitch black either. Rather, there were shimmering sparks of light that overflowed from the rocks below, somewhat dimly. But a true divinity could still use their sense to perceive their surroundings in a completely pitch-black world. Moreover, there was light here already, so it wasn't any different from daytime to them. Underground, rocky stalagmites littered the floor, and between many of these giant stone peaks there was a lake that was extremely eye-catching. This lake was dark gray in color. It was around 100 miles in diameter and covered a vast area. The surface of this lake wasn't calm. Fist-sized bubbles rose up and broke into the air, as if this were a pool of heavy and burning hot water. As Lin Ming saw this lake, his heart skipped a beat. He could faintly feel an inexhaustible essence of the power of demon gods condensed in this lake, as if all that vast energy that gushed out from before came from it. Recalling the magma-like liquid gushing out from the ruptured earth, Lin Ming suspected that this was the water from this gray lake. Because the lake water had been stimulated for some unknown reason, it had pierced through the thousand-some miles of rock and formed a tide of demonic energy. This was similar to the volcanic eruptions of the mortal world. But just how much strength would be required to break through 1,000 miles of the demon god's tomb rocky earth? This mystic realm should be related to the demon god from 100 billion years ago. Xiang Mei's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming was startled. He looked at Xiang Mei. Xiang Mei continued to speak in a sound transmission. I'm not too sure of the specifics. Let us head down first. All right. Xiang Mei, Lin Ming, and the true divinity from Deep King Road all flew towards the lake. And behind them, several Empyrean-level abyssals from the Deep Alliance followed at a distance. It was at this time that the advantage of being in an alliance appeared. If they were to come here alone, then these Empyrean-level abyssals would surely be swallowed up in the battle without any bits remaining. But now they found a slim chance of survival. The more they neared the lake, the more Lin Ming felt that every drop of this lake water contained essence of the power of demon gods as vast and irresistible as a sea. Strange lines spread across the surface of the lake, beating in rhythm with the most profound abyssal laws and forming an absolute force field that locked in this part of the world. 1,000 feet away, everyone could feel this formidable pressure. Everyone's flying speed suddenly slowed down. Lin Ming swept his gaze outwards. He could see a massive amount of broken bone fragments scattered all around the lake. These bones had been here for countless years and were already bleached white. However, what was strange was that in between these scattered bone fragments there were also several intact corpses. These corpses hadn't turned into fragmented bones, but still had withered flesh. This left Lin Ming surprised. He didn't know how long these corpses had been here. If these were trial challengers from the most recent times, then this could be understandable. But if these bones came from ancient times, then that would truly be shocking. It was hard to imagine just how they managed to withstand the corrosive strength that pervaded this world. Lin Ming didn't think much on this, because at this time, he could see a group of abyssals running in his direction. The one at the head of these abyssals was the Great Flood Crown Prince. And besides the Great Flood Crown Prince were the 2 true divinity-level abyssals of the Flood Alliance, as well as about 10 Empyrean abyssals. This was around the total strength of the Flood Alliance in this underground world. All around Lin Ming, the complexions of the abyssals turned ugly. The Flood Alliance had the Great Flood Crown Prince holding the scene, but they only had Xiang Mei, Lin Ming, as well as an elder from Deep King Road called Deep Echo. In terms of masters, they were clearly at a lower level. The Great Flood Crown Prince swept his eyes out. As he didn't see that deep child who stirred fear in him, he suddenly grinned. Without Deep Child here, he could confidently say that he could completely wipe out all the Deep Alliance abyssals present. Really? The road to heaven is wide open, and yet you refuse. But you would rather burst through the gates of hell. Originally, if you stayed up above, then you would have been fine, but you insisted on coming down here to die. Then, how could I disappoint you? Let me fulfill your wish. The Great Flood Crown Prince looked at Lin Ming and Xiang Mei, a mocking light in his eyes. Facing the Great Flood Crown Prince, all the abyssals of the Deep Alliance were tense. The Great Flood Crown Prince was already at the pinnacle of a middle true divinity. Moreover, he was a considerable deal greater than those older true divinity abyssals. Facing such an opponent, just Lin Ming, Shang Mei, and Deep Echo weren't enough to be his match. If this were back in the above world, then they could scatter out in all directions to escape. But here in this underground world, they were no different than turtles in a jar, without any place to hide. Killing intent slowly spread out from the two abyssal alliances. The air seemed to coagulate into something solid, making it so that the weaker abyssals found it difficult to move. Shang Mei took a deep breath and grasped her bone sword. Her mind reached a state of unprecedented concentration. As she held the bone sword in her hands, her palms were slightly wet. Even she found it difficult to remain calm when facing an enemy like the great Flood Crown Prince. She was aware that this battle would be difficult. Hee, Your Highness' holy demoness sword is truly extraordinary. It seems crafted from the bones of ancient sages, and its quality even surpasses that of a true divinity spirit treasure. Unfortunately, that sword will not bring you any miracles today. Your Highness, why must you be enemies with me? If you are willing to pledge an oath to me and dual cultivate with me, then we can work together to seek out the secrets of eternal life. How about it? As the great Flood Crown Prince finished speaking, he casually swept his eyes over Lin Ming, a sinister and cold light flashing deep in his pupils. Shang Mei was renowned for being the #1 woman to exist in the entirety of the Dark Abyss. If one could obtain her and dual cultivate with her, then the benefits to one's cultivation would be incredible. As for Lin Ming, he was the fiancé Shang Mei had chosen. If he wanted to become one with Shang Mei, he naturally had to eliminate Lin Ming first. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, what mattered in a life or death battle was one's absolute strength. He was fully confident he could kill Lin Ming. Lin Ming maintained his calm as he rapidly analyzed the strength of the great Flood Crown Prince. If he were to face the great Flood Crown Prince, then once battle erupted, he would be forced to reveal his true self, and it would no longer be possible to hide his identity. If that happened, then the situation would become troublesome. It would mean that he would have to kill all abyssals here who saw his true appearance. Moreover, there was Deep Echo. If Deep Echo saw his true self, would he possibly help the enemy instead? You follow close to me once battle erupts. In the last moment, I will use a secret technique, and you will need to cover me. Because Lin Ming hadn't ever stated his name, Shang Mei simply referred to him as you. Hearing Shang Mei's sound transmission, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Indeed, Shang Mei followed the Soul Emperor all this time. In a crucial moment, she should have some sort of life-saving card. Unless it was as a last resort, Lin Ming didn't want to reveal his true self, because if he did, there would be far too many new problems. All sorts of thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind, and at this time there was a far-off cry. Everyone was startled. They turned towards the direction of the sound, and what they saw left their scalps tingling. In the few breaths of time before now, two Empyreans that didn't belong to the Deep Alliance or Flood Alliance wished to take advantage of the time they were engaged with each other to be the first ones to delve into the lake. They wanted to quietly search for treasure as well as avoid the slaughter between the two sides. But when they stepped onto the shore of the lake, the seemingly ordinary swampy ground, one of the Empyrean abyssals stepped on something and a black fog rose up that enveloped him. In just a short breath of time, while this abyssal was violently shivering, the scales on his originally fierce body began to fall off, and his towering and strong body started dissolving into bloody water that splashed onto the ground. The Empyrean abyssal melted away. All that remained was a head that stared wide-eyed into the skies, filled with panic. But soon this head also dissolved. Up until the moment he died, this abyssal didn't make a single sound. It was only his companion that cried out. An Empyrean-level abyssal had died in such an inexplicable manner, simply melting away into nothing. This was just far too macabre a sight. This is... The surviving Empyrean-level abyssal mumbled with a paper-white face. He didn't even dare to take a deep breath. Slowly, he cautiously stepped backwards, wanting to withdraw from this murderous swampy land that seemed as if it came from hell. After all, this Empyrean had survived many life or death situations in his time. He was well aware that if he didn't maintain his calm but instead turned tail to run, then his death might come that much sooner. One small step, another small step. Just as he was about to leave the edge of the swampy ground, his foot seemed to step into some pit and he tumbled backwards. With a cry of alarm, something seemed to grab onto his ankle from below and savagely pull him down. Ah! This Empyrean-level abyssal emitted a miserable shout. But soon his body sank into the swamp, and in just a breath of time his horrified shouts were also submerged. After a little bit more time, bones began to slowly float up. These bones still maintained the shape of someone struggling. They were the bones of the Empyrean-level abyssal that just died. This sort of feeling was like someone had been instantly eaten up with only bones remaining, leaving one frightened beyond compare. What is that? Seeing this scene, all the abyssals present, even the inordinately arrogant Great Flood Crown Prince, couldn't help but feel their hearts racing in their chests. They had just probed whatever this underground existence was, but they still didn't manage to discover just what it was that silently ate up two Empyrean-level abyssals. And these Empyrean-level abyssals were both proud elites of the Dark Abyss. But from start to finish, they were eaten and spit back out as quickly as cherries. That mysterious underground existence absolutely possessed strength above that of a true divinity-level abyssal. As for what the exact rank was, no one could confirm. All abyssals present held their breath for a time. In their minds, this calm underground world was becoming a dark land filled with horrifying terrors. In particular, the abyssals with Empyrean levels of strength regretted their impulsiveness to fly into the underground crack. Some abyssals gulped and subconsciously drew back from the direction of the lake. If it was them who rashly approached the lake just now, then the ones who turned into bones and bloody water would have been them. The Great Flood Crown Prince's complexion darkened. Even he felt pressured in such a situation. This was only near the shores of the lake, and yet such a terrifying existence was here. Then what would be at the bottom of the lake? Even if a dreadful existence appeared from the bottom of the lake that could easily slaughter him, the Great Flood Crown Prince would still not be surprised. After all, this hidden land had existed for over 100 billion years. Moreover, the one who left this land behind was likely the demon god of legends. As for what would evolve in this land through a span of 100 billion years, no one knew. Thinking of this, the Great Flood Crown Prince and other abyssals didn't dare to fight Lin Ming and Xianxia yet. Even if the Great Flood Crown Prince was confident that he could slay Lin Ming and Xianxia, it would still require him to use up a considerable amount of energy. If several monsters leapt out towards him once he was weakened, he would simply become their dessert. Moreover, a fight between several true divinities would surely affect the surroundings. The two Empyreans just then had only reached the lake shore to alarm one of the monsters. If their fight caused the heavens and earth to shake, then perhaps even the monsters at the bottom of the lake would be stirred up. If a crowd of enraged monsters suddenly rose up, then their fates could be imagined. You still want to fight? Xianxia coldly stared at the Great Flood Crown Prince, her eyes shimmering and her voice decisive. The bone sword in her hand glittered. If there was a fight, then she would naturally accompany them until the end. The Great Flood Crown Prince frowned. He coldly snorted and finally said, "Consider yourselves lucky. I will allow you to live this time, of course. The premise is that you all don't turn into bloody water." The Great Flood Crown Prince waved his hand and brought the others behind him to leave. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are we to do?" A true divinity-level abyssal asked from beside the Great Flood Crown Prince. "Let them live for now. At a key moment we might be able to use them as shields. First we will search the area for lucky chances and potential dangers. Once we have determined our situation, then it still won't be late to destroy them. And that lake! We certainly must go in to take a look. There is at least a 70 to 80% chance that this mystic realm is related to the demon god. If we enter a mountain of treasures and return empty-handed, then what is the point of cultivating martial arts?" Hearing the words of the Great Flood Crown Prince, many abyssals felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at the dark gray lake, and to them it now looked like the jaws of a wild beast that were opened wide, alarming to the mind. As for the lake waters, they blocked out their sense. No one knew just what lay inside. "Hey! The several of you come over here." The great Flood Crown Prince and his party stood in front of this killing lake. Suddenly, he turned his head and beckoned towards several Empyrean-level abyssals in the distance. These Empyrean-level abyssals came from small influences. They didn't belong to the Flood Alliance, nor were they part of the Deep Alliance. As these abyssals saw the great Flood Crown Prince wave at them, their complexions suddenly turned extremely ugly. Because the great crack in the earth had opened and closed so quickly, many abyssals had rushed down in a hot-headed decision. They never expected that they would be faced with such a situation underground. "I told you all to come here. Didn't you hear me?" The great Flood Crown Prince's voice turned chilly. The several Empyrean abyssals wore gloomy faces as they walked towards the great Flood Crown Prince. When facing true divinity-level masters like Lin Ming and Shang Mei, the great Flood Crown Prince still held a measure of wariness against them. After all, wanting to kill a true divinity-level master wasn't easy at all. But against these Empyrean-level abyssals, the great Flood Crown Prince could kill them in an instant. Thus, the Empyrean-level abyssals didn't resist, because doing so would only mean that death approached them faster. The several Empyrean-level abyssals trembled as they walked in front of the great Flood Crown Prince. They already guessed just what would happen. "Heh! What sort of expressions do you all have? I just want to cooperate with you," the great Flood Crown Prince said with a lingering smile. "Come, we will move forwards together. If we find anything good, then we will divide it according to the number of people. It is an absolutely fair condition." How could these Empyrean abyssals possibly believe such words? One of the abyssals dryly laughed and said, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, please don't joke with us. How could we dare to struggle with you for lucky chances? This lake is likely a secret land left behind from the ancient era 100 billion years ago. With such a mystical trove, how could the likes of us possibly have the luck to enjoy it? Only someone as wonderful and fortunate as Your Highness could possibly be worthy of such a thing. As for us, we only rushed down here in a moment of hot-headedness. We will immediately disappear from your sight," a clever abyssal said, bowing as he drew backwards. The great Flood Crown Prince's complexion turned cold and killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You sure speak enough garbage." The great Flood Crown Prince's face changed as his manner turned hostile. Demon power erupted from his body as he stretched out a hand and ruthlessly caught the retreating abyssal. The great Flood Crown Prince's strength was considered at the peak of middle true divinities. He wasn't someone that ordinary Middle Empyreans could deal with. This Empyrean-level abyssal was an overbearing ruler of his own influence, but in the hands of the great Flood Crown Prince, he was as powerless as a chicken, simply unable to put up a struggle. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, you, This Middle Empyrean cried out in alarm as he was flung forwards by the great Flood Crown Prince. "You walk with us. Stay 100 feet ahead of me. I will make an oath on my demon heart that if we can take away the treasures here and safely return, then I will leave a part of it to you. But if you try to play tricks with me or defy me, then I will kill you. Now, choose which road you wish to take," the great Flood Crown Prince icily said. After the abyssal heard these words, his complexion turned as pale as a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Safely return? Leave a part of the treasures to him? Did this possibility even exist? Currently, he had been tossed forwards as a stone to explore the path ahead. In this underground world where killing intent overflowed from all around, he was nothing but cannon fodder, and those 2 abyssal Empyreans who had melted away into bones and blood were the best examples. "You!" Although this abyssal's previous words seemed extremely undignified and servile, the truth was that he also had a fierce nature hidden in his bones. How could he endure such a humiliating death? "Heh! Don't be in such a hurry to refuse me. You should be an elder from the Apocalypse sect, right?" Hearing the great Flood Crown Prince suddenly mention his sect, the Empyrean-level abyssal's complexion changed. He was about to deny this when the great Flood Crown Prince smiled and said, "There is no need to try and hide it. When I grabbed you just now, I probed your cultivation method and noticed that you cultivate the Apocalypse sect's apocalyptic devil arts. Your clan is also in the Apocalypse sect. If you obediently listen to me today, then even if you die, when I make it out of here someday, I will surely compensate your Apocalypse sect. But if you disobey me, I will annihilate your apocalypse sect instead." The great Flood Crown Prince's words were incomparably domineering. The apocalypse sect's Empyrean elder was so mad that he shook from rage. "I will give you one last chance. Not only can I destroy your apocalypse sect, but I can also make you suffer pain worse than death. Even if you don't submit to me, I still have ways to replace you in exploring the path ahead. And it's only that it will be just a little bit more troublesome to me." The great Flood Crown Prince's voice became increasingly cold. It seemed he had reached the end of his patience. Lin Ming listened from behind, quietly astonished. In the dark abyss, being weaker only meant to be freely oppressed. That abyssal who had been grabbed was forced into a helpless situation and made to explore the way forwards. The great Flood Crown Prince and his group followed from a distance. There were also some Empyrean-level abyssals from smaller guilds that followed with aggrieved complexions. Without a doubt, once that abyssal in the front had the bad luck of randomly dying somehow, the next to stand in his place would be one of them. The group quietly walked forwards. The atmosphere was so tense and constrained that it seemed as if someone could squeeze water from it. "We will also go," Xianxia said after a moment of thought. She clearly didn't want to give up on whatever secrets there were in this lake. She looked at Lin Ming, asking for his suggestion. Lin Ming nodded. "We should release some of the power of demon gods that we absorbed and fully extend our senses. Since this energy comes from the same source, there should be a connection between it. If there really is danger, we should be able to perceive some clues." "Good. Everyone be wary." Xianxia nodded and released some of the power of demon gods she absorbed. The abyssals around her followed suit. At this time, the great Flood Crown Prince's group was now a mere 100 feet away from that killing lake. At this distance, the pressure was even more intense. Moreover, the abyssals could feel a rich death energy, one that was rank with the smell of blood, as if this lake they faced was a blood pond from hell. I. The abyssal leading the way turned paper white. With every step he took, it was like he walked over the precipice of death. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. This killing lake was simply far too strange, and the ways one could die were too pitiful. 90 feet, 80 feet, 70 feet. They approached a step at a time, each abyssal raising their guard as high as they could. All the way to 20 feet, 10 feet, 3 feet. That abyssal leading the way would soon touch the lake waters. Although he was frightened so badly his complexion was like that of a dying man, he had extremely good luck and still hadn't died. Could this so-called killing lake in truth only be dangerous in that part of the swampy ground? And in that swampy area there was some horrifying existence lying in wait. But the other areas weren't dangerous? This thought flashed through the minds of some abyssals. They even guessed that this killing lake had some guardian demon beast, and as long as they avoided it, they might be able to safely enter the mystic realm left behind by the demon god. Soon, the leading abyssal reached the edge of the killing lake. The abyssals following behind paused their steps. This was the crucial moment. They needed to test and determine whether or not this lake was dangerous in itself. Perhaps this lake water was corrosive enough to melt away anything, and any abyssal that jumped in would turn into a pile of bones. "Reach out your hand and test it," the great Flood Crown Prince coldly ordered. The leading abyssal clenched his teeth. Then, he first used a sword and gently dipped it in the lake water. Besides light ripples, nothing else happened. After pulling out the sword, the blade also emerged unscathed. The abyssal felt slightly relieved upon seeing this. After a moment of hesitation, he took out a container to remove a little water from the lake and analyze whether it was dangerous or not. But at this moment, a miserable cry rang out from behind him. "Ah!" In a situation where everyone was highly tensed, whether it was abyssals or humans, it was easy for anyone to cry out. Several abyssals were originally standing stably on the ground. But then, they felt the earth soften beneath them and their feet plunged into the ground. Then they felt a strength that none of them could resist suddenly pull down their bodies, dragging them below. Damn it! The great Flood Crown Prince was enraged. The abyssal leading the way was fine, but the larger force behind had been ambushed instead. It seemed that this mysterious underground existence had purposefully let go of the little fish up ahead to catch the larger group behind. Clang! In the great Flood Crown Prince's hand, the saber engraved with a ghost head rang out as it emerged from its sheath, roughly slashing down onto the earth. Demon power swelled up like a raging sea tide. Bang! With a loud explosion, the divine iron hard lake shore was sundered by the great Flood Crown Prince's saber. Muddy stones blew into the air, and the 4 or 5 Empyrean level abyssals that were dragged into the ground were suddenly forcefully blown out again by this strength. However, of those Empyrean abyssals that were dragged into the ground just now, one could see that their bodies had been melted away in multiple areas, leaving nothing behind but white bones. Their deaths were only a matter of time. This is. Looking at the several abyssals blown back up that were soon to die, the great Flood Crown Prince's complexion turned as cold as a 10,000-year-old glacier. Right beneath his nose, his subordinates had been killed by some unknown existence, and from beginning to end he never realized just what had done it. The several abyssals that were blown back up by the great Flood Crown Prince's saber continued to howl in pain and misery. However, their bodies seemed to be stained with some corrosive liquid that continued to melt away at their bodies. Soon their voices were utterly silenced. The several abyssals had turned into a pile of bones, and the bloody pus that formed from their dissolved bodies also sank into the ground. Lin Ming watched all of this with a frown. He had spread his sense underground, yet he also didn't discover just what existence had killed those Empyrean abyssals. How strange, Xianxia muttered. For a time, she looked at the lake with hesitation. Perhaps rashly rushing in wasn't a wise choice. Even if there was some world-shocking lucky chance, it still might be a thoroughly planned dead-end trap. Would the demon god's tomb have such a trap? What would be the goal of the one who established such a trap? It shouldn't be to intentionally kill off any successors that came here, right? All these thoughts raced through Xianxia's mind. She couldn't imagine just what matters occurred in the years when the demon god's tomb was being formed. Perhaps this used to be a mystic realm with lucky chances, but afterwards a trap evolved from within it. Let us wait a moment and see if that great Flood Crown Prince retreats or advances. We still haven't managed to find out anything about this underground existence. As Xianxia spoke, the several Empyrean abyssals beside her wiped off their dripping sweat. Waiting is also good. Waiting is also good. These abyssals were well aware that their side was far weaker than that of the great Flood Crown Prince. Even if there was some world-shocking lucky chance in the lake, the most likely conclusion was that the great Flood Crown Prince would take the greatest benefits. As for abyssals that might die, it would most likely be them. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly said, "Perhaps there isn't anything underground at all." His words left everyone stunned. What do you mean?" Deep Echo asked. "Perhaps this world itself can devour life and swallow flesh and blood. Those abyssal Empyreans that were eaten were not ambushed by some underground monster, but by the earth itself. And that killing lake is similarly part of this world, or even the center of this world." Lin Ming spookily said, his words quiet and chilling. "The world itself could swallow the life and flesh and blood of others? Why would you say that?" Deep Echo's tone changed. In the face of such a speculation, even a true divinity would find it difficult to remain relaxed. "It's just my personal feeling. There isn't any actual basis behind it." Everything Lin Ming said had only come from his own feelings. He always thought that there was something off with this world, something evil about it. Feeling. Xianxia took a deep breath and quietly traced the bone sword in her hands. She also felt this entire situation was ominous. But now they could only continue forwards. The original entrance to this mystic realm had been sealed away, and wanting to find another wouldn't be easy. The great Flood Crown Prince also seemed to realize this point. Without any hesitation, he ordered the Empyrean level abyssal leading the way. "You! Enter the lake!" "What?" Hearing this order, the Empyrean abyssal was incensed. This was the same as ordering him to his death. Humph! The great Flood Crown Prince was already in a poor mood. Seeing that this Empyrean abyssal seemed as if he wanted to revolt, the great Flood Crown Prince grasped out at the void and formed a giant demon claw. This demon claw grabbed the Empyrean abyssal and picked him up. "Ah!" The abyssal wailed out loud. The great flood crown prince's demon claw contained a profound and exquisite force field that imprisoned the Empyrean abyssal's energy and movement. Without any ability to resist, the abyssal was tossed into the lake waters like a sack of grain. Pong! The lake water blew open, like a dumpling being tossed into a pot of boiling water. The abyssal cried out loud. He tumbled about in the lake, struggling to rise up. All the watching abyssals held their breath as they looked on intently with supreme concentration. If this abyssal were melted away into bones by the lake waters, or if there was some unknown existence that rushed out from the lake all of a sudden and dragged this abyssal below, or perhaps even eating the abyssal whole, then no one would be surprised. But this abyssal continued to struggle for a long time and was completely all right. Let alone dying, his scales hadn't even fallen off. He's still fine after falling into the lake? Some abyssal commented. Wait longer. The great flood crown prince was extremely calm. Just because something didn't happen at the start didn't mean nothing would happen later. He kept his force field locked onto the abyssal, making it so that he couldn't rise back up from the lake. But after several breaths of time, he still wasn't satisfied. He grabbed another Empyrean abyssal from a small influence that was standing beside him and tossed him into the lake waters. With another cry of fear and alarm, 2 abyssals flailed in the lake. The lake waters churned and the waves grew larger and larger. But nothing happened to the 2 abyssals, and one of them even loudly cursed out at the great flood crown prince. This abyssal vented his anger with curses, and the great flood crown prince's complexion darkened. But at this time, he couldn't be bothered with the babblings of cannon fodder. He wanted to toss more Empyrean-level abyssals into the water, but just as he was about to do so, something seemed to bubble up from the center of that dark gray lake. Gudong! Gudong! Giant air bubbles rose up from the bottom of the lake at an ever-increasing pace, becoming increasingly dense, as if some super monster was about to rush out. All of the abyssals felt their hearts tighten. As for the 2 abyssals in the lake, their faces were paper white. If a monster were to come from this lake, then the first ones to suffer disaster would be them. They wouldn't even be enough to work as an appetizer. Pong! With a loud explosion, a giant column of water split upwards from the lake. Then, a storm stirred up on the surface of the lake, causing raging waves that swelled out in all directions. Many abyssals were shocked. Such a storm covered the skies and earth, seeming as if it would swallow them all. Without a need for words, all abyssals started to rapidly retreat from this storm. But at the same time, the storm suddenly intensified in strength. An irresistible tearing strength emerged, and in the center of this lake space violently trembled as if it couldn't resist the strength. Space is trembling? Many abyssals looked at the space trembling in the center of the lake, panic-stricken. It had to be known that the space within the demon god's tomb was incredibly stable, so how could it possibly tremble like this? Then, just as they thought this, a horrifying scene occurred. The trembling of space grew even stronger. Then a small hole was torn open. Although this opening was only the size of a fist, it was still torn open. A terrifying strength had ripped open the space within the demon god's tomb. How is this possible? This thought flashed through the minds of all abyssals watching. And then, without any time to react or think, an irresistible vortex swept out from that torn space and all abyssals were sucked into it. Bang! The surface of the lake blew open. The great flood crown prince, Lin Ming, Shang Mei, all abyssals sank to the bottom of the lake. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel whistling in his ears. The high speed he was being drawn in at caused his body to form friction with the lake water, making him extremely hot. This lake was far deeper than he had imagined. Although he was sinking at such a speed, he still couldn't see the bottom of the lake. Slowly, Lin Ming discovered that his consciousness seemed to be separating from his body. For a time, the surroundings turned blurry. Lin Ming was startled. If his consciousness were to leave his body at this time, then it would undoubtedly be incredibly dangerous. But, beneath the pull of that massive tearing strength, he felt as if his soul would be torn apart. It was simply unbearable. If this were to continue, then his spiritual sea would fall into illusion. Lin Ming's mind quaked. He possessed the eternal soul, and thus he always had full confidence in the intensity of his soul. Even so, he couldn't resist this force, proving just how horrifyingly formidable it was. Magic cube! Suddenly, a bright light dazzled in Lin Ming's mind. He immediately connected his divine sense with the magic cube. Suddenly, the mystical and ancient aura of the magic cube poured into his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's consciousness gradually woke up a little. He barely managed to move his eyes and look all around him. The surroundings were pitch black, but this couldn't block Lin Ming's vision. Still, what he saw left his heart sinking to the pit of his stomach. Beside him, the Empyrean Abyssals, as well as Deep Echo and Xianxia, were already in an unconsciousness condition. Holy Demoness, can you hear me? Lin Ming tried to send Xianxia a true essence sound transmission, but he didn't obtain any response. At this time, Xianxia's complexion was pale and her eyes were shut tight. Her eyelashes quietly shivered. It was clear that Xianxia, as well as the many abyssals all around, weren't able to resist that massive soul-tearing strength just now, and their minds had fallen into illusion. This is... Lin Ming's brows pressed together. If he hadn't been for the magic cube, then he feared that he too wouldn't have been able to withstand that strength. Lin Ming noticed that many abyssals had pained expressions, as if they were experiencing something terrifying. At this time, as the vortex continued to spin, all of the abyssals were scattered farther and farther apart from each other. Lin Ming watched helplessly as the abyssals of the Deep Alliance as well as Xianxia were all flung increasingly far in their entranced state. As for deeper within, he could no longer see the abyssals of the Flood Alliance. Just what was that soul-tearing strength? Lin Ming grimaced. After a moment, he loosened the connection between his soul and the magic cube. In that instant, the soul-tearing strength roared at him once more. Lin Ming's divine soul was held by the magic cube. Slowly, he allowed his consciousness to free itself. Currently, Lin Ming could be said to be in a half-dream, half-awake state. As long as he wanted to, he could plunge his thoughts into the magic cube to free himself from the condition. But right now, he wanted to know just what mysteries were contained in this mystical soul-tearing strength. Gradually, Lin Ming felt his body become increasingly light. The endless lake waters around him vanished, and in the next moment he arrived in a beautiful world lit up with dappled sunlight. He was stunned. He could see a giant structure before him as well as the signboard above the complex that had the words 7 Profound written on it in large, flowing characters. 7 Profound Martial House? Upon recalling the name of this martial house, Lin Ming felt as if everything that happened was a lifetime ago. This was the beginning of Lin Ming's road of martial arts. After tracing back to the start, this was something that happened over 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years. To long-lived martial artists that might live for hundreds of millions of years, 12,000 years was only an extremely short period in their life. For some, a long period of seclusion might take 10,000 to 20,000 years. But to Lin Ming, these 12,000 years were an incomparably distant matter. Could what this soul-tearing strength be dragging back our dust-laden old dreams from deep in my memories? It wants me to relive these events. Lin Ming looked up at the signboard of the 7 Profound Martial House in this dream and began to walk forwards. As he expected, he saw many familiar people from the past. Zhu Yan, Lan Yunhue, Qin Zai, Qin Xingxuan. There were even some characters that were hidden deep in his memory and that he normally wouldn't recall. For instance, that girl in the 7 Profound Martial House who he always had a favorable impression towards, but whom he had lost news of later by Jingyun. Lin Ming watched from the viewpoint of an outsider, calmly looking at the life he had lived. He gradually understood that after entering this killing lake, the soul-tearing strength that acted on them perhaps might be some sort of test on a martial artist's divine soul. If a person's mind wasn't firm, then it was easy to fall into this dreamland and never be able to disentangle themselves from it. Lin Ming's mind stirred. The scenes of the 7 Profound Martial House shattered, and then the experiences from the South Sea Demon region came flooding in. Familiar characters, familiar locations, all sorts of scenes took the stage. He saw Divine Phoenix Island, saw the invasion of the South Sea Demon region. He saw himself entering Divine Phoenix mystic realm, saw himself being mistakenly assumed as dead, saw that Ouyang Boyan who had a grudge with him move against Qin Xingxuan and try to have her killed on Blood Demon Island. After emerging from that Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he learned of this news and in his fury he rushed out on a vermilion bird, passing hundreds of thousands of miles to reach Blood Demon Island and save Qin Xingxuan. This was one of Lin Ming's deepest and most profound memories. When he successfully rescued Qin Xingxuan from the jaws of death, this allowed him to truly understand how happy he was to not lose someone he loved. However, in these dreamland memories, what replayed itself was actually completely different. He saw himself fly to Blood Demon Island. The moment he found Qin Xingxuan, a blood demon rushed at her, opening its ravenous jaws and biting down on her neck. At this moment, the despairing Qin Xingxuan saw him. As she did, all sorts of emotion flooded her face. Love, joy, regret. Lin Ming's heart tightened and he found it impossible to remain indifferent. He wanted to move to save Qin Xingxuan, but he found that his speed became incomparably slow. From a true divinity level of strength, he found that he had dropped down to that mere Hotian realm he had been at when he first saved Qin Xingxuan. Like this, he could only stare blankly on as that blood demon bit down on Qin Xingxuan's neck. Blood gushed out. All the emotions on Qin Xingxuan's face froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The smiling Qin Xingxuan and the blood that dripped down from her formed a sharp contrast. No! Lin Ming cried out in alarm, in fear. In the next moment, Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue to sober himself. This is false. Lin Ming took a deep breath, violently gasping. He told himself this so that he could rid himself of that horrifying dream just now. In the depths of his mind, Lin Ming knew that what he saw wasn't real. Moreover, his divine soul had always been stabilized with that faint connection with the magic cube. Even so, when Lin Ming saw that scene just now, it was like he had personally experienced it, and in his anger and sorrow he had nearly fallen into illusion, unable to drag himself out. What a terrifying dreamland! Lin Ming was bewildered. Even he had barely managed to avoid falling into illusion. Then what about the other abyssals here? Lin Ming still didn't withdraw himself from the dreamland. He wanted to take a good look for himself and what this strange soul-tearing strength was going to do. Then, scenes continued to replay themselves. These scenes were all things that Lin Ming had truly experienced in the past. However, instead of how they had truly ended, everything took a turn for the worse. When competing for the Nirvana Dragon Root in Demon God Imperial Palace, Lin Ming saw his schemes be seen through by Shen Wuji. As a result, he was executed where he stood. In the bronze temple facing Yang Yun, Lin Ming saw his body being seized by him. From that point on, his body was possessed by Yang Yun, and that strange and sinister smile hung on his face from then on. Then, facing Tian Mingzi in the Azura Road, Lin Ming saw himself being the one that was killed. Halfway through his life adventures, he saw the magic cube being discovered. He fled through the world, but eventually he was discovered by someone and his soul was pulled out and refined. He even saw the good fortune Saint Sun defeat him and take Xiao Moxian for his own. He saw the good fortune Saint Sun brutally ravage Xiao Moxian. In that moment, Lin Ming's soul nearly fell into illusion once more. Pong! Lin Ming punched out at the scene before him and the diabolically grinning good fortune Saint Sun shattered into fragments. Lin Ming gasped for breath. The scenes in this dreamland were of things he feared the most. If he weren't for the magic cube, Lin Ming didn't know if he would have been able to withstand all of this. What a fierce dreamland. I have the eternal soul, so I should be fine for now. But what about the others? For instance, Shang Mei. Lin Ming remembered Shang Mei, this woman that he wasn't sure was a friend or enemy. As he thought of her, he inevitably worried. If Shang Mei didn't have any heart demons, then it would be good. But if she did have a heart demon, then she would be incredible danger in this soul dreamland. Lin Ming could be called someone with a firm will and iron determination. But even he didn't dare say he didn't have any heart demons. The so-called heart demons were things that a martial artist longed for the most, or feared the most. The stronger these obsessions were, the stronger the heart demons were. Moreover, the more powerful a martial artist, the more formidable these heart demons would become. Once these types of dreamlands appeared, or in a critical moment when trying to make a breakthrough, these heart demons might appear to haunt the martial artist and cause problems. If they suddenly manifested, it was possible that a martial artist could go crazy or fall into depravity. Xianxia, would she have heart demons? Lin Ming mumbled. He didn't know why, but a foreboding premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Oh! In the dark gray lake waters, the vast vortex continued to wildly spin about. A peerless woman in black clothes was being spun about in these lake waters. Her thick and luscious hair fell about her, fanning out in the lake waters like a black rose in full bloom but also wilting. At this time, Xianxia's complexion was pale white, without the least bit of red remaining. After experiencing the complete 9 reincarnations and tempering her divine soul for all this time, she had become incomparably formidable in this aspect. In fact, when it came to the soul, she wasn't much worse than Lin Ming. However, her heart demons were also incomparably powerful. In her divine soul, there were far too many things she longed for and feared. Oh! In a giant circular building similar to an area, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl was standing in the center. She had bright black eyes and her little arms seemed carved from jade. Her face was fresh and cute like a ripe apple, a completely lovable little child. On her face, if one searched carefully, they could find shadows of the current Xianxia. Such a lovable little girl actually had a face stained with blood. Her arms were also covered with blood. Her small jade-like arms were grasping a large sword. This sword was longer than the little girl was tall. She only barely managed to hold onto it with both hands. Along the sword's thick hilt, blood continued to drip downwards. On the ground around the little girl was scattered pieces of flesh and puddles of blood. Organs, incomplete corpses. This area resembled a slaughterhouse. The little girl lowered her head and supported herself on the large sword. She gasped for breath. "Are you ready to continue?" At this time, a faint voice echoed out. The little girl was startled up. She looked up and from beneath her bangs, a doll-like face was revealed. From between her eyebrows, a single vertical red mark appeared, like the petal of a flower. "I am tired," the little girl muttered with difficulty. But at this time, from not too far away, an old man appeared. This old man was thin, but his build was naturally tall and wide. His face was deep and profound, and he emitted a majestic aura. He wasn't a Spiritus, nor was he a saint. He was someone of the primal god race. On the battlefield, the enemy will not give you time to rest. As the old man spoke, he gently waved his hand. From not too far away, an iron gate was opened. From behind this iron gate, black life forms wrapped in chains appeared. These were abyssals. Moreover, because of some sort of reason, these abyssals had lost their minds and had turned crazy. Roar dash! Dozens of abyssals roared out together. As they looked at the little girl, their eyes were filled with bloodthirst and killing intent. Of these abyssal demons, the vast majority were originally of the kind that possessed low intelligence. After being stimulated by a secret technique, they had gone crazy and were now no different from wild beasts. Seeing this little girl, these abyssals instantly became ferocious. Ew! The crowd of abyssals howled as they rushed towards this little girl. Seeing these vicious and murderous abyssals, the little girl clenched her teeth. She wielded her sword and brought it slashing down. Sword light sparkled as abyssal after abyssal was cut apart by her. Countless corpses littered the ground. Blood dyed her face, her clothes, drenched her entire body in the thickly rank smell of blood, as if she were someone that had crawled out from the blood ponds of hell. For such a cute little girl to be drenched in thick blood, this formed an incredible visual impact. It was hard to imagine that the surrounding scene had originated from her hands. The old man looked on indifferently as the abyssals rushed forwards. He only waved his hand and another group of wild abyssals flushed out of another gate. These abyssals were even more formidable than the previous ones. They howled out as they raced towards the little girl. Year after year, the little girl experienced endless and untold amounts of slaughter. Many times, because her enemies were too strong, she was nearly torn to shreds by the abyssals. Or sometimes she was severely wounded, suffocating on the verge of death. But each time, as she lay dying, she would be put into a pot of boiling medicinal solution, suffering agonizing torment as she slowly recovered from her wounds. She grew stronger and stronger, and her cultivation grew higher and higher. Every inch of her flesh experienced inexhaustible tempering. From a young child, she slowly grew up into a young girl. At some unknown point, the singular red mark between her eyebrows became two, like two flower petals pressed in between her eyebrows. Afterwards, she was tossed alone onto a vast wild plain. Without pills, without supplies, she ventured through the wild plains on her own, encountering countless ancient great beasts and slaughtering them. Without pills, she gathered everything she needed by herself. When she was injured, she treated herself. She passed 100 million miles through a great desolate land, killing innumerable wild beasts all the while. At this time, she had already become a woman whose beauty was capable of causing the downfall of nations. Her strength was outstanding. In the primal god race, her status was like the moon in the night sky, brilliant and glorious. The flower petals between her eyebrows turned to three. When the third one appeared, she was locked on the reef of a small island deep in the sea. This small island was the place where the bones of an ancient great emperor were buried. There was a giant force field that covered this land, and a normal martial artist would find it unbearable. But this young girl was locked onto the ground here using chains. With her slender and charming figure, she was tightly bound by these chains. The dark steel rings dug into her flesh and drew blood. On her beautiful body, fierce red marks were left behind. And behind her were the rocky reefs. These reefs were not made from ordinary stones, but from extraterrestrial divine stones. These stones dug into her back, like countless needles thrusting into her body. The chains weren't common chains either. They were dragon-trapping chains refined by an array formation grandmaster. Not only could they bind the body, they could also lock in one's divine soul. In addition, with the pressure from the great emperor force field, from the very start the young girl found it nearly impossible to breathe. When the tides rose, infinite great waves would smash into her body. She withstood that crashing pain time and time again. And after the tide retreated, the blazing hot sun would burn her body. She lost all color. She lay there motionlessly, not even blinking her eyes, as if she had already become a jade statue. She withstood such monstrous suffering, silently enduring it, patiently waiting. No one came to check on her, and no one delivered food to her. She could only stare off into the distance and the horizon that was covered with thick fog and the limitless sea and boundless sky that spread out before her, as if she were already forgotten here by the world. If she wasn't able to free herself, then she would simply die here. Loneliness, despair, pain. Such suffering could even make a brave man turn mad. At the start, the young girl felt extremely helpless. But slowly, she discovered remnants of the mysterious great emperor's laws. And she discovered that the roiling heaven and earth origin energy here was 100 times richer than the outside. She started to perceive the laws day in and day out. Every morning she would lick the dark steel chains, drinking in the morning dew that had gathered on the cold metal. She would breathe in the purest power of the world here. She constantly saved her strength, constantly raised her strength. Until one day, as her strength rose higher and higher, she finally broke through her bottleneck and her strength rose to a whole new level. Like a phoenix bathing in the fires, on the verge of death, she experienced her own nirvanic rebirth. Bang! She smashed apart the iron chains that bound her body and blew apart the divine stones behind her. With a loud and clear cry, she blazed into the boundless blue skies. In that moment, she experienced another sublimation of her strength and experiences, another transformation. Amongst her contemporaries, there was already no one capable of competing with her strength. Oh, battle, slaughter, cultivation. Her enemies ranged from abyssals to endless wild beasts, and back to infinite waves of abyssals. Although she had a beauty that could fell kingdoms, She had never once experienced the love between a man and woman. All she knew was blood. All she knew was fighting. And everything that occurred to these peerless women flowed into Xianxia's inner world, as if this were a life she had experienced, an incomparably real life. However, this seemed to only be a dream that had nothing to do with Xianxia. Because in her memories, Xianxia simply couldn't find these scenes. Just who was the young girl in the dream? That beautiful woman had an appearance completely similar to that of Xianxia. And between her eyebrows, there was also the mark of a red lotus. That was the symbol of the 9 revolutions of reincarnation. As if she were dreaming, as if she were awake, Xianxia could no longer distinguish if she were Xianxia or the woman in this dream. After experiencing untold years, this dream woman's strength now stood at the highest levels of the universe. The red lotus between her eyebrows had long since reached perfection, and what Xianxia saw next left her gasping on her own breath. She saw in the limitless vast space, there was a floating dark continent. And on this continent were bones, endless bones. Some of these bones were in the shape of people, some were in the shape of fierce monsters, all sorts of wild beasts, and even some bones in the shape of god beasts that extended for thousands of miles. Of these skeletons, all of them emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. If the bones of a weakling were placed within, they would immediately be crushed into dust by the pressure. Without a doubt, only the remains of peerless powerhouses were on this dark continent. It was unimaginable just how so many peerless powerhouses had died here. Looking at the bones, one could see that they had died around the same time. From this, one could speculate that this was an incredibly brutal war that involved countless peerless powerhouses. The peerless woman stood above these endless bones, as if she were on another world. She was barefoot, wearing a long black dress that flowed down her like water. Divine brilliance poured from her, sprinkling down onto her body, shrouding her in a faint hazy glow. Her aura seemed to merge together with the one. In this brutal and savage world, she seemed completely out of place. In her life, she had experienced endless slaughter. But at this time she was like a single orchid in a profound canyon, ethereal and otherworldly, her snow-white skin untainted by mortal affairs. Even this dark and ominous battlefield that was covered in layers of killing intent seemed to have nothing to do with her. And at this time, in front of the woman, something appeared. This was a purple card. The small card was only the size of a palm. And carved on this card were countless strange and indecipherable marks. These marks were ancient and mystical. Just by looking at them, one felt as if their soul would fall within. The card was like a fluttering butterfly, flying around this peerless woman. The woman looked at this card. From within her bright eyes, infinite sorrow and regret seemed to appear. However, all these complex feelings eventually returned to peace and serenity. There was no longer any waves in her mood. The card fluttered about, slowly flying towards the peerless woman's forehead. Then, gently, it cut into the jade-like flesh of the woman's forehead. The 9-petal red lotus was torn apart by the purple card, instantly fading. Blood gushed out and all of it was absorbed by the purple card. Then, endless crimson light dyed this dark gray world. In that moment, the world seemed to regain all its color. Infinite life essence recklessly gushed out from the woman. More and more light blazed from the woman's body. Like a black phoenix burning itself, she dazzled with blinding brilliance. Because of this woman's brilliance, this dark world was filled with beautiful colors once more. The woman burned everything she was without reserve. The final flash of brilliance of her life seemed to turn into eternity. The moment that dream woman turned into a brilliant flash of light, Xianxia felt as if a sword had been stabbed into her heart. With a stuffy cough, her divine soul suffered excruciating pain as if she was being torn asunder. In front of Xianxia, that dazzling divine light became increasingly strong, blotting out the skies, like millions and billions of suns crashing down onto the world. That black continent melted away, and above that continent, the endless skeletons were sucked in by this strength, shattering and disintegrating. The force fields inherent within these skeletons, the energy emitted from these peerless powerhouses after they died, Everything was swept up into that blinding brilliance, turning into a kaleidoscope of colors that swirled into a giant vortex. This vortex swallowed the continent, completely refining it. Endless runes came shrouding down. The earth seemed to turn into a magic tool. The purple card fluttered in the center of that continent, giant ripples of energy pulsating outwards. Then, as if it were being grasped by some great invisible hand, this continent was pushed towards another world, slowly suppressing it. For a time, infinite tracts of space were cracked. Horrifying space storms stirred up, but nothing was able to stop the advance of this continent. It was irresistible. In the blinding brilliance, the continent became increasingly thin as it was refined. However, the energy within was being compressed to an infinite degree. All the skeletons atop were refined, turned into endless fragments that tumbled about in the air. As for the energy of those skeletons, all of it fused together in the center of this continent, the purple card. This card seemed to be the center of all energy in the universe. As long as anything could be turned into energy, nothing was able to escape its control. These skeletons, whether it was life forms of the 33 heavens, god-beasts, or even abyssal demons, whether it was the power of divinity, the power of demons, the power of monsters, all of it was entirely absorbed by the purple card. Finally, this continent turned into a giant wall of light that turned towards that mysterious dark world and ruthlessly came suppressing down on it. Bang! With an indescribable explosion, the world seemed to collapse. That giant and profound dark world that hid in the void trembled. It was like the apocalypse had arrived, as if the great shattering were beginning once more. In that moment, Xianxia's divine soul violently shook. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and the chaotic dream she saw shattered, turning into endless fragments. Her face was pale white and her entire body streamed with dripping sweat. Everything she experienced in that dream just now was far too real, as if she had lived tens of thousands of years in it. But when she woke up from that dream, it was as if only a mere moment had passed. She experienced inexhaustible scenes in that dream, but as she tried to recall them, they were somewhat blurry. Yet even though she already couldn't recall many of the scenes, Xianxia still deeply remembered those final moments. She remembered that dream woman burning away her life, refining those endless skeletons to forge that giant crystal wall with the purple card, and then maliciously suppressed that dark world with the crystal wall. That mysterious dark world gave off an incredibly familiar feeling to Xianxia. It was the dark abyss. And above the dark abyss lay the eternal God wall, a barrier that isolated the dark abyss from the 33 heavens. It was a wall that had existed there for 10 billion years. And in her dreams, Xianxia had actually witnessed the birth of the eternal God wall. The black-clothed woman burning away her life in a flash of brilliance, the suppression of the crystal wall, that apocalyptic scene, all of it became a mark that was forever branded in Xianxia's mind. She is. Xianxia took a deep breath and earnestly tried to recall what she remembered. She wanted to seek out how she was related to that mysterious woman in her dreams. However, just as she felt as if she had caught hold of something, she felt as if her spiritual sea was being torn apart once more. Such fiercely aching pain was like a heavy hammer that brutally smashed down on her head. She felt her legs soften and her surroundings turn dark. In the next moment, her consciousness became blurry once more. She seemed to begin yet another long dream. Countless mixed scenes appeared in this dream, and she saw many familiar characters. Of these many faces, some were friendly, some were kind, some were disgusted, some were filled with hatred, and finally, a youth's face appeared, seeming as if it took up the entire dream. This youth had pale white skin and cloudy eyes, as if he were a dead man walking. Soul Emperor. Seeing this old youth, a cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. She was utterly unable to resist the Soul Emperor. But towards this evil man, what she felt the most was not fear, but hatred. Bang! A beam of divine thought burst out from between the Soul Emperor's eyes and crashed into Xianxia's inner world. Xianxia's mind shook and space tumbled about her. As she opened her eyes once more, she discovered she had arrived in a world where the heaven and earth origin energy was extremely thin, but a world that was also extremely peaceful. As this world appeared, Xianxia felt something that nearly left her gasping for breath. This was the Sky Spill continent, Lin Ming's hometown. Could it be? Xianxia's body quivered, as if she were living a waking nightmare. This was something hidden deep in her memories, a box she wasn't willing to open, like a scar she couldn't bear to see. She simply couldn't face it. She dreaded experiencing this scene. She truly didn't want to. However, in this scene before her, what she feared the most slowly happened. She saw Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was lying despondent on the ground of his home world, looking at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia wanted to withdraw, but she discovered that a flow of heat surged in her belly. This flow of heat spread through her limbs and bones. She turned around and saw that not too far away, there was an old tree that looked as if it were molded from a horned dragon. And on that old tree there had originally been 2 fruits. But these 2 fruits had already disappeared. Xianxia's heart shook. She certainly remembered preparing this fruit tree for Lin Ming. It originated from the dark abyss, a type of enchanted fruit that inflamed one's basest sexual desires. In the past, without a road to take, she had chosen to use these enchanted fruits. But now she didn't want to experience this scene once more. She revolved the strength in her body, wanting to drive out the medicinal strength of this fruit. But she discovered that no matter how she tried, she simply wasn't able to move any of the energy within her, as if this body wasn't her own. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly understood what was occurring. This was her dream, and ultimately her true self was only a wandering traveler through this dream. No matter what she tried to do, she couldn't change the dream. She could only stand here and experience it once more. If you are destined to be destroyed, then you might as well be destroyed by my hands. These were words that Xianxia once said to Lin Ming. These words reverberated in this dreamland, and as she heard them once more, she didn't know how she felt. She closed her eyes, not wanting to watch the following scene. But soon she felt her clothes disappear, and then, the movement of bodies. That was a masculine body unreservedly fusing with her own. This sort of strange feeling gradually blended together with the burning heat in her body, making her soul tremble. She never would have imagined that on this day, in her dream, she would experience this extremely profound memory once more. In the past, she too had eaten that enchanted aphrodisiac fruit of the dark abyss, and her consciousness had also turned blurry. Although she remembered that unforgettable touch, her experiences at the time had still been blurry, as if she were being mesmerized by an intoxicating spring dream. Although she had reached the pinnacle of bliss, she had still done so in a half-awake, half-dream state. And the difference now was that Xianxia was experiencing all of this completely sober. She kept her eyes closed throughout. But the continuous impacts that seemed to strike at her soul continued to pass over that original pleasure from beginning to end. In her dream, besides not being able to control this body, she personally experienced everything. Beneath the medicinal properties of the fruit, she felt a wild joy that left her breathlessly enchanted. This was something she had never experienced before in her dry and repressed life. But at the same time, she also felt the confusion and pain hidden in the depths of this man's soul beneath her. His life source, his soul source was being slowly weakened, drawn out from him. It was like watching a brilliant star slowly fading away. In particular, this fading man had an inextricably linked relationship with her, and his fall also came because of her. Without noticing it, Xianxia felt a crystal-clear and cool tear fall down from the corner of her eye, breaking apart like a pearl as it landed. Pata! That crystalline teardrop fell onto Lin Ming's face and gently broke apart. In this confusing world, the sound of that teardrop was incomparably clear, like a sound that traveled through time and space. This was a soul tear. Some souls, when recalling their past pain and emotions, would leave behind tears. Seeing this shattering soul tear, Xianxia humorlessly smiled. She knew just how pale and useless this tear was in such a situation, because what had happened could no longer be changed. Moreover, even if that time returned, the result would still be the same. because the situation at that time had been a dead end for Lin Ming. In her lament, the joy she had felt infusing together with Lin Ming once more slowly faded away. At this time, Xiang Mei's soul had gone completely quiet. She watched helplessly on as the only man in her life who had managed to stir up her love and hate started to slowly lose his soul and life source beneath her actions. He had turned incomparably weak, like a star that had burned itself away. In that moment, Xiang Mei felt as if her own soul had turned to ice. She looked at the deeply sleeping Lin Ming, who had already become crippled by now. She felt as if a knife were slowly digging away at her, cutting through her heart. In the final moments, she left behind a wisp of her source soul in Lin Ming. However, she knew that this wisp of her soul wasn't likely to play any useful function. This was equal to saying that Lin Ming was already done for. This was a man she had once wanted to leap out from this vortex of disaster with together. And now she had personally destroyed him. Before anything could begin, it was already over. She quietly waited, her heart as desolate as a graveyard. In truth, she only waited for several hours, but to her they were like a billion years. At this time, the deeply sleeping Lin Ming quietly woke up. He looked at Xiang Mei and bitterly smiled. The grass was soft beneath them as a cool breeze blew past. The two looked at each other, this image captured in their minds for eternity. At some unknown time, Xiang Mei finally spoke up. These were words Xiang Mei had once said in the past. Now she was listening to them once more as an outsider. Hate me. These didn't seem to be words directed towards Lin Ming, but words aimed at herself, torturous words that questioned herself and him. What reason do I have to hate you? If it wasn't for you, then I would have already been killed by soaring feather and would be nothing but an icy cold corpse. In fact, I could even say that without you I would never have left the soul world and would have already died to the great Brahmic God King. As they were back then as they were now, Lin Ming's every word was clearly remembered by Xiang Mei. She fell silent, listening to these words. Every word echoed in her ears, and she could even recall them exactly, until Lin Ming said, "You really are willing to resort to any means possible. In order to cultivate the art of eternal life, you are even willing to use your body as a tool. In the mortal world, there are women that can sell their bodies for money. And you, just what distinguishes you from them?" These words scolded Xiang Mei as a whore. In the past, they had stirred up great waves in her heart, but today they stirred up nothing. She simply sighed in sorrow. Perhaps there really was no difference. She also couldn't control her own fate, and her ending was equally sad. It was over. Xiang Mei knew that all of this was already predetermined. No matter how many times it repeated, the result would be the same. Then, Xiang Mei watched as she broke through the void, leaving the despondent and seemingly dead Lin Ming lying on the earth, as if there wasn't a single trace of life left within him. Her soul actually didn't follow her dream self in departing. Rather, she stayed in the sky spill continent and gazed at Lin Ming. This left Xiang Mei shocked. How could this be? Xiang Mei didn't know why, but slowly her heart trembled. She had been looking at Lin Ming in the sky spill continent for several days already. She still hadn't left with her dream self. Faintly, something stirred up in her heart. Could it be? Could she see what Lin Ming experienced in the past? During that time, because of the existence of the Soul Emperor, she was simply unable to keep track of Lin Ming. Moreover, after she left the Sky Spill planet, she went to the Dark Abyss. But now she had such an opportunity in her dream. In this dream, was everything that was occurring truly what happened to Lin Ming? As Xiang Mei suddenly thought of this, she finally slowly shook her head. Perhaps these were only assumptions that her mind came up with. No matter how wise and amazing this demon god's tomb mystic realm was, it was impossible for it to learn of Lin Ming's memories and let her stand near him. Even so, Xiang Mei still continued to gaze quietly on. She wanted to see what Lin Ming had experienced, even if it were all in her imagination. The years changed. Spring went and fall came. Xiang Mei quietly waited beside Lin Ming, like a ghost defending a grave. And in this wilderness, Lin Ming seemed to fall into a permanent state of sleep. Fall leaves and dust fell upon his body, and even grass grew over him. Xianxia's heart was heavy, but she held immeasurable patience. She waited, always waited, until one day, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and her complexion changed. It was clear just how unsteady her soul was at this time. She watched as Lin Ming slowly stood up. The earth and weeds rolled down from his body. At this moment, it was like Lin Ming was crawling out from a grave. Lin Ming walked forwards. It was unknown where he wanted to go. Xianxia quietly followed behind. She followed him as he crossed mountains, passed rivers, walked through seas, and climbed a mountain that pierced into the skies like a sword. On the mountain summit, Xianxia saw two swordsmen that seemed as if they had just started on the road of martial arts. They were holding a martial meeting on the summit of this sword mountain. These are people that Lin Ming knew from the mortal world. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming and could see this from his eyes. She watched as the two swordsmen engaged in a fierce contest in the air. She also saw Lin Ming drinking wine with the two after this martial arts meeting, and freely speaking with them. In Xianxia's eyes, these two swordsmen were as faint as particles of dust. If it weren't for Lin Ming, she wouldn't have been interested in half a word they said. But as she did listen to them, what she heard left her astonished. The words that the two swordsmen spoke contained an inexplicable truth. In particular, what the blue-clothed swordsman said. His words about climbing towards the peak of martial arts seemed to touch her own heart. In this world there are endless mountain peaks. But there must be a single mountain that is the highest. The higher a mountain peak, the more difficult it is for me. And to me, the most horrifying this is that I simply don't know where this mountain is. I will never stop searching. I know that my vision is limited and I might never be able to find it, but I will climb up as I did before, unendingly. I do not need to truly reach the highest peak in this world, but as I climb, I will be more than happy to simply see that peak above me. This is because when I climb to a new peak, my vision will expand further and I will be able to see where a higher peak lies. And when I climb up that new peak, I will find yet another higher one, and I will keep repeating this. The words of this blue-clothed swordsman echoed in Xianxia's ears for a long time. Even her fighting spirit seemed to inexplicably stir a little from these words. This fighting spirit was also suitable to her. As for later when they spoke of life and wine, they left even greater waves in Xianxia's heart. To savor the mellowness and spiciness of life, when the thoughts were truly muddled, perhaps that was when one could truly understand the mysteries. The drunken blue-clothed swordsman's words left Xianxia startled. It wasn't that the words he spoke contained some profound concept, but it was the appearance of words that should have never appeared in Xianxia's imagination that left her heart racing. She had an inexplicable feeling. That was that everything she saw in this dream might not be an illusion, but what Lin Ming truly experienced in the past. The various names of places, the description of Lin Ming's life, everything that these two swordsmen spoke of were full of vivid detail and life. There were even concepts that she had never felt before. The feelings of a martial artist were not like words of mortals that could be easily written on paper. Rather, they were things that they truly experienced, a sum of their adventures and philosophy on life. It could be said that these feelings were their road of martial arts. These two blue-clothed swordsmen's road of martial arts was thickly colored in the paint of mortals. But in Xianxia's mind, it was impossible for her to have such strange comprehensions. Moreover, these feelings were clearly related to wine, but Xianxia herself didn't drink wine, so how could she possibly come up with concepts of life and wine in this dream? Could it be that what she saw before her wasn't conjured from her imagination, but what Lin Ming truly experienced in the past? Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart shook. Why would Lin Ming's memories appear in her dream? Or, how could the demon god's tomb have Lin Ming's memories? Thinking of this, Xianxia was left confused. She couldn't understand why. But all she could do now was quietly look on at Lin Ming's life. Her heart trembled all the while. She felt anticipation because she wanted to know of Lin Ming's life. But what she felt more was fear. Fear that Lin Ming would die alone. After she watched Lin Ming awaken, he bid farewell to the swordsman and left that sword mountain. She saw Lin Ming head up north, his body worsening with every day. His cultivation fell at a dreadful speed. He had already become crippled. Each day, each night, Xianxia would follow Lin Ming. Although his back was straight, it was actually filled with infinite desolateness and sorrow. She felt as if her heart was being shorn apart by a saber. In the past, when she left Lin Ming, she thought that he would face a bitter future. But as she truly experienced all of this following behind him, that feeling was completely different. She was almost completely immersed, feeling for herself the mood of someone who had once stood at the peak of the 33 heavens, a peerless genius who had saved humanity, but who had then been knocked off into the dust by a single move. Now, he only had several dozen years of life remaining. Even though Lin Ming's will was firm and steady, he still couldn't resist such an attack. Xianxia followed Lin Ming to Green Mulberry City. She saw street vendors, fortune-tellers, mortal martial arts masters, beggars, scholarly students, woodcutter, all sorts of mortals that she had never seen before. Then, she saw a friendly aunt who gave Lin Ming sesame cake. As Lin Ming savored this sesame cake that was filled with the flavor of mortality, without knowing it, Xianxia's gaze had turned hazy. She couldn't imagine how, when humanity was already close to despair, just how much Lin Ming withstood when he lost everything. Perhaps this was a fate crueler than allowing the Soul Emperor to freely kill him. In Green Mulberry City, in the areas of his childhood, Lin Ming slowly visited each place. Then Lin Ming continued north. The northern desert was covered in fluttering snow. At some unknown time, Lin Ming's face had turned pale and bloodless, and he shivered all over as he coughed up blood. Time and time again, Xianxia knew that what Lin Ming coughed up was his blood essence. Although his divine soul was weak, his mortal body was still incredibly powerful and could regenerate blood. However, it was impossible for such a weak soul to control such a formidable mortal body. It simply couldn't resist the exuberant blood vitality. Thus, his body tried to protect itself by coughing up all this blood. If this continued, then he would slowly die as his blood essence left him. To Xianxia, every drop of crimson blood was blinding to the eyes. She saw Lin Ming run into an old friend. Or perhaps he had used his sense to find this person on his own initiative. This was an old man, a man who had experienced the hardships of life to the fullest, and whose body was covered in hidden wounds. She saw Lin Ming save a little girl. This little girl's eyes were pure and wide. Even in the chaotic age of war, when Lin Ming had become incomparably weak and fallen to the ground, only this little girl dared to give water to him. She saw Lin Ming deal with several mortals. But because his body was wounded, blood continued to flow out. A once incomparably talented individual had now become so thin and weak. She saw Lin Ming bid farewell to these people, finally leaving by himself. His body had fallen to a horrendous state, and he limped with every step. Sometimes he would even tumble down as he walked. His clothing was ruined, his hair was untamed, and his face was dirty. He looked no different from a mortal beggar. He wanted to enter a city, but in that wild age of war, a guard believed him to be a refugee and turned him away. Lin Ming didn't say anything, nor did he do anything to that guard. He quietly drew backwards and left. Beneath the setting sun, his thin and haggard figure became a needle that dug into Xianxia's heart. Vaguely, Xianxia's surroundings seemed to blur. She remembered the words that Lin Ming had once said to her in the soul world, before the great calamity of humanity had truly erupted. I remember that when I was a mortal, an old friend of mine warned me not to be stubborn and practice martial arts. She didn't want me to spend the rest of my days disabled on a bed. But my answer was, the path of the martial artist is like a flame. Practicing the martial arts will only cause pain. The dangers are countless and the road is filled with obstacles. Everyone who walks down it will eventually turn to ash, but the true martial artist will be reborn from these ashes. Even if I am only a small and weak moth, I will walk into the flames without hesitation. I will fight my destiny for a 1 in a million chance that I will experience my own samsara and be reborn as a flaming phoenix. And even now, I am no longer a moth. Oh, I am not Empyrean divine seal. My road is one I will walk down myself. And the choices I make, I will not regret them in the future. If only life stayed like the first time we met. Suddenly, looking back through the rivers of time, nothing fills the eyes but mist. I must struggle in the dust and chaos. Even if I am only a small wave, I will still bravely move forwards. Xianxia was deeply aware just how persistent Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was, just how unyielding it was. In the past, she had once urged him to give up all thoughts of saving humanity. At that time, Lin Ming had only been at the Holy Lord realm. No matter how one looked at it, he was completely unworthy of mention compared to the great tide of destruction that would sweep over the world. He wouldn't even be able to cause a stir. Once humanity perished, the small and weak Lin Ming would lose his protection. He would be swept up in the endless storm and likely destroyed. But Lin Ming didn't give up. He arrived by himself in the soul world, searching out an impossible alliance with the Spiritas. Then he fought in the primal god realm. For a ray of hope, he went to the primal god realm to search out a path of salvation. But now, Xianxia could only watch the back of such a person as well as the red blood that dripped from him. Just what kind of change was this? Xianxia's heart quaked. Without following Lin Ming and experiencing all this for herself, she never realized just how bitter his struggle must have become. So many years have passed, he must have died already. Currently, everything that happened was from over 7,000 years ago. And in any case, looking at Lin Ming's physical state, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. But even so, Xianxia continued to follow him to confirm with her own eyes. She saw Lin Ming go into a mountain valley to enter seclusion. Xianxia saw with surprise that as Lin Ming's life reached the precipice of despair, he began to disperse his martial arts. His weak soul was unable to withstand the strength of his blood vitality and his cultivation. Thus, he simply chose to drop down his cultivation to a level that his soul force could withstand. Without a doubt, this would rapidly reduce his remaining life, and even make his final years much more painful. But he continued forwards without turning back. As if he wanted to break himself apart and rebuild from scratch. As if he were a butterfly that wanted to break free from its cocoon. How was this possible? Xianxia shook her head in disbelief. His soul was so weak and the fires of his life were like a candle in the wind. If he dispersed his cultivation here, then he might simply die where he was. This was the end. Perhaps the phantoms she saw could last a few more years. And this valley was Lin Ming's final tomb. All of this proved that the faint hope she had left within Lin Ming was something she did only to psychologically comfort herself for her own actions. Miracles could appear on Lin Ming's body, yet what she envisioned would occur to Lin Ming was not a miracle, but an impossibility. She watched as Lin Ming dispersed his cultivation. Blue veins stuck out from his forehead and he began to scatter blood essence from his pores. The pain of this could be imagined. Even so, Lin Ming didn't cry out in pain once. His expression remained as firm as iron, without the least bit of pain or distortion. He withstood such pain by himself, because he would not yield. Even if he had been pushed to a dead end, Xianxia wasn't cruel enough to watch. She could already foresee the following result. Time passed. Through endless pain, Lin Ming grit his teeth and forced himself through it. 1 year, 2 years. With a completely ruined body, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and continued onwards. A normal martial artist would have died from the pain already. But Lin Ming's will was too formidable. In these 2 years, the blood essence that overflowed from his body had already dyed the entire cave red. One could see the coagulated blood on the rocks. Xianxia didn't know how many times she saw Lin Ming fall onto the floor in dry heaves. How many times his forehead dripped with beads of blood. How many times he broke through his lips by biting them. How deep his toes and fingers dug into the rocky soil as it mixed with his blood. However, he still didn't give up. The unyielding will in his bones pushed him to give this his all. Xianxia gently sighed, her eyes already becoming blurry. Day after day, year after year, Lin Ming continued his struggle in the cave, forcefully persisting for 10 years. 10 years later, Lin Ming already resembled an old man in his final years. Although his back had been lonely, it had still be relaxed and straight. But now his back was bent over with age. His face was full of deep wrinkles and his eyes had become grim and dirty. Xianxia could feel that Lin Ming would die soon. The footsteps of the god of death rapidly approached. As someone who understood the death laws, how could she not feel the death energy emitting from within Lin Ming's body? This was the end. Xianxia closed her eyes, no longer able to endure watching on. Even so, her sense continued to lock onto Lin Ming's everything. She watched as Lin Ming's eye turned from pure brilliance to dirtiness, and then from dirtiness to nothingness. Afterwards, his body no longer moved and his atrophied muscles became completely paralyzed. His beating heart becoming weaker with each beat, and his tiny wisps of soul fire slowly dissipating into the world. Lin Ming had finally truly died. In that moment, Xianxia realized that Lin Ming's spiritual sea had lost all color. He still maintained his cross-legged sitting posture. In the final moments of his life, under extreme pain and duress, he still didn't give up rushing towards that one slim ray of hope that never existed to begin with. For a genius that once shook the heavens and earth, this was the final result. In a lower world, in a barren mountain cave that had no name, he had died alone. No one knew just what sort of great legend was buried beneath this small mountain. At this time, Xianxia's face was wet with tears. Although she knew that Lin Ming had died, she still quietly waited here. She continued to wait, feeling the entire time that a piece of her heart was being dug out. She was determined to remember this place in her dream. In the future, she would go back to the Sky-Spill continent, find this barren mountain hill, and dig out Lin Ming's bones to bury in her own inner world. Year after year, Xianxia waited in this cave. She no longer knew how long she waited here. She thought she had waited long enough. It was time to return. But as she thought of returning, she was left stunned. She wanted to return, but return to where? She was lost, as if the part of her heart that had been dug out was part of her soul. And with this part of her soul missing, she suddenly forgot the road back. Or perhaps there was no road to begin with. In this great world, whether it was the 33 heavens or dark abyss, there was nowhere that was family to her. What was family? Safety? Warmth? Affection? In this world, was there some place that could make her feel safe? Feel warmth? Feel affection? She faced pressure at all times. She faced people who harbored dark and sinister intentions towards her, faced factions that fought each other and mistrusted each other. She simply didn't have a family. There was no place where she could relax. In fact, there wasn't even a place that could make her feel at ease as she could by lying in this dark cave, beside this corpse. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt forlorn. She no longer wished to leave. She was like a wild lone ghost, wandering about by herself, no longer remembering why she was here. All that remained in her memories was to stand guard in this place. She seemed to have lost something important. But as for what it was, she couldn't think of it. She didn't know how much time passed. It seemed endless, as if there were no end in sight. But at some casual moment, she suddenly saw an unbelievably faint glow light up over Lin Ming's corpse. That dim light seemed to twinkle from the corner of a cube. And on that cube all sorts of ancient and mystical runes flashed. And that dim light itself possessed an indescribably mysterious aura. Like this, it wafted in between Xianxia's eyebrows. In that moment, in the depths of her soul, Xianxia shivered. She seemed to awaken from a nightmare. As her body shook, the dreamland all around her shattered like glass. Light flashed. Inexhaustible tattered thoughts flew around her. In a flash, Xianxia returned to a vast dark hall. She dripped with a cold sweat as she gathered her scattered wits, recovering from the shock. She knew that she had nearly lost herself in that dream and had almost been unable to disentangle herself from it. That was a heart demon. Everything she saw just now had become an incomparably strong obsession because of her heart demons, and what she saw tore at her soul again and again. The marks that Lin Ming left in her memories were far too deep. Xianxia's life was filled with gray. What she faced was a life without hope. And at this time, No one was able to become a pillar that supported Xianxia, because no matter who it was, they would eventually be overtaken by her and cast away in the dust. In truth, she was incomparably lonely. She needed someone that could accompany her. But the only person who could accompany her had been personally destroyed by her. The impact of such a heart demon could be imagined. When a martial artist faced a heart demon, the most terrifying thought was that their dream world would be even better than reality, and they would no longer wish to awaken from that dream. Once that happened, they were destined to be lost forever. Even though Xianxia had passed through 9 reincarnations and her divine soul was incomparably powerful, she still couldn't resist such a heart demon and in the end had nearly lost herself in that cave. As she recalled that dream that seemed to have gone on for dozens of years, Xianxia discovered she could clearly remember everything about Lin Ming's life. She remembered Lin Ming's hardship, downfall, resistance. Everything was a vivid recollection that still twisted at her heart like a knife. But in the final moments of that dream, there had been some unknown black sparkle of light that had allowed her to escape the clutches of her heart demons. As for what the light had been, she had no idea. She didn't even know if that spark of light had truly existed or not. Had it only been an illusion? Could it be an illusion formed by her heart demons? Just what was it? Xianxia felt that the spark of light was extremely familiar. She should have been able to think about what it was. Yet as she tried, it became even blurrier in her mind. But at this time, as she was deep in thought, Xianxia's heart chilled. She could feel a terrifying aura approach. She suddenly looked up. She could see a pale white youth with filthy eyes, whose body gushed over with rich death energy. This youth slowly emerged from the darkness to stand before her. This old youth that resembled a corpse was the Soul Emperor. Xianxia's heart shrank. Seeing the Soul Emperor, normally she wouldn't been surprised. But why would the Soul Emperor appear in this scene? Was this a dream or reality? She felt her memories were in chaos. Though she had just recently regained consciousness from that dream, she seemed to have forgotten something important, but she couldn't recall what it was. You! Xianxia opened her mouth to speak. But before she could finish speaking, the Soul Emperor looked at Xianxia's belly and diabolically grinned. In that moment, Xianxia's entire body turned icy cold. She didn't fear the Soul Emperor to begin with, but as she realized something truly horrifying, she stood up tall, all blood draining out of her face. The Soul Emperor pressed forwards, one step by one step. Xianxia paled. She retreated one step by one step. Beads of sweat fell down from Xianxia's forehead, because at this time, she realized just what might be happening. Finally, the Soul Emperor forced Xianxia into a corner. He cruelly smiled, pointing at her belly and saying, "You used the strength of your 9 revolution, Red Lotus, to seal away the child in your stomach. Are you worried that the growth of that unborn child will take away a part of the totem abyssal strength I left within you, thus alarming me? You sealed away that fetus for 7,000 years, and in addition to the time you spent in time enchantments, over 10,000 years have passed. You truly thought this out well. What do you plan on doing? Surely you aren't naive enough to believe that you will be able to give birth to this child." Xianxia grit her teeth, not uttering a word. She quietly traced her spatial ring, already ready to bring out her bone sword. "You want to resist me?" The Soul Emperor looked at Xianxia as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Everything you have, I gave to you. Your cultivation methods were taught by me, and yet you actually think you can revolt against me. Ha ha ha." The Soul Emperor cackled and infinite killing intent burst out from him. Then, his palm came crashing down onto Xianxia's belly. "No!" Xianxia roared out loud. In this moment, she was like a mother tiger enraged at the injury of her cub, desperately attacking the Soul Emperor. The black light of a bone sword leapt into Xianxia's palm. Then, she turned towards the Soul Emperor and brought it mercilessly slashing down. However, facing this sword, the Soul Emperor simply reached out 2 fingers and easily caught the blade. "This sword is quite good. The rate of your rising strength is such a pleasant surprise." The Soul Emperor laughed. At the same time, a horrifying force field spread out from him. It covered Xianxia's entire body, instantly freezing her so that she couldn't move an inch. As for the Soul Emperor's palm, after pausing for a moment, it continued to crash down on Xianxia's belly with unstoppable momentum. Roiling death energy swelled up beneath the Soul Emperor's palm, causing the blood in Xianxia's body to freeze over. She struggled to break free from the force field, however. Pong! A dull sound echoed out, as if something had been broken. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as she tumbled backwards like a butterfly with torn wings. In that moment, what was strange was that she didn't feel pain in her body. Rather, she felt as if in her life she had lost something of extreme importance, something that left her despondent and utterly discouraged. Over? It was all over. This was originally nothing but an impossible dream to begin with. Xianxia could feel her consciousness blur. As for the pain in her belly, it couldn't compare to even the tiniest percentage of the pain that racked her heart. She felt as if her entire life was laughable. She was well aware that from start to finish, she was only a tool. She wanted to leave behind something in the senseless life she lived. She had once placed hopes in Lin Ming, but Lin Ming had actually been personally destroyed by her. She thought that there would never be color again in her life. But when she left the Sky Spill continent, departed the 33 heavens and arrived at the dark abyss, she suddenly discovered that she was pregnant. This was a matter that left Xianxia's heart completely bewildered. Her state of mind was incomparably complicated. She never thought that she would experience such a day. She never imagined that after sealing away her heart, dooming herself to a life of loneliness and sorrow, vowing to never contaminate herself with useless feelings and emotions, there would actually be a day when she was a prospective mother. Lin Ming and Xianxia were different races to begin with, so the chances of her becoming pregnant after sex was incredibly low. However, she had underestimated the strength of Lin Ming's bloodline. The appearance of this child left Xianxia at a loss for what to do. The father of this child had been personally destroyed by its mother. Moreover, because of a variety of reasons, there was no way she could somehow allow this child a chance to survive. But at this time the Soul Emperor just happened to go into seclusion to refine the eternal soul. Xianxia could temporarily guarantee this child's safety. However, she knew that once this child was truly born, it would inevitably stir up the mark and energy that the Soul Emperor had left in her spiritual sea. Then the Soul Emperor would surely know what was happening. Although he might not be able to immediately catch up to her because he was in seclusion, once he emerged she would surely have to withstand his rage. And this child would undoubtedly die. Xianxia once thought she could let this child live the life of a thorough mortal. In the dark abyss, she could open up a beautiful world like one from the 33 heavens. She could buy up numerous ancient race slaves, allowing them to become residents in this world and to thrive and live on. Then she could allow her child to be born. She could accompany her child, gazing at the clouds, watching flowers bloom and fade. She could satisfy all her child's desires and live a life of good fortune and happiness. Watching her child from birth, she could watch her child slowly grow, learn to walk, marry someone, age, and eventually pass on in their sleep. She could only give this child of hers a short and brief life, a full and complete life before the Soul Emperor left seclusion. She could have her child believe themselves immortal, living in their own idealistic dreamland. However, when Xianxia decided to do this, she hesitated once more. She couldn't imagine what would happen once she poured all of her love and joy into this child, and what would be left of her after her child died, to live on through memories. A small bug that lived amongst the withered leaves and branches would never know the true beauty and greatness of the world. If one wished to see all the world had to offer, they had to step towards the peak of martial artists. But because there were too many fetters, it was impossible to strengthen one's heart. However, if one were to abandon all their fetters, what would be left over of life? In these days, Xianxia was lost in a helpless daze. She watched the child grow in her belly with every passing day, and she knew she couldn't sit back and allow this to continue. Thus, she sealed away the growth of that child. She found it hard to imagine her future, nor did she want to so easily arrange the future fate of her child. But if this continued and the Soul Emperor were to leave seclusion, everything would be doomed to tragedy. Xianxia felt as if she had rushed into a dead end. Would she also have to lose the only sustenance of her life? Mama, why are you worried? As Xianxia was lost in confusion, a supple and weak child's voice echoed in her ears. This voice seemed to touch the softest parts of Xianxia's heart. Xianxia trembled. She lowered her head and stared at her belly, her mind violently shaking like turbulent waves. She could feel faint life fluctuations coming from her stomach. This was her child, her flesh and blood. In an instant, all the faith and will she had built up over the tens of thousands of years of her life instantly collapsed upon hearing the weak and tender voice of this child. Mama, I am so hot. The child's voice blurred, seeming as if it were in extreme pain. There is a fire burning me. I can't open my eyes. Fire? Where did fire come from? Xianxia was left panic-stricken. She probed her belly with her divine sense, and what she saw left her drowning in a nine-nether abyss. There was a dark and ominous strength in her belly, like abyssal flames that burned away all. This strength wrapped around her child, wanting to melt away this tiny life. This was the strength that the Soul Emperor had left in that palm just now. No! Xianxia felt as if someone were cutting open her heart with an axe. She placed her hands on her belly, using the power of her cold ice to neutralize the Soul Emperor's evil strength and protect her child. However, when Xianxia's cold ice strength touched those dreadful abyssal flames, it was like snowflakes dropped in boiling water, instantly melting away. The Soul Emperor's strength was far too powerful. With her strength, it was impossible to shake him. The disparity was too great. Mama, I think I will die. It hurts so much. No, no, my child, Mama will save you. You must persist. You must fight on. Listening to the continually weakening child's voice, Xianxia's heart was already crushed to pieces. She hated herself for being weak. What a ridiculous so-called proud daughter of heaven. What a pathetic peak of martial arts. She couldn't even protect her own child. Mama, can't last much longer. I have been inside Mama for so long that I can't remember. But I actually want to be born. I want to see Mama. My Mama. Surely must be beautiful. That blurry child's voice stopped here, like a dream that was suddenly shattered. Xianxia's hands trembled and her soul shivered. But there was no longer the tiniest sound coming from her belly, no longer the weakest life fluctuations. Everything seemed as if it never existed to begin with. No, no, no! Xianxia grasped her belly with all her strength. Her nails pierced through her smooth flesh and dripped with blood. Her eyes turned blood red and her hair scattered out. Like a demon of the night, her child had died. In her life, she no longer had her final sustenance. Xianxia looked up. From her eyes, 2 trails of blood-red tears flowed out. Soul Emperor. She wished to eat his raw meat, drink his fresh blood. In that moment, Xianxia burnt all the strength of her soul. Like an erupting volcano, it broke into her spiritual sea, forming a terrifying storm. Kacha, 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 with the sound of something breaking apart. In Xianxia's mind, she burned away at everything with the horrifying storm formed by her soul. She constantly attacked a black rune. This black rune formed a net of light that imprisoned this storm. However, a crack suddenly appeared above this net of light. The black rune couldn't persist for much longer. Ka-ka-ka-ka. More and more cracking sounds filled the air and the rune became increasingly dim. This storm was unleashed and could no longer be tamed. It became increasingly powerful. Cracks spread throughout the net of light, and then, the strength it locked in suddenly erupted. Pong! With a loud explosive sound, strength crazily swelled outwards. The net of light as well as the black rune were torn to shreds. The black rune was a spirit mark that had been sealed away in Xianxia's spiritual sea. But at this moment it blew apart to pieces. Meanwhile, separated by endless space and time, in a dry and desolate soul sea of torment that seethed with innumerable bones, Above the sea of torment sat a pale youth with snow-white hair. He sat on an island formed from piles of bones, meditating in quiet. He had the appearance of a youth, but his body emitted a death energy that only a corpse should have. This was the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor. After stealing Lin Ming's eternal soul in the Sky Spill planet, he had gone into seclusion for nearly 10,000 years. No matter how the waves of the soul sea stirred up, no matter how the bones floated, he was like a stone sculpture that remained unmoved for 10,000 years. But today his eyes flashed open. He looked somewhere in the void, his filthy eyes flashing with profound astonishment. How is this possible? The old youth stood up. His snow-white hair fell down his back like a waterfall, making him look like a ghost. His expression that was like a clear mirror that never saw any violent fluctuations of emotions for hundreds of millions of years, was now actually filled with amazement and disbelief. She actually broke through my spirit mark? With her strength, this should be impossible. The truth was that not to mention Xianxia, but even in the entire 33 heavens and dark abyss combined, there wasn't anyone capable of undoing the spirit mark left behind by the Soul Emperor. This was because the spirit mark had taken deep root within Xianxia's spiritual sea. Even if there was someone who possessed a soul force capable of rivaling the Soul Emperor's, if one tried to forcefully undo the spirit mark, then it would cause Xianxia's spiritual sea to collapse. Thus, this spirit mark could only be broken through by Xianxia herself. The Soul Emperor reached out a bloodless white hand, the points of his fingers rapidly touching as he quickly deduced just what occurred. He wanted to figure out what this new turn of events was. But bizarrely, he discovered that as he tried to investigate this matter, his efforts were hampered by layers of fog that blocked his sight so that he couldn't clearly see what was occurring. What is happening? The Soul Emperor frowned. He did not like having anything surpass his control. He narrowed his eyes and looked deep in the sea of misery and the endless skeletons that floated above it. Eventually, he sat back down and his mind returned to serenity once more. Although the spirit mark he left in Xianxia's spiritual sea had shattered, as long as he left seclusion, then none of this would be a problem. Currently, completely refining the eternal soul was the vital task at hand. As for Xianxia, it was impossible for her to use this brief period of time to raise her strength to a level where she could escape his reach. At this time, in the demon god's tomb, Xianxia's soul form had turned pale white without the least bit of blood. When she burnt her soul just now, she had erupted with an unimaginable strength that had surpassed her present cultivation by several levels. What should have been impossible had actually happened. In the mortal world, during earthquakes when a mother saw their child being pressed beneath rubble, that delicate woman could actually erupt with a strength far surpassing that of an adult male, pushing apart stones that were several hundred genes to rescue their child. What Xianxia just did was also the same. This was a mother's strength. However, because she overdrew on her soul, it left her extremely weakened afterwards. Moreover, because Xianxia was immersed in her heart demons, with her weakened soul it would be impossible for her to resist the invasion of these heart demons. She had already lost consciousness. Oh! At this time, in the bottom of the killing lake, in a deep underground cavern, a towering abyssal was crouched near a corpse. This abyssal stretched out a finger to pierce into the arm of this corpse and slowly absorb the power of demon gods. The impact of the heart demons just now had been terrifying in intensity. Because Lin Ming possessed the magic cube, he hadn't been affected the least. He had also intentionally allowed himself to experience the attacks of the heart demons. Otherwise, he definitely would have been able to maintain his consciousness from beginning to the end. Then, Lin Ming continued to be swept down by the vortex of the killing lake. After dropping for an unknown period of time, he was finally dropped into this deep underground cavern. In this underground cavern there was not only him, but several other abyssals that had lost consciousness. Lin Ming investigated them and discovered that these abyssals had already died. During the test of the heart demons, the souls of these abyssals weren't strong enough to withstand it. In the end, their souls exploded to pieces and their spiritual seas had collapsed. Their blood vitality also slowly faded away. Before long, they would become nourishment for this strange world. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming sighed with emotion. Each of these abyssals was an overbearing tyrant of their own land. Yet, in the demon god's tomb, they were no different from cannon fodder. It could only be said that the rank of this demon god's tomb was too terrifying. Through the 33 heavens and the dark abyss in all the universes combined, this was the highest rank and the most terrifying mystic realm to exist. Lin Ming continued his search. He wanted to see if these abyssals had any valuable treasures they left behind, and while at it he could also use famine's swallowing laws to absorb the bits of the power of demon gods still in these abyssals' bodies before it faded away. But at this time, another unconscious body fell into the cavern. Pong! The sound of this body landing was much lighter. It couldn't be compared to the giant abyssal demons that crashed into the ground. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He stretched out his sense to search out the source of that sound. If his luck was good, he could find this abyssal just as they died, and then he could absorb even more of the power of demon gods from them. However, when Lin Ming found that body with his sense, he actually froze. The one who just fell was not anyone else but a black-clothed woman, Soul Empress Xianxia. Xianxia. Did she withstand the impact of the heart demons? Lin Ming's mind tightened. After probing with his sense, he discovered that Xianxia still had a weak breath and heartbeat. However, she was deathly pale and her lips were blue. Her fires of life were weak, and it was clear that she had overdrawn herself in the heart demon test just now. Moreover, she was still immersed in her heart demons and hadn't awoken. This left Lin Ming surprised. The impact of heart demons had indeed been terrifying, but he had easily passed it using the magic cube. But even if he didn't use the magic cube, Lin Ming believed that with his eternal soul he could pay a certain price to persist through the heart demons. In Lin Ming's eyes, after reaching perfection of 9 reincarnations, Xianxia's divine soul was undoubtedly formidable. Although she couldn't pass this test as easily as he did, she should still have been able to do so without losing consciousness. Lin Ming swept out his sense. The already unconsciousness Xianxia could not resist Lin Ming's sense. Lin Ming's sense entered into Xianxia's spiritual sea without any hindrance. As Lin Ming saw the scene in Xianxia's spiritual sea, he held his breath. He had guessed that Xianxia had overdrawn her divine soul, but he never imagined she had overdrawn herself to this extent. Her entire spiritual sea had dried up by over half, and in the skies above her spiritual sea, deep dark cloud gathered. In these dark clouds, demons and ghosts rampantly danced and howled. These were Xianxia's heart demons. The degree of their formidability far surpassed Lin Ming's own heart demons. Xianxia actually has such terrifying heart demons. Every heart demon is an obsession and fear of Xianxia's heart. No wonder she couldn't withstand this even with her divine soul of 9 reincarnations. Lin Ming shook his head. With a nearly exhausted spiritual sea and such powerful heart demons, it was already a miracle that Xianxia could maintain the fires of her life without dying like the other abyssals. Lin Ming fell into thought. If he didn't quickly rescue her, then she would likely fall into a permanent sleep and no longer awaken. And even if she did awaken, her spiritual sea would be forever wounded. But if he rescued her, he wouldn't know if she would be an enemy or friend in the future. Between him and the Soul Emperor there would eventually be a battle. And when that time arrived, would Xianxia side with the Soul Emperor? Perhaps the Soul Emperor had some method to restrain and control Xianxia. At that time, if he wanted to fight the Soul Emperor, he might need to pass the test of Xianxia first. If so, then he was only looking for bitter fruit to eat on his own. But as he watched Xianxia's divine soul gradually weaken, Lin Ming let out a gentle breath and opened the Grand Mist Force Field. After blocking out his surroundings, he lifted his right hand and the magic cube appeared in his palm. Xianxia could be considered as having saved his life. Otherwise, 7,000 years ago, whether it was Soaring Feather God King or the Soul Emperor, either one could have easily taken his life. And no matter what, he should save Xianxia first. Even if he saved her, she would surely be weak and definitely not a match for him. After saving her, could he somehow obtain more secrets of the Soul Emperor? But doing so would likely completely expose his identity. If the Soul Emperor had left behind some sort of mark or contingency in Xianxia, then if he were to capture Xianxia, there was a likelihood that his confrontation with the Soul Emperor would be shifted to an earlier time. The present situation could be said to be filled with complicated intricacies. At this time, a red-clothed little girl emerged from the magic cube. She curiously looked at the slumbering Xiangmei and said, "Brother Lin, isn't this the big sister from the Akashic Dream universe?" It's her," Lin Ming lightly said. He gently patted the magic cube with one hand and some of the runes atop it began to sparkle. A dim light shot into the point between Xiangmei's eyebrows and then covered the skies above her spiritual sea. The layers of dark clouds that were her heart demons began to melt away like snow in the sun beneath this dim light. Many heart demons cried out in pain and roared in misery. They wanted to plunge into Xiangmei's spiritual sea to hide, but in the end they were swept into the dim light and turned to ashes. After eliminating all the heart demons, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and he poured a bit of his divine soul strength into Xiangmei's spiritual sea. Like this, as if she had slept for an untold number of years and awaited this moment, Xiangmei slowly and quietly opened her eyes. The dim and blurry surroundings began to gradually clear. What Xiangmei entered was a dark gray underground cavern. After experiencing ever-changing characters and unpredictable environments, Xiangmei couldn't distinguish whether what lay before her was an illusion or reality. In an instant, Xiangmei instantly thought of something that left her dripping with a cold sweat. "My child!" Xiangmei cried out in alarm and grasped her belly. She originally drowned in despair, but what left her shocked was that after touching her stomach, she could clearly feel a wisp of an extremely weak life fluctuation that was being sealed away. This fluctuation was like a sprouting seed buried deep underground. Although it was young and fragile, it still continued to furiously grow. And on this sprout, there was a light seal that acted as a big stone, forcibly suppressing its growth. After experiencing all sorts of dreams, she felt the life fluctuations of her child once more, as well as that icy cold seal above that life fluctuation. Immediately, Xiangmei quivered and tears streamed down from her eyes. "My child!" It was still alive. Xiangmei grabbed her belly as she heaved in great sobbing breaths. All of her emotions seemed to burst out like a collapsing dam, exploding in that moment. These emotions had been constrained for tens of thousands of years. For these tens of thousands of years she had been arrogant and lofty, an icy goddess untainted by the sins of mortals. But in this moment, she was only a helpless woman that glowed with motherhood. She could lose everything, or it could be said that she never had anything to begin with. But she could not lose her life's only sustenance. For this she could pay any price. "My child, Mama will no longer seal you away, I won't," Xiangmei muttered. These words came from the depths of her heart, as if something were transforming within her, or perhaps because she had overdrawn herself to break through the Soul Emperor's seal. Her incomparably weak soul began to shine with all the colors of a rainbow. The light was extremely weak, compared to the light of Xiangmei's soul when she had been at her peak. This light couldn't be considered much at all. But this light actually contained an unspeakably deep concept, fearless and covered in thorns. Although Xiangmei had arrived at the limits of weakness, in these last tens of thousands of years, her heart of martial arts had never been as firm as it was today. But in that moment, the teary-eyed Xiangmei's heart turned icy cold. When she awoke just now, because her emotions had been too volatile and her body had been too weak, she hadn't noticed her surroundings at all. But now she could clearly feel someone behind her. Xiangmei turned around, her eyes shards of ice. Behind her was a towering large abyssal that frowned as he stared at her. His eyes were colored with doubt and he had a strange expression as he stared at her belly. "You!" Xiangmei never thought that her actions just now would have been seen by this abyssal. This left her ashamed and enraged. Her pregnancy was her greatest secret. If it were known by the Soul Emperor, the consequences would be inconceivable. Normally, if abyssals were to discover this matter, Xiangmei would surely kill them off to eliminate any possible clues. But now she was incomparably weak, and this abyssal standing before her was, "It's you." Xiangmei was shocked. This abyssal, wasn't it the one she was to be married to? Xiang Mei originally didn't hold any malice or animosity towards this ninth elder from the ancient Ian sect. But, after meeting again in such a manner, Xiang Mei took a deep breath. This current situation had taken a turn for the worst. She had always kept a tight lock on the secret of her pregnancy, taking any precaution necessary. Because countless abyssals wished to marry her, she had been annoyed and finally became tired of this matter, and had directly proposed that any abyssal that could defeat her at the same boundary would be considered for marriage. This proposal deterred all her pursuers. Every time Xiang Mei accepted a challenge, she would ruthlessly beat that challenger into the ground, crippling them for a year or two to serve as an example for all others. The effects of her decision were amazing. No one had bothered her for several hundred years, but who imagined that such a monstrous freak would suddenly appear out of nowhere? After some hardship, she had negotiated certain conditions with this monstrous freak, and even had to offer up the pages of death of the Holy Scripture. This was all so that they agreed to be husband and wife in name only, neither party interfering with the other's business. But after all that had been resolved, this abyssal actually found out about her pregnancy. Not to mention whether or not he would divulge this news. There was already trouble based on their relationship alone. There was no man willing to be made a cuckold, no man that was willing to inexplicably become the father to another man's child. In particular, this other party was a higher abyssal with outstanding talent, whose heart was higher than the heavens. If the usually rough and savage abyssals were to come across this sort of matter, they would surely try to refine the fetus or even violently stamp it out. Even if he didn't descend into a murderous frenzy, he might go to the high-level figures of Deep King Road in his rage. If that occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiang Mei subconsciously traced her spatial ring, her palms already wet with sweat. She was far too weak right now. Disregarding the fact that she hadn't been able to defeat Lin Ming in her peak state, right now she couldn't even contend with a peak Empyrean. Once he attacked, she would surely be ruthlessly ravaged. If this abyssal were to lose his mind from rage, even killing her child and raping her might be a possibility. But facing Xiang Mei's wariness and killing intent, Lin Ming seemed to not think anything of it at all. He continued to look at her belly with a strange expression on his face, something that bordered on thoughtfulness. His first reaction was that this child was definitely not his own. After 7,000 years, even if he believed he had left behind a child, they should have long since been born. But as he heard Xiang Mei mention words like seal, it seemed that the growth of this child had been sealed away. If so, then this was a truly intriguing matter. Moreover, Lin Ming probed with his sense and truly did faintly feel a seal in Xiang Mei's belly. As for that child's weak life fluctuations, they had been isolated by that seal, and even he hadn't been able to sense them. Could this child be his own? Lin Ming wouldn't be overly sentimental or engrossed in his own affections. After all, 7,000 years had passed, and who knew if Xiang Mei had any changes in her romantic life? Whose child is that in your belly? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, ignoring Xiang Mei's vigilance. What do you care about such things? In any case, it has nothing to do with you, Xiang Mei icily responded. Lin Ming's question about the child's father left her on guard. Normally in such a situation, a man would ask this question after a bout of rage and then seek out the father to settle the score. Although the child's father was already dead, there was still the father's family, friends, homeland. In the future, the dark abyss would invade the 33 heavens. She couldn't say for sure that this abyssal wouldn't find a chance to take revenge. Lin Ming awkwardly traced his nose. He also knew that it was a bit ridiculous to ask such a question. This sort of matter was a stain on Deep King Road's holy demoness, so how could she tell him? If you have any conditions, you may speak them. Xiang Mei's chest heaved. She could see that Lin Ming hadn't lost his reasoning and desperately attacked her. Thus she put on an expression and tone of defeat. Currently, she simply wasn't Lin Ming's match and she had no qualifications to resist him. Conditions? Lin Ming rubbed his chin, his gaze still pinned on her belly. He wanted to pierce through that seal and catch the aura of that child's life fluctuations. As long as he could sense this aura, he could judge whether or not this was his child. However, In order to cover up her pregnancy, Xianxia had completely sealed the aura of her child's life into her belly so that none of it leaked out. If Lin Ming wanted to forcefully break through the seal, he could do that, but he feared his actions would injure the child. Yes, any conditions you want. Besides my body and my child's life, you can raise any condition you desire. If you desire my cultivation methods, I can also offer them to you. You should know that the rank of my cultivation method surpasses the true divinity level, and I also have 2 sets of pages. I originally only gave you the pages of death and not the pages of life, but if you want I can give them both to you completely. Xianxia was already prepared to pay a deep price. After all, without even the ability to flee, she had no power to bargain. Pages of life? I can't say I'm much interested in that. Lin Ming looked at Xianxia with surprise. He never imagined Xianxia would be so anxious about her child. This seemed to deviate from Lin Ming's previous perceptions of Xianxia. In Lin Ming's mind, the Xianxia he knew could become emotional at times, but she still had her own ambitions, and to achieve these ambitions she could sacrifice some things. But today, because of her child, Xianxia had lost her composure completely. Not only was Lin Ming surprised, but his impression of her changed. Then what do you want? Xianxia warily looked at Lin Ming, paying close attention to every change in his expression. Right now, she didn't detect any anger from him. Could this abyssal be so easy to speak with? I want you to undo that seal and let me investigate the child's aura, Lin Ming calmly said as he continued looking at Xianxia's belly. If it were his child, then he could surely recognize it upon sensing its aura. Moreover, he would absolutely take responsibility for the child. But if it weren't his child, thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed inwardly. If this child wasn't his, then it was what it was. In any case, the degrees to which they were enemies would only increase. This absurd would also end here. She had rescued him and he had rescued her. All debts had been paid and everyone was even. In the future, when they met, they would be enemies, foes that fought on the precipice of life and death. You want to investigate the child's aura? Xianxia never imagined Lin Ming would put forth such conditions. She would have to unseal her child sooner or later, but to do so in the demon god's tomb would bring about a great deal of trouble. This was because in the demon god's tomb there was also Deep Child. Once he discovered him, this was equal to everything being known by the Soul Emperor. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but as she did, a loud explosive sound erupted, as if something were collapsing. Lin Ming and Xianxia felt their hearts turn cold. They immediately probed with their senses. However, because Xianxia was in a weakened state, she felt as if something were blocking out her sense and she couldn't distinguish just what was occurring. But at this time, Lin Ming had already discerned the source of the noise. He frowned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha! I thought that everyone had died, but I never thought 2 others would live. A wild and raucous sound echoed out. It was the great Flood Crown Prince. In this moment, Xianxia's heart tightened. The peak middle true divinity Great Flood Crown Prince. This was bad, and it was clear that he had already discovered them. What should she do? Xianxia's heart raced. The current situation was far too grim. Even if she were at her peak, she still wouldn't be able to contend with the Great Flood Crown Prince. But if she were to join forces with Lin Ming, they could at least have the Great Flood Crown Prince dread them a little. But currently, there was only Lin Ming left. He had no reason to protect her to begin with, and even if he was willing to, he wasn't a match for the Great Flood Crown Prince. At this time, Lin Ming didn't utter a word. He lifted his foot and started walking through the cavern. The direction he went in was towards the area the Great Flood Crown Prince's laughter came from. You! Xianxia was stunned. In truth, the most natural and rational decision Lin Ming should have made now was to leave her behind and run away on his own. If so, then the Great Flood Crown Prince might not be able to catch up to him. After all, Lin Ming wasn't a weakling and the environment and terrain of this underground cavern was too complex and confusing. No one knew what would appear here, and the Great Flood Crown Prince might lose track of Lin Ming. Of course, her own fate would be the most tragic and miserable of all. Seeing Lin Ming's towering back silently move forwards through the dark cavern, Xianxia followed behind with all her bewildered emotions in tow. She didn't ask Lin Ming why he did what he did. She only quietly followed behind. As they walked forwards, Xianxia saw several corpses. These corpses were abyssals that had been sucked down into the lake with them. But presently, their life forces had been strangled. It was clear they had died to their heart demons. This scene caused a chill to creep down Xiangmei's back. The heart demon attack of the killing lake was far too terrifying. She had fallen to heart demons twice and had been unable to tear herself away. The first time was when she had witnessed Lin Ming's death. She had fallen into despondent sorrow and no longer wished to leave the cave where Lin Ming had passed. The second time was when the child in her stomach had been killed by the Soul Emperor. In that moment she had lost her spirit and would rather have died than lived on. If it weren't for that strange dim black light saving her, then she too might be a corpse on the ground. Even if she still had a single breath remaining, it would only have been a matter of time until her spiritual sea collapsed. Thinking of this, Xiangmei was left puzzled. Who had rescued her? And what was that black light? Looking at Lin Ming's back, Xiangmei couldn't help but speculate. This abyssal walking in front of her had passed through the heart demon attack as if nothing had happened to him, as if he had merely been a bystander watching it all. Perhaps his soul had been too formidable, or it could have been that his heart demons were too weak. These were things that Xiangmei didn't care much to find out about. The key question here was that black light. When she woke up, only the ninth elder had been present. Could this black light have been related to him? As Xiangmei was deep in thought, Lin Ming's footsteps started to slow down. Unknowingly, they had wandered into a powerful force field. When Xiangmei released her sense and wasn't able to immediately discover anything, it was also because this force field had blocked her out. Xiangmei looked intently forwards. Then her heart sank. Not too far away in front of them was an incredibly vast underground space. And at the entrance to this space stood an abyssal wearing purple war armor. His hands crossed against his back and he faced his back towards them. In front of this abyssal was a great cliff. He was leaning over as if he were trying to see something beneath the cliff. Xiangmei swept out her sense. Faintly, she could see that this cliff was 10,000 feet deep, and beneath the cliff were layers upon layers of mist. Hidden within this mist was a giant rock relief. This rock relief was more than 10 miles round and had a three-headed six-armed demon god carved into it. This demon god had a fierce and hideous expression. Its 6 arms held different weapons, and it seemed as if it were the ruler of the universe. Behind this demon god were many higher abyssals. They were soldiers beneath the demon god's command. And in the demon god's mouth was a bronze coffin wrapped in chains. This bronze coffin was 20 feet long and 10 feet high. It was locked tightly with thick chains, and it was unknown just what was hidden within. The terrifying force field that pervaded the air seemed to originate from this demon god relief as well as the bronze coffin. You finally arrived. The ninth elder is truly a hero of the times. That powerful heart demon impact just now still wasn't able to affect you in the least. I truly and deeply admire your skills. Moreover, the purple war-armored abyssal slowly turned around, revealing the face of the great Flood Crown Prince. At this time, the great Flood Crown Prince grasped a ghost saber in his hands. The blade was still behind him as he smiled at Lin Ming and Xiangmei. Moreover, you still dare to face me. What admirable courage! As the great Flood Crown Prince spoke, cold light flashed from his eyes. Seeing the great Flood Crown Prince, Xiangmei's complexion turned even uglier. She originally hoped that the great Flood Crown Prince had been severely wounded by the heart demon test. If so, Lin Ming alone could deal with him. But now it seemed as if no harm had come to the great Flood Crown Prince at all. This situation had truly devolved to the worst possible outcome. Whether it was the great Flood Crown Prince or Lin Ming, currently their strength far exceeded her own. She simply couldn't control her own destiny right now. However, if she had to make a choice on who to face, it would definitely be Lin Ming. After all, from what she had seen, his character wasn't too bad, and he hadn't tried to take advantage of her while she was down. Moreover, he seemed an open-minded individual. Even though he had encountered the ridiculous situation of her pregnancy, he still hadn't become enraged and was even still capable of discussing conditions. But the great Flood Crown Prince was someone that Xiang Mei could never count on. He was nothing but a fierce wolf that ate others without spitting out their bones. And he was known to be a sexual deviant. If she fell into his hands, the consequences would be dire. The feeling is mutual. Your Highness Crown Prince also seems to have passed the heart demons safely. Lin Ming smiled in fake civility. He faintly sensed that after passing through the impact of the Killing Lake's heart demons, the only ones still alive in this mystic realm were these three. There had also been 2 other lower true divinities, but they too had perished during the impact of heart demons. This left Lin Ming startled. After all, those were true divinities. However, as he thought about the quantity of true divinities 10 billion years ago and 100 billion years and how they far surpassed the present, Lin Ming could still barely accept this. Ha ha ha! My cultivation method originally has an effect of suppressing heart demons, and I also possess a spirit treasure that blocks heart demons. So I luckily managed to pass safely. Otherwise, even if I did pass, I surely must have needed to pay a steep price. How could I possibly do so in such a relaxed manner like the 9th Elder? Just look. It seems that even Her Highness the Holy Demoness didn't find it easy. Her Highness the Holy Demoness doesn't seem to have much strength remaining. The great Flood Crown Prince faintly smiled at Xiang Mei, his gaze containing lust and greed. He had certainly probed Xiang Mei's situation with his sense before this. It was exactly because of Xiang Mei's severe wounds that he was fully assured of his victory. As long as he could kill off Lin Ming, then regardless of it being the lucky chances in this underground cavern or Xiang Mei herself, everything would belong to him. Black Flood. Seeing the naked aggression and lust in the great Flood Crown Prince's gaze, Xiang Mei was enraged to the extreme. Substantial killing intent burst out from her eyes. Ha ha ha! The great Flood Crown Prince chortled. Xiang Mei's response confirmed his suspicions that her wounds were incredibly deep and that she simply wasn't capable of fighting. Her killing intent seemed fierce, but it lacked the most essential support of energy. It was nothing but bluster. Thinking of this, the great Flood Crown Prince viciously eyed Lin Ming, his smile widening. Without Xiang Mei, if he faced Lin Ming alone, then victory was already in his grasp. 9th Elder, what a coincidence that you arrived at this time. I was planning on opening this bronze coffin. This strange mystic realm seems to have this coffin buried within it, and now that we've come this far, how can we miss out on it? I investigated the area just now and discovered that there aren't any mazes or traps in the vicinity. But this bronze coffin seems to be sealed up by an array formation and is difficult to open using usual means. How about you and I work together? The great Flood Crown Prince suddenly changed the topic, implying that he wanted to cooperate with Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered inwardly. Not even a child would believe such words. What else do you want to say? Ha! What I actually mean is that after a brief investigation, I found some ancient totem cryptic characters carved upon this demon god relief. And these cryptic characters are all blood-drinking array formations. I just threw down several corpses and found that the blood vitality essence energy of those corpses was all absorbed by the demon god relief. I was wondering, is it possible to force-feed that demon god relief until it's full, and would the bronze coffin then open? The great Flood Crown Prince rubbed his chin as he spoke to hear. Unfortunately, the blood vitality essence energy within these corpses isn't too formidable. I think that the blood vitality of a living higher abyssal might be a bit more effective, right? Thus, I must ask your honored self to help me and give it a try. The great Flood Crown Prince suddenly erupted with killing intent as he finished speaking. This sort of feeling was like nicely asking someone to borrow their head for a moment. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. His spear-sharp gaze shot towards the great Flood Crown Prince. He also wanted to know just what was hidden in this mystic realm. The reason he openly walked over here was also to explore this, and as for the great Flood Crown Prince, battle between them was already unavoidable. Suddenly, a wild and tyrannical aura erupted from the great Flood Crown Prince. He recklessly rushed forwards like a volcanic explosion. Roar! With a loud howl, a hideous demon stood up from behind the great flood crown prince. This demon surged with thick infernal energy. It split apart, turning into streams of light that fired towards Xianxia and Lin Ming. Xianxia's heart tightened and she raised her guard. But then, she discovered that they weren't the goal. Rather, the streams of light passed around her and Lin Ming to form a totem seal behind them. P54, potent energy raced underground, weaving together with thunderous bangs. Finally, the totem seal blocked out the exit to this area. Lin Ming, Xianxia, as well as the great flood crown prince were locked in this space above the demon relief. If it was said that the great flood crown prince had only been hinting at his hostility all this time, just now, after blocking anyone from escaping this space, it was the same as him baring his fangs, wanting to bite down on Lin Ming and Xianxia's necks. Black Flood, you've got guts. Do you think that after you attack me here and leave, no one will know of it? Xianxia unhurriedly said as she icily stared at the great flood crown prince. Ha 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 ha. Your Highness seems to have misunderstood. I have no intentions of attacking you. I simply wish to deal with this little toad beside you. As for your holy demoness, I can't even wait for us to enjoy each other. So how could I possibly harm you? Your Highness is the most outstanding beauty in the world, far surpassing anyone else in the dark abyss, and you also possess the dark angel bloodline. If you join me then once I become the emperor of the great flood demon kingdom in the future, and you also inherit Deep King Road once that old freak Deep is dead, and meanwhile we can even find a chance to kill off that eyesore Deep child, then the two of us will rule the two most powerful influences in the dark abyss. When we join together, I can become the new demon god and you can become the new demon goddess. From then on you and I can control the abyss and establish our own everlasting dynasty. The great flood crown prince seductively said. If his desires had been hidden before, all of them had completely revealed themselves now. But at this time a laugh lit up the scene. Lin Ming gently traced his spatial ring and looked at the great flood crown prince as if he were an idiot. New demon god? Have you tried looking in the mirror yet? Do you think you qualify? Not to mention the Soul Emperor that had some profound connection with the Dark Abyss as well as the incomparably mysterious Deep and Flood. Even that dark and unfathomable Deep Child was far more reliable than this great Flood Crown Prince. If there really was a new demon god that would appear sometime, it definitely would not be this fellow's turn. However, after being mocked by the Lin Ming, the great Flood Crown Prince didn't grow angry at all. Instead, his eyes held even more disdain as he looked at Lin Ming, the same way that he looked at a dead man walking. A toad must have the mind of a toad. When toads are reared together, it's always the loudest and dumbest that is slaughtered first. Since you are in such a hurry to die, then let me help you along. As the great Flood Crown Prince spoke, his muscles suddenly bulged outwards. His muscles were like snakes that coursed over his body, hissing and howling. Then he stepped forwards, his feet releasing thunderous bangs as they hit the ground. His tall and formidable body hurtled forwards like a bolt of lightning, his claw smashing down at Lin Ming's head. Be careful. Black Flood's strength is terrifying. Xianxia rapidly passed a sound transmission to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Facing the great Flood Crown Prince, there was no way he could underestimate his opponent at all. This was sure to be a troublesome opponent. Lin Ming flung out his right arm. From his inner world, the brilliance of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace dazzled. Whoosh! The black dragon spear covered in fierce bones shot out, stabbing straight towards Black Flood. Kacha! With a loud crack, the great Flood Crown Prince clenched his hand and formed a fist. This fist changed its attack trajectory at an unbelievable angle and struck down at the black dragon spear's shaft. The spear shaft was struck so hard that it bent. Shards of bones fell down. I'll take your life. The great Flood Crown Prince diabolically grinned. Another hand shot forwards. Like an executioner's blade, the ghost saber slashed towards Lin Ming's neck. This saber strike seemed to contain thousands and millions of demon spirits. These demon spirits wildly roared, their howls enveloping the world. Every attack happened in a spark of light. Roar, roar, roar. Looking from afar, every demon was incredibly powerful, filled with infinite killing intent. Lin Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest. He rapidly drew backwards. At the same time, the power of demon gods erupted from within him. He poured this power into the black dragon spear, causing tens of thousands of spear lights to shine out. These spear lights were as thick as a bucket and bewilderingly sharp. They danced about like crazed flood dragons, piercing through all obstacles. See, demons were torn apart by these spear lights. The scene shook the heavens and earth. However, no matter how intense the battle between Lin Ming and Black Flood, the shockwaves of energy still weren't able to destroy the surrounding space. Here, the walls, the ground, everything was protected by an ancient totem spell. As the energy crashed into the spell, it rippled like waves before rebounding backwards. Rebound after rebound. The battle of two true divinity-level masters in this sealed-off space formed a horrifying storm. The storm also covered Xianxia. Placed in this storm, she would definitely have to withstand indiscriminate attacks. Xianxia subconsciously protected her belly with her hands. Her figure flashed and she flew down the cliff, hiding in the hollow in the massive canyon below. Here, the storm had mostly weakened. With her current strength, she could definitely withstand this. As she stood amongst the rocks and looked at the Lin Ming who was in the midst of violent combat, her complexion was incomparably complex. She never thought that this man would dare to face the peak middle true divinity Great Flood Crown Prince. The disparity was simply too great. Although Lin Ming hadn't fallen into a disadvantage, she actually knew that the Great Flood Crown Prince had only been casually attacking. He simply hadn't utilized his true strength. In the skies, the Great Flood Crown Prince grasped his ghost saber, standing high in the air. From behind, tens of thousands of demons howled as they threw themselves at Lin Ming without end. Spear light flashed. Demon after demon was cut down by Lin Ming. However, although the Great Flood Crown Prince was faintly surprised, he simply sneered and coldly said, "I seem to have underestimated you. I thought that my 10,000 demon strike would have been enough to deal with you, but I never imagined you could block it. Since that's the case, let me open your mind a little." As the Great Flood Crown Prince spoke, he began to slowly take off his war armor. The purple gold war armor was peeled off a layer at a time. This left Lin Ming startled. Generally speaking, in a fight between martial artists, each party would take out new weapons and hidden cards. But the Great Flood Crown Prince was actually discarding his own war armor. But when the Great Flood Crown Prince took off his chest armor and back armor, what Lin Ming saw left his scalp tingling with creepiness. Below that purple and gold war armor, the Great Flood Crown Prince was entangled in rows upon rows of thin chains. And these thin chains pierced through hideous and fierce twisted souls, lined up without end. The smallest of these souls was the size of a grain of rice, but some were as large as a fist. Some howled in pain and misery and some roared in anger. The fist-sized demon spirits were incomparably fierce. They hung on the Great Flood Crown Prince's body. Their mouths opened wide as they wantonly ate away at his flesh and blood. After discarding the war armor, these souls were like a pack of hungry tigers released from a cage. Now, these starving tigers directed their gaze at Lin Ming, their eyes filled with infinite greed and hunger. This, Xianxia breathed in a breath of cold air. Although the Great Flood Crown Prince had the body of a fierce abyssal warrior, his face was similar to that of a human and could even be considered handsome. In terms of overall appearance, he could barely be considered as passing standards. But after discarding his war armor and revealing the demon spirits below, the sight made it hard to even look his direction. This Great Flood Crown Prince actually had so many demon spirits below his armor. Like poisonous bug masters raising poisonous bugs on their own flesh and blood, the Great Flood Crown Prince raised these demon spirits with his own flesh and blood. This was a revolting sight. Thinking of the Great Flood Crown Prince's concubines, Xianxia found it hard to remain calm. It was unimaginable just what sort of inhumane tortures they had to endure. Hee. Ordinary abyssals wear armor to protect themselves, but I am different. My strength, the strength of these demon souls I raise, is far too powerful, and sometimes even I cannot control them. Normally, I must use armor to seal away these demon souls. You should be sufficiently proud that I took off my war armor to deal with you. In order to deal with you, taking off my back and chest armor is more than enough. The great Flood Crown Prince disdainfully sneered. The ghost saber in his hand began to shine with a bright red light, as if a leader of the demon souls was sealed within the saber, and it was now beginning to awaken. 100,000 heavenly demons! The great Flood Crown Prince roared. Then, with his mortal body like a lair of demons, a massive amount of demon spirits flooded out. For a time, terrifying demonic roars blotted out the heavens like a horrifying storm was brewing all around them. Compared to before, there were 10 times more demon spirits. From the 10,000 spirits previously, there were now 100,000 of them. These 100,000 heavenly demons each overflowed with ominous infernal energy as they leapt onto Lin Ming. The skies were covered in demon shadows. It was impossible to clearly see what was happening. At the start, Lin Ming's spear light was able to pierce through these demon spirits. But after they increased by 10 times in number, these demon spirits actually started to eat away the spear lights. The great Flood Crown Prince brought his hands together. A giant ghost saber phantom formed, slashing down from the skies. This was a terrifying attack. Even though Lin Ming's abyssal body was incredibly intense, beneath this storm he still felt the blood vitality roiling and seething in his body, as if it would be drawn out by the layers upon layers of overlapping demon spirits. A middle true divinity was truly formidable. Lin Ming rapidly drew backwards. Becoming a true divinity was already difficult enough, and becoming a middle true divinity was even more difficult. Moreover, the great Flood Crown Prince still had immense potential remaining, and might even reach the level of an upper true divinity in the future. Against such an opponent, even Lin Ming felt himself struggling. Seeing the overlapping waves of demon spirits, Lin Ming immediately activated his Azura blood. Bang! With a loud explosion, Lin Ming's body started to rise and grow. The bone spikes that covered him became longer and fiercer, and his deep amber eyes suddenly turned blood red. From within Lin Ming's inner world, the strength of his true self erupted. An Azura war god phantom coalesced behind his true self, and the power of Azura poured into his demon avatar without reserve. The demon avatar raised his hands, drawing a circle. A giant black wheel emerged from the air. Azura wheel. The Azura Roadmaster's road of martial arts deviated towards the road of slaughter to begin with. Now, as this Azura wheel appeared, it also roared with 10,000 demons, filled with a Buddha-slaying intent. In particular, Lin Ming now used the power of demons to manifest the Azura wheel. In terms of malevolence, the Azura wheel even surpassed the great Flood Crown Prince's 100,000 heavenly demons. Bang! Demon flames lit up the skies. As the overlapping waves of demon spirits smashed into the wheel, they burst apart in ashes. However, Lin Ming's Azura wheel violently shook, seeming as if it would crack apart soon. Lin Ming was shocked. This great Flood Crown Prince was truly formidable. This was an opponent he could not show even the slightest hint of carelessness. But at this time, the great Flood Crown Prince was actually even more surprised. It was fine that the 10,000 demon strike wasn't able to deal with Lin Ming. He simply considered it as him having underestimated Lin Ming. But even the 100,000 heavenly demons afterwards was barely blocked by Lin Ming. This left the great Flood Crown Prince astonished. His previously confident look now froze on his face. The great Flood Crown Prince's eyes flashed with icy cold light. He lifted the purple gold armor on his left arm, and 10,000 some demon spirits ran out. Then, the great Flood Crown Prince punched his own chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. This black blood splashed onto the waves of demon spirits where it was absorbed by them. This blood was the great Flood Crown Prince's blood essence. However, the cultivation method that the great Flood Crown Prince trained in was particularly special. These heavenly demons were all personally refined by him, and although they had absorbed his blood essence, it actually couldn't be considered a loss. Rather, he was merely temporarily shifting his blood essence from his body to these demon spirits. From this aspect, these heavenly demon phantoms could be called the great Flood Crown Prince's avatar. Now the great Flood Crown Prince was diverting more of his strength into his avatar. However, no matter how it was said, in Xianxia's eyes it was the truth that the great Flood Crown Prince used the power of his blood essence. Even if he wasn't burning his blood essence, this was more than amazing. Facing Lin Ming, a middle true divinity was actually forced to use the strength of his blood essence. This simply defied the heavens. After the demon spirits absorbed a part of the great Flood Crown Prince's blood essence, they became even crueler and more savage. They howled towards Lin Ming, now completely suppressing the Azura wheel. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Azura wheel shattered to pieces. Endless energy gathered together, forming a storm of demon power that fired outwards. Lin Ming's body shook. The bone armor on his chest nearly broke apart as he was sent tumbling away. Pong! Lin Ming slammed into the cliff walls that shined with runes. Blood overflowed from the corners of his lips. But at the same time, the great Flood Crown Prince also drew backwards in the storm. His strike had managed to wound Lin Ming, and although the effects weren't as severe as he had hoped, he finally managed to feel a bit more comfortable with the situation. However, just as he steadied himself, the evil smile on his face froze. The shattered pieces of the Azura wheel mixed into the storm of energy. Then, like a hail of hidden weapons, they shot towards the great Flood Crown Prince. Humph! The great Flood Crown Prince coldly snorted. A single punch smashed apart 99% of the fragments, but a few fragments still scraped over his scales and sank into his body. Each fragment contained the concepts of life and death. This strength grew endlessly and was difficult to suppress. At the same time, the strength annihilated all as it recklessly swallowed the great Flood Crown Prince's flesh and blood. This made it impossible for him to completely eliminate the strength of these fragments. The great Flood Crown Prince's eyes darkened. Lin Ming's abilities were too strange and bizarre. They contained laws he found impossibly difficult to understand. But at this time, Xianxia was truly stunned. To use demon power to manifest the strength of the Azura laws, Xianxia hadn't been able to recognize this because she wasn't proficient in them. But, with her familiarity with the life and death laws, how could she not see this for what it was? Less than half a year ago she had lent the incomparably esoteric and complex Holy Scriptures pages of death to Lin Ming to look over for a mere 3 days. In Xianxia's opinion, no matter how talented Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to perceive anything through this short period. He shouldn't have been able to grasp anything from them. But she never imagined that not only would Lin Ming have managed to perceive something from them, but what he used now would seem to be nearly the complete laws of the Holy Scripture. How was this possible? The Holy Scripture's laws were divided into the samsaric roads of life and death. But whether it was the road of life or the road of death, even if one had the complete Holy Scripture, it still required a long period of meditation to perceive. It wasn't something that could be completed in a few years. But now, seeing this towering abyssal use the laws of the Holy Scripture, although it was inferior to her own in certain ways, the difference wasn't much off. Moreover, Lin Ming seemed to have his own unique understandings of the Holy Scripture laws, and these understandings were completely different from Xianxia's. At this time, Xianxia's thoughts had already fallen into chaos. How could this ancient Ian sect's 9th elder thoroughly understand the Holy Scripture laws? Xianxia didn't have time to think. At this time, the fierce battle between Lin Ming and the great Flood Crown Prince heated up once more. By now, the great Flood Crown Prince no longer hid anything. His body erupted with dazzling divine light as he took off all his war armor. As the purple gold war armor fell off, the demonic spirits around the great Flood Crown Prince violently rumbled and countless heavenly demons roared as they rushed forwards. After going all out, the number of heavenly demons around the great Flood Crown Prince had doubled, rising to 200,000. 200,000 heavenly demons gathered together, forming a giant wheel-shaped array. This array resembled an ancient totem, and these 200,000 heavenly demons formed the outline and ciphers of this totem. The entire array formation seemed as vast as the heavens, the power of this attack incomparable to before. Seeing this heavenly demon array, Lin Ming's complexion turned dignified. Now, as his understandings towards the power of demons increased, He could see just how powerful this array formation was. And at this time, Xianxia was also covered in the howling storm produced by the battle between the two. She watched as the heavenly demon array formed and the great flood crown prince's momentum rose higher and higher even as Lin Ming's momentum was suppressed. The great flood crown prince's strength rose to a whole new level. As for Lin Ming, he had clearly become much weaker due to the previous clash. In this completely disproportionate follow-up, it was obvious who was weaker with a single glance. Xianxia watched Lin Ming silently grasp the black dragon spear. She wanted to help him, but she didn't have much strength left remaining. There simply wasn't anything she could do in her current state. Because of the impact of the heart demons in addition to her present weakness and the raging storm that blew everywhere, she slowly felt pain in her lower belly. This pain was like a knife that stabbed at her heart. She didn't fear anything happening to her, but she feared that the child in her womb might be injured. If this continued, then she really didn't know just what possible consequences there would be. Originally, Xianxia still had the totem strength left within her by the Soul Emperor. As long as she encountered a truly life-threatening situation, she could use this strength to eliminate all dangers. But this strength needed to be activated by the Soul Emperor's spirit mark. In a completely impossible situation, Xianxia had relied on the strength of a mother to overdraw her entire being and flush out the Soul Emperor's spirit mark. From that point on, while she had temporarily rid herself of the Soul Emperor's control, she had also lost the ability to use the Soul Emperor's strength. However, Xianxia would rather die than willingly return to the shadow of the Soul Emperor. In the storm, Xianxia tightly gripped her belly, her heart shaking. She no longer had any cards hidden in her sleeves. If there was one thing she could depend on here, then that would be Lin Ming. But the chances of Lin Ming winning were too small. If Lin Ming was killed, then she would suffer a fate worse than death. As for her child's fate, it would be even more tragic. Xianxia bit down on her lips. She looked at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming grasped his bone spear and faced the great flood crown prince. Because the bone armor on his back had split open in the vicious attacks, blood flowed outwards, dripping through the air. Seeing this shocking red color, a mix of emotions rose in Xianxia's eyes. Although Xianxia couldn't accept this fiancé no matter what. In this moment of life and death, Lin Ming's towering back had become deeply engraved into Xianxia's heart. His appearance was fierce and hideous, and he was a quiet individual that never spoke much. But, in retrospect, Xianxia recalled that every time she was helpless or in distress, he never once took advantage of her while she was down, and instead stood in front of her. This is the end. The great flood crown prince's roar interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. At this time, the great flood crown prince's hair was disheveled and his face was distorted. He originally thought that using all his strength to defeat Lin Ming was nothing but an insult to himself. But after repeated failures and repeated frustrations, all he wanted to do was to mercilessly kill Lin Ming using overwhelming strength. Roar! 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 200,000 heavenly demons gathered. Cold winds howled as the world darkened. Amongst the infinite demons, the great flood crown prince slashed his saber down at Lin Ming. This saber condensed into a single line, the strength compressed to the limit. The potential within was so formidable that even the ancient array symbols that protected the walls in this mystic realm began to shiver. But at this time, Lin Ming's Azura will had just been crushed and it would take time to reform it. He poured the power of the 9 stars into the black dragon spear and brought it smashing down. Bang! A horrifying explosion of energy erupted outwards. A black storm enveloped the entire mystic realm. The black dragon spear's spear light was entirely washed away. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He rapidly drew backwards, energy erupting from his body. His strength seemed without end. Spear after spear, he thrust forth countless times. Hundreds and thousands of spear lights gathered together and crashed onto the great flood crown prince's heavenly demon array. However, the heavenly demon array was far too powerful. The difference in strength between the great flood crown prince, who went all out, and the Lin Ming, who didn't utilize the Azura laws, was obvious. Kacha! Spear light tore apart. Although Lin Ming just barely managed to disperse the great Flood Crown Prince's saber light, countless heavenly demons still hurtled down at him. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body tumbled backwards as he crashed into the stone walls. The bone armor and scales on his body split open in countless places. The 2 bone spikes on his elbows also broke apart. Lin Ming's strength had weakened not just a little with this collision, but by a great deal. Xiang Mei's heart skipped a beat. The great Flood Crown Prince viciously grinned. The effect of this strike was what he was looking for. "You're finished." On the great Flood Crown Prince's face, demon seals began to appear. These were mystic demon seals that only special abyssal bloodlines possessed. These types of seals could be considered the secret technique of a clan. After utilizing these demon seals, the great Flood Crown Prince's strength rose once more. His body shook with energy. The sounds of landslides and tsunamis filled the air, and the heavens and earth howled as if they would flip over. Oh! The 200,000 heavenly demons seemed to go mad as they became increasingly wild. The great Flood Crown Prince's eyes burst out with killing intent. He slashed his saber down at Lin Ming once more. With this saber strike, a black tsunami seemed to erupt. Waves rose to the heavens, blotting out the skies. Just as Lin Ming was about to be torn apart by this saber light, he traced his spatial ring and flung out his right arm. A bronze light flashed, becoming increasingly large as it spun about. This was a giant bronze bell. Atop this great bell, flowers and birds and insects were carved within, as well as all sorts of ancient demon marks. Seeing the bronze bell, the great Flood Crown Prince was stunned. "This is the Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts' Yin-Yang Twilight Bell? You killed the Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts?" The great Flood Crown Prince was shocked. The Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts were demon association elders that were part of the Flood Alliance. They were blood brothers and their hearts and minds were linked together. They were inseparable and were also skilled in joint attacks. On their own, the Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts weren't too strong, but together their combat strength was actually terrifying. The great Flood Crown Prince hadn't known that the Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts had perished and their life's magic tool, the Yin-Yang Twilight Bell, had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. But now he was afraid that the Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts had already died. The Yin-Yang Twilight Bell was a true divinity spirit treasure that focused on defense. Moreover, it was of an extremely high rank and the heavy bell's body was incredibly difficult to destroy. But it was impossible to stop an attack on the level of the great Flood Crown Princes with this Yin-Yang Twilight Bell alone. Moreover, this was a magic tool of others and Lin Ming had only possessed it for a short time, so the strength of the bell he could display was surely limited. "Humph! You want to rely on that to stop me? How naive!" The great Flood Crown Prince disregarded the bell and continued to cut downwards. Clang! With a loud bang, the great Flood Crown Prince's saber slashed down onto the Yin-Yang Twilight Bell. The bell emitted a thunderous response, and as the saber light tore through it, a giant tear actually formed on the surface of the bell. The bell was sent flying away by the saber strike. This bell only delayed the great Flood Crown Prince's saber strike for half a moment before it continued cutting down at Lin Ming without any hindrance. 200,000 heavenly demons howled, forming the heavenly demon array to lock down Lin Ming in this killing strike.